This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Billionaire on the Loose by Jessica Clare. Narrated by Gillian Macy. Chapter 1. Locke knew something was wrong when he walked into his great-aunt's private study and found the Queen, the Crown Princess, and her new American husband all seated there, along with the Queen's most trusted advisor. This was bad. If there was a state holiday, perhaps he could understand it. But 10 at night, on a Tuesday? Not good. Locke ran a hand through his messy hair, wishing he'd had time to shower prior to appearing at the palace. Sorry, just got out of a polo match not too long ago. Well, polo, and then a few hours down at the local tavern with a few buddies. He was a fan of celebrating wins, though, and they'd won. He moved in and kissed the old Queen on the cheek. "Aunt, how are you?" "Concerned," she said, and patted his shoulder. "Sit down, Locke. This is not going to be an easy conversation." Hell. He went and greeted Alex with a kiss to the cheek and nodded at her husband Luke before taking a seat in the empty chair across from the Queen. He hadn't greeted the minister, but he didn't know the damn man, and all of this mystery was starting to make him a hair nervous. "What's going on?" The Queen looked to the minister and nodded. "You may speak." The little man adjusted his glasses and studied Locke for a moment. "You're aware that you are 5th in line for the throne, correct?" "Thought it was 6th, actually." He hadn't given things much thought since he had no plans of using his title, other than to get free drinks and to occasionally impress women. It was perfectly fine for him if he never moved up the food chain. Look at how serious it made his cousin Alex. She never had a bit of fun. Him, he was all about fun and enjoying himself. "Well, there was the recent issue with George." The man adjusted his glasses again and shot a nervous look at the Queen. When she nodded, he continued. "I'm sure you're aware that George recently abdicated from the line of succession." Locke rubbed the side of his nose. "Would have to be under a rock to be unaware of it." George had been caught with not one, but 2 of the palace maids, both married, and had been pressured by the Queen to give up his spot as second in line to the throne. He'd been compensated with a hefty stipend, though only family knew about that. To the rest of the world, George was a cheater who was truly chagrined at being caught with his pants down. Family knew better. George had always been a bit of a lech. Locke felt sorry for his poor wife, though. She seemed nice enough. "Do be serious, Locke," Alex said, her tone steel. He shifted in his seat. "Sorry, yes, aware. George is no longer second in line to the throne." "That moves everyone up in the succession list," the minister went on. He pulled out a chart. "After Princess Alex, George's son Peter is next. Then his daughter Alma. Then it is your cousin Griffin. After him comes you." Locke nodded. They weren't telling him much that he hadn't heard before. "The problem is that there is a large growing faction that is unhappy. A very vocal faction. They are not pleased with Her Grace Alexandra's marriage to an American. They're looking for someone new to put on the throne once the Queen passes on." Locke's brows drew together in a frown. He looked at his regal great-aunt, startled. She looked a little frailer this year than last year, but she was strong and still in control of her faculties. The British Queen was even older than Great-Aunt Alexandra, wasn't she? No one was jockeying for her spot. Why all the goings-on over his great-aunt's throne? "I don't understand. Why are we talking about succession?" "Because I am old," the Queen said bluntly. People want new blood on the throne. I will be stepping down in the next year or two in favor of Alex. And the faction that is unhappy does not like that she is married to an American, so they're looking for someone new to place on the throne. Locke thought for a moment. Not Peter. His cousin's son was barely 7 or so. Not Peter, the Queen agreed. Too young. Not Alma either. Same reason. Locke started to sweat. Then Griffin? Griffin is also marrying an American in the next few months, Princess Alex pointed out gently. A very infamous American with no fortune. He is very much in love with her and is willing to give up his place in line of succession if pressured. Damn, this was getting very uncomfortable. He shifted in his chair. Surely not me. On paper, you look very good to the people of Bellissime, the minister said, glancing at the Queen. He pulled out a sheet. You're very well liked amongst the younger populace, and you did 2 years in the Royal Army, despite having the money to do otherwise. You're very wealthy on your own and won't put a burden on the populace. You're good-looking and sporty. You have no immediate scandal. If you were to marry a Bellissime lady, or even a princess from Saxe-Gallia, you would be the natural choice of the people for the next king. Locke gave Alex an alarmed look. I don't want to be king. I don't want you to be king either, she said in a cool voice. He noticed that she reached for her husband's hand and laced her fingers in his. We're trying to have a baby to cement the line of succession, but until then, there are unhappy vocal dissidents who are not pleased with my marriage to Luke. They'd be less happy with me on the throne, Locke exclaimed. I went to school in Britain. I'm a cock-up. The only reason I have money is because of Griffin's investments, and because I sold the family estate to that movie producer. I don't do anything worthwhile except show my face at a few events. Truly, I'm the wrong man for the job. We agree, the Queen said, her expression bland. You would be a poor choice. Well, at least they agreed on that. Damn if it didn't make him feel like an ass, though. That is why you're here tonight, Locke. You're going to leave the country. I am? Alex looked over at her grandmother, then back to Locke. It's for the best if you fall out of the public eye for a while. He rubbed his jaw. He didn't like the idea. Bellissime was his home. But if it was a choice between taking the throne or heading to a nice sunny island for a few months, then he'd do that. All right, I'll go on vacation. Actually, his great-aunt interrupted, you are going to America. He frowned. I am. America just seemed so very, well, American. He was sure it was nice and all, but didn't see the fascination for it that his cousins had. Can't I just go to Thailand or some such for a few months? You're going to America for the next year or two, the Queen emphasized. Year or two? But my polo team. We'll find a new captain. My estates can run themselves. The Queen gave him a stern look. I am not asking you, Locke. I am telling you. Blast. He rubbed his face, feeling defeated. Fine. I'll go play with the Americans for a bit. Any place in particular, since you seem to be deciding everything for me? Yes, actually. Princess Alex smiled and pushed a cream-colored envelope toward him. You're going to be a groomsman in a wedding. Chapter 2. Ma'am, have you tried cycling your modem? Taylor asked politely as she maneuvered her character into position. It wasn't easy trying to work remotely and play Excelsior at the same time, but Taylor had become a pro at multitasking. Cycling the modem can often fix a variety of simple issues. "What's a modem?" the ancient woman asked on the other end of the phone. Oh boy, this was going to take a moment. She quickly typed to her guild, "Wait a moment, guys. I need a quick AFK." "Again?" complained Rousdower. "You're always away from keyboard. We should change it from AFK to TAFK." "Then you lead the raid," she shot back. Sigh, fine. "We'll wait," wrote Sigmund. Turning in her swivel chair, she pulled up the client's account on her other computer. "I'm going to make a few notes on your account, and as I do, let me walk you through the steps." She began to explain slowly and in great detail the process of turning off and on the client's modem, and as she did, she could hear chat pings on her other computer that told her people were talking in-game. She glanced over at the screen. "I was thinking about you," Sigmund wrote in a private message. "I think we should marry in-game. I really care for you." Oh no. Taylor's stomach clenched hard. She forced herself to concentrate on her client, to ignore the constant pinging in the other window. Sigmund was getting clingy again, and that was never good. Letting him cool for a few minutes would be the best thing to do. By the time she got off the phone, she had a full window full of chat pings, all private messages from Sigmund. Sigmund, "I've been thinking a lot about you lately. I hope that's okay." Sigmund, "You're the only bright spot in my life." Sigmund, "I don't know what I'd do if you left me." Sigmund, "Are you there? Am I making you uncomfortable?" Sigmund, "I hope not. I'm just telling you how I feel." Sigmund, "I looked you up on Facebook, by the way. You're beautiful, and it says you're single. Score for me." Sigmund, "And you live in NY. Me too, smiley face." Sigmund, "You coming back, ever?" Sigmund, "I hope your clients aren't giving you too hard of a time." Sigmund, "Ping me when you return." Sigmund, "Hugs, beautiful." Jesus. The longer she was away, the more he just kept sending her messages. Taylor jumped out of her chair and went to the kitchen to get a bowl of cereal. She dumped the entire box into a mixing bowl, threw in some milk, and then returned to her chair. How to deal with Sigmund? One of the reasons she played Excelsior in the daytime instead of World of Warcraft was simply because there was no chat program like Ventrilo. Excelsior was kind of old school, in that if you wanted to talk to someone, you didn't use a microphone, you typed. It was perfect to noodle on when she was on a boring call or on hold. Problem was, it had stopped being fun months ago, and she couldn't quit. All because of Sigmund. He was worse every day. They'd started out as chatty friends, simply joking around during the daytime when not many other people were on. He seemed nice and funny, and so she'd talk to him. But as the months went on, Sigmund got clingier. And that was when the problems started. Now, every day he was sending her messages like, "If you leave, I'm going to end it all," or, "You're the only thing worth living for, Taylor," or, "I love you, Taylor. How do you feel about me?" Way to put a girl on the spot. She wanted to quit the game. She wanted to quit so damn badly. It was fun and all, but it wasn't worth the stress. The problem was, if she didn't log on for a single day, Sigmund spiraled and started flooding her character with all kinds of depressing messages. She felt a little like she was being held hostage. Taylor ate her marshmallow-filled cereal slowly, watching as more messages from Sigmund rolled across the screen. Sigmund: I'm just imagining the heck those clients are giving you. Sigmund: You're too nice. Sigmund: I should call your boss and tell him you need a raise. Sigmund: Boy, it must be a long call. Sigmund: I'm looking at your Facebook again. You're so pretty. Is that a Doctor Who scarf? I love the Fourth Doctor. Sigmund: I could marry a girl like you. Sigmund: I hope that wasn't too forward of me. I just really like you. Sigmund: Taylor? She moaned in frustration into her cereal. Why had she ever told the guy her name? This was what happened. Now, everywhere she went online, he was bothering her. Now that he had her Facebook, she had no doubt he was going to start sending her messages there. The trapped feeling continued. Taylor put down her bowl of cereal and thought for a moment, then began to type. Have a good day. Back. And, Sig, you know we're friends, but I'm not looking for a relationship. Can't we just stay buddies? There was a long pause. Taylor bit her lip, worried that this was going to cause him to wig out, and then she'd be fielding suicide threats for the rest of the night, and trying to convince him that no, he shouldn't kill himself, and yes, he was worth it, and please don't hurt yourself. That had happened too many times in the last few months, and just thinking about it made Taylor reach for her Xanax prescription. Sigmund: I know, I'm coming on too strong. You're the only good thing in my life. Have a good day. Nonsense! You have the game. Sigmund: No, there's only you. Have a good day. And the guild? Sigmund: They all hate me. I'm just here for you. Have a good day. That's not true, and we should really get back to raiding. Before he could respond, she typed in the main chat. Hey guys, I'm back. Let's get this show on the road. Around her, the characters emoted cheers and dancing, and then everyone got into position, ready to pull the boss. They wanted to raid, and, since she was the guild leader, she'd lead them on a raid, darn it. Just as someone let loose the first arrow, her phone rang. Shit. She let it ring 3 times, hammering buttons as the screen lit up with explosions. When she'd unloaded her character's arsenal, she clicked over. Tech support, this is Taylor. Tay, it's me, Gretchen. Oh, dang. Hey, Gretchen. Now's not a great time. Trash mobs started to flood into the room, and Taylor clicked on her character's area of effect spell. Oh, God, are you playing that damn game again? Which one? I play 3 of them. Well, she had. Now it seems to be all Excelsior all the time, because of Sigmund. Ugh. The one with the thingies and the dragons. Whatever. Hey, I need you to pry your geek self away on Saturday afternoon. The boss lit up with a damage shield, and she automatically clicked on her own character's shield. Put on the brakes, she called out in-game. If they hit the boss right now, they'd wipe. Everyone paused, except one noob, and she made a mental note to give him some coaching after the raid. She watched as the boss smacked the guy down and he went splat. Well, that was what happened when you didn't listen to the raid leader. Yeah, so on Saturday there's a friend coming over and I want you to come hang out. He's new to town and needs someone to show him around. Taylor groaned. Can't someone that's good with, people do that? I'm only good with video games. The boss's shield dropped, and she typed, "Charge," in all caps. Her guild surged forward, and the fight was on again. Well, that's the thing. Greer's in Vegas right now. Audrey's baby is due any moment. Edie's out of town at some sort of convention with Magnus. Chelsea has a roller derby bout, and Braun's got charity shit. You're the only bridesmaid I have left. I realize Gollum doesn't like to leave his cave and all, but can you abandon your precious for 2 hours and come hang with my guest, please? I have a raid, she said automatically. You said you would be able to squeeze me in if I gave you advance notice. This is advance notice. She was right, darn it. Taylor sighed, even as the boss went down and gold showered her screen. Success. Sigmund. We did it, sweetie. Yikes, sweetie? Taylor recoiled from the keyboard. Sweetie? You know what, G? On second thought, I'll be there. Yay! You won't regret it. My place at 2, okay? I'll be there. Bye, Gretchen. She clicked off, and another call started to roll in. Even as she picked up the new call, she typed a message to Sigmund. Have a nice day. I need to go out on Saturday. Can you run the raid? Sigmund. Well, now my weekend is ruined. I was hoping to spend it with you. Taylor gritted her teeth. A day away would be just what the doctor ordered for both of them. Even though it made her anxious to leave her computer for the afternoon, Taylor went to Gretchen's house on Saturday, just as she'd promised. She'd given herself a pep talk all morning. Going out for the day would be good. The guild would be just fine without her, and she could use a few hours out of her tiny apartment. Honestly, she just wanted to get away from Sigmund and his smothering messages he kept sending her all week. If she was spending a few hours away from the computer, he constantly buzzed her cell phone, because he'd managed to look up her phone number. If she logged on to Facebook, he sent her messages there. And, of course, in-game, he was constantly pinging her with little notes about how pretty she was and how much he liked her, and did she think they could spend some time together? In-game, of course, Sigmund never once suggested they meet in person, or talk on the phone, or sent her his personal information. Not that she was interested, of course. But maybe if she could have had a real phone conversation, she could have gently let him down. Not that she was good at that sort of thing either. But it was getting to the point that she had to try something, anything. Her phone pinged in the taxi all the way to Buchanan Manor. Sigmund. So, I think I'm going to tank in the raid today. You cool with that? Sigmund. I hate that we're raiding without you. It's not the same. Sigmund. 20 on the raid, okay? Or should we go 25 people and really murder things? Let me know. Sigmund. You're not mad at me, are you, Tay? Sigmund. Oh, God. I don't think I could stand it if you were mad at me. Please say you're not ignoring me, Taylor. Sigmund. My world is over if you're not in it. Her stomach knotted horribly, and she reached for her bottle of Xanax again. He was stressing her out. These stupid games were supposed to be a fun time suck, not a duty that felt 10 times more stressful than her job. Yesterday, she'd called in sick to work because Sigmund had wanted to raid the fire boss of Drizza. He'd gone in with a motley group. They'd wiped out at the bottom of the dungeon, and then he'd spent all day freaking out. She'd had to talk him down off the ledge several times, and she hadn't been able to concentrate on her job. It was the 3rd time she'd called in this month, and she knew her boss wasn't happy. But she didn't know what else to do. With a frown, she picked up her phone and finally answered him. Have a nice day. I'm here, but, I'm going to be away for most of the afternoon, Sig. You can't keep messaging me. I won't be able to answer. I'm not mad, just busy. Sigmund. Okay, phew. Sigmund. Kisses. Sigmund. Just kidding. Sigmund. Sort of. Sigh. He sent all kinds of mixed messages. If he wasn't declaring love for her from afar, he was threatening to hurt himself, or demanding she spend time in the game with him. He was a mess, and even Taylor's normally sunny outlook on life was getting bogged down by his neediness. But if he needed a friend and was so on edge, she couldn't not be there for him, could she? That seemed horribly selfish. Sigmund. This raid isn't fun without you. So much for, I'm busy and can't talk, don't message me. She quickly sent him a text telling him she was away and then flicked her phone to silent. He'd just have to do without her for a few hours. She closed her eyes and leaned back against the car seat. The rest of the ride to Buchanan Manor was peaceful, and Taylor's mood was recovered by the time she paid the cab driver and got out. She just wouldn't check her phone for the rest of the afternoon. Peace and quiet the hard way. She was supposed to be on call for work, but no one ever rang the tech hotline on weekends anyhow. Buchanan Manor was huge and imposing, sort of like a big haunted mansion from an old-school video game. The interior was pretty modern compared to the outside, and that was disappointing for a nerd like Taylor, but it happened. Decent Wi-Fi, despite being out in the country, too, so that was a plus. Taylor secured her backpack on her back and trotted up to the door, tucking her phone in the back pocket of her jeans. She buzzed the doorbell, and then buzzed it several more times to the tune of "Shave and a Haircut." "That must be Taylor," Gretchen bellowed from the other side of the door. Taylor heard feet slapping against the marble tile, and then the door swung open. A disheveled Gretchen appeared, an apron on her front, her hair pulled into a wild, messy knot. "Dude, you only have to ring once, you know." "I know," Taylor said, stepping inside. "Where's your butler?" "Family emergency. I told him to take the weekend off. It's not like we can't answer the damn door ourselves, you know." She closed it behind them, and then pointed down a side hall. "I've got scones in the oven, so come hang out in the kitchen for a few, okay?" "Scones? How very British of us, governor." "Oh, God, Tay, that was the worst accent I've ever heard." "I'm doing Billy Piper from Doctor Who." "You're yelling." Gretchen winced. "I don't think Billy whoever screamed at the doctor all day long. Increasing your volume doesn't make you more British, nerd." "Cheerio and chop chop." "For the love of God, stop it." Taylor giggled and flung her arms around Gretchen. Man, it was good to see her, to have an interaction that didn't involve Excelsior lately. "Since you asked nicely, I'll stop." Gretchen just shook her head, put an arm around Taylor's waist, and led her down one of the many long halls of the manor. "So, tell me what you're up to." "Oh, just more tech support stuff. Nothing exciting." "Did you take that promotion they offered you?" Taylor winced. "No, I turned it down." "Oh, Tay, why?" Gretchen pulled away and opened the swinging kitchen door, revealing a charming large kitchen with checkered tile and a hanging pot rack. It looked like something straight out of a Martha Stewart baking sim. "Well," Taylor sat down on one of the stools and put her elbows on the ingredient-strewn table. A bowl of batter went flying, and Taylor grabbed at it, only to knock over a pepper mill and a bottle of olive oil. "Oh, God!" "Tay!" Gretchen bellowed, grabbing items as they rolled off the counter. "I forgot what a disaster you are. Don't touch anything." Chagrined, Taylor crossed her arms over her chest and ignored that one of her sleeves now had scone batter on the cuff. "Sorry." Gretchen just gave her an exasperated look. Seriously, how is it that you're such a klutz after all this time? Magic? Taylor kept her smile bright. She just didn't pay attention sometimes, and her friends knew it. She was easily distracted. Gretchen shook her head and swiped spilled batter into a bowl, then tossed the entire thing in the sink. More like a voodoo curse. Don't change the subject, though. How come you didn't take the promotion? I know you're always tight on money. She shrugged. What could she say? The guild stuff and Sigmund's neediness was keeping her from being able to put in the extra hours a week that a supervisory position would require. That it meant working in the office instead of at home, and she'd be unable to play much, which would make Sigmund spiral out of control. That she'd called in a lot in the last few months, and they'd stopped asking her if she was interested in a promotion and started asking if she needed to talk to a counselor. Just didn't feel like the right time. I swear, it's because you're addicted to that game, isn't it? Gretchen put her hands on her hips, and for a moment she looked an awful lot like Taylor's mom. Do we need to host an intervention, Tay? No, I'm fine. It really wasn't Taylor's choice to play all the time. If it were up to her, she'd put her accounts on vacation for a few months and take some well-needed days away. But every time she tried, the Sigmund thing got ugly, and her guilt got worse. So she lied. I'm actually cutting back. It's just been hectic at work lately. I hear you, Gretchen said sympathetically. She slipped her hands into a pair of oven mitts. The housing market's been crazy lately, and Hunter's business has been booming. He doesn't sell direct himself, of course, but all of his offices are scurrying to keep up, and that means extra work for my poor sweetheart. She pointed one of her mitts at Taylor. Can you zest that lemon for me while I pull out the scones, and somehow manage not to hurt yourself? Sure. As Gretchen turned away, Taylor picked up the lemon, accidentally dropped it on the floor, and then slid out of her chair to grab it. As she retrieved the lemon and got up, she banged her head on the underside of the counter. With a wince, she returned to her seat, rubbing her scalp. Dang. I'm not sure you should trust me with sharp objects. Use the grater, dummy. Gretchen pulled a pan of triangle-shaped creations out of the oven, and the room filled with the scent of lemon cake. If you hurt yourself with that, though, I'm not responsible. Taylor picked up the box grater gingerly and then began to rub the lemon on one side of it. So, how's the wedding stuff going? Terrible. Greer's my planner, and she abandoned me to go stay with her dad for a few weeks in Vegas. I'm like, this is a crucial time, Greer. I have to pick out cakes and everything. Gretchen shook her head. Tragic. Oh, right. Her father's getting married, isn't he? Taylor wrinkled her nose. Greer was a sweet, demure type, but her dad was, well, he was old and skanky. She didn't hold it against Greer, though. Girl didn't have much to do with her family or her dad's business. To triplets, Gretchen affirmed. She set the pan down and gave Taylor a shifty look. Speaking of love and stuff, you seeing anyone? God, no. Just the thought made her want to vomit. Sigmund would freak majorly if she even had a whiff of a guy online, and she barely left her apartment long enough to meet anyone as it was. Gretchen seemed surprised by Taylor's reaction. Do you not want to date? It's complicated. As in, there's this guy online that threatens to hurt himself if I so much as walk away from the computer, and I don't know what to do. Well, The friend I want you to show around the city? He's new to the States. Her eyes gleamed. And he's damn hot, girl, so put on your lipstick. My lipstick? Taylor dropped her lemon again. Gretchen swooped to retrieve the fallen fruit, and then took the grater from Taylor's hands. Yes, your lipstick. Put on some makeup, fix your hair, and get your best flirt game on. He's a real catch, and I think you'll like him. She wiggled her eyebrows. He's from Bellissime. That weird little country that Griffin guy is from? She'd met Mei Lee, who was real nice, but a bit of a rube, and was surprised to find that her fiancé was a starchy aristocrat from overseas. Same one. Now, can we get rid of the Hello Kitty backpack? Gretchen beamed at her. Taylor clutched the straps of her backpack and shook her head. I like my backpack. So do all the 8-year-olds that own one. And that scarf. We need to ditch the scarf. It's summer. It's the 4th Doctor's scarf. Which is why we need to ditch it. I don't want you flying your freak flag until he sees how cute you are. She pinched Taylor's cheek and then gave a tug on the scarf. Taylor's hands went to her beloved scarf. She was a nerd and she was totally fine with it. Lots of hot guys liked nerds. So she hadn't met any yet, but that didn't mean they didn't exist. I thought I was just hanging around with the guy for a few hours and showing him how to find the subway and stuff. Is this a date? Not really. But trust me when I say that he is smoking hot gorgeous, and you can bounce quarters off of his sporty ass, so you want to look hot, okay? Okay. Taylor mentally pictured flicking quarters at a hot guy's bubble butt, then shook her head to clear the image. Here's the thing, though. I'm not usually the type of girl those guys go for, so I'll probably be better off being his guide. Makeup! Gretchen bellowed. Did you or did you not bring some? I keep some in my backpack. She winced at Gretchen's bossy tone. Is he coming here soon? Gretchen turned and checked the clock on the wall. Should be here any moment now. You need to hustle. Eek. She was going to be spending the afternoon with the super hot guy? Instead of vague excitement, she just felt dread. If Sigmund found out, he was going to flip. God, why did she even care if Sigmund found out? That was how messed up she was. Ugh. She slid off the bar stool. You got a bathroom I can borrow to freshen up? Go down the hall to the right. Just don't use the first bathroom on the left because the door sticks. Use the second one on the left. The hall had more than one bathroom? Jeez. Right, left, right. Right, left, left, Gretchen corrected, and wiped her hands with a towel. As she did, the doorbell rang, a sonorous chime echoing through the kitchen. Her eyes lit up. Oh, that'll be him. Scoot! Scooting, Taylor said, and headed out into the hall, even as Gretchen moved in the opposite direction. All right, find a bathroom, slap on some mascara so she didn't look tired, and show a hot guy around the city. She could do this. It might even be fun. She knew she wouldn't be his type, but that was fine. Truth be told, she went for hot scholars herself, like the one guy in Criminal Minds, or Joseph Gordon-Levitt. A big buff guy was probably a himbo, and that was so not her bag. But she'd put on makeup to please Gretchen. She desperately wanted everyone around her to be happy, and Taylor had long been a project of Gretchen's devious matchmaking mind. They usually ended in total failure, but that didn't stop Gretchen from trying. The hallway Gretchen had pointed her to was seemingly endless, with a line of shut doors. Good Lord, how many rooms did this place have again? She pulled her phone out of her pocket to Google it, curious, and then stopped before she could unlock her screen. She shouldn't look. If Sigmund was texting her, she'd get all anxious and freaked out again. But surely it couldn't hurt to peek, could it? Just to see how the raid was doing? And if she saw nothing from him, well, that'd be the best thing ever, wouldn't it? She'd be able to enjoy her afternoon in peace. And because she sucked at waiting and patience and things like that, Taylor swiped right to unlock her screen and looked at her phone. A dozen messages crawled over her screen, and Taylor's heart sank. She walked forward slowly, reading the messages. Sigmund. Raid's about to start. Sigmund. Daphne and Little John didn't show up. We're missing a tank and a healer. This is ridiculous. Sigmund. I can't believe these assholes didn't show. It's because you're not here. Sigmund. They must hate me. Sigmund. Why does everyone hate me? Sigmund. Everyone but you. Sigmund. I try so hard, Taylor. I really do. Sigmund. I wish you were here right now. I hate it when you leave. Sigmund. I just want to log off and crawl into a hole. Sigmund. Or just log off of life entirely. Oh, God. Should she answer? Ignore him? She'd told him she wouldn't be available, and yet he was still texting her like crazy. What should she do? Send him a cheerful note to pick up his mood? But then, she was enabling him, wasn't she? Distracted, Taylor walked into the bathroom and slapped the door shut behind her. She took a step forward and nearly choked herself. Her scarf was stuck in the door. Damn it. She turned and gave it a hard yank. Still stuck. With a sigh of frustration, she put her phone down on the bathroom counter and opened the door. Or she tried to. The doorknob moved, but the door itself wouldn't budge. Her scarf hung in the door jamb, stuck fast, and the door itself didn't seem to want to move. Uh-oh. Had Gretchen set the bathroom on the left or the bathroom on the right? Oh, boy. Taylor was pretty sure she'd just locked herself in the bathroom, and the hot guy had just shown up. Could this day get any worse? With an uneasy glance at her phone, Taylor picked it up again. Sigmund. I wish I were dead. No one cares if I'm here or not. They won't even show up for the raid. Sad face. Yeah, she shouldn't have dared the universe. This day could get worse. She backed away from the toilet in case it decided to take her up on her dare and start overflowing or something. Chapter 3. Locke studied the stately manor house as he strolled up the walkway. Felt a bit odd to be showing up at someone's house without guards, or at least a friend in tow. It was clear after a few days of being in the States, though, that while he was someone important in most of Europe, here he was just another guy. It was quite nice, actually. Quiet. Calming. He could get used to this. He rang the doorbell, noting that even though the exterior of the house looked old-fashioned, the door was new, and he'd wager that the interior was modern too. He'd grown up in a manor house that was 500 years old, complete with low ceilings and roof leaks and household ghosts. He'd sold the place after his parents had died and never regretted it. Didn't want the upkeep of that sort of place. Didn't mix with his lifestyle. He had a suite in a hotel downtown, but maybe he'd see about getting himself an apartment while he was staying in New York. Something modern. He liked the idea. Maybe something above one of the local pubs, though he hadn't seen many of those yet. The door opened, interrupting his thoughts. A smiley redhead greeted him. "Oh, good Lord, what are they feeding you over there?" She looked him up and down. "You must be Locke. My goodness, the internet does not do you justice." He laughed and extended his hand. "Locke delle Scogliere, Griffin's cousin. I'm told I'm expected." "Yes, come on in." She waved a hand at him excitedly, ignoring his extended one. "I'm Gretchen, the bride-to-be. My fiancé, Hunter, will be finished working soon, and your tour guide is going to be around here somewhere." She shut the door behind him as he stepped inside. "Pleased to meet you," Locke told her. She seemed nice enough, if not a little frantic. "Cousin Griffin is still overseas, I suppose?" "Yes, it seems like you missed him and Mei Lee. You were leaving Bellissime and they were going, ships passing in the night and all that. I'm surprised you didn't stay to say hello to him." Then she didn't know about the political turmoil? That was good then. That meant it was being nipped in the bud before it had a chance to spread. "Had business to attend to here, diplomatic visits and all that." "Sounds boring." He laughed. "It can be, indeed." "Have you met Mei Lee?" "I have not," Locke said, opting to be diplomatic. "I hear she is quaint." "She's a bumpkin," Gretchen said, and then added, "but a cute one. She and Griffin are good for each other." That was definitely an opinion he didn't share. He'd heard about his cousin's strange fiancé and had been slightly appalled at the thought of such an uneducated and thoroughly common woman marrying his rich, titled cousin. Between Griffin's engagement and Cousin Alex's new marriage to the actor, the family tree was getting diluted like... Oh, bollocks. Now he sounded like the insurgents. He cleared his throat. "I'm sure she's quite lovely." Gretchen peered down a hall and then turned back to him, opening her eyes a bit wider. Her expression of interest was intense. "So, what is it you like to do, Locke? You into computers?" "Not really." "Video games?" "I prefer sports I can do with my hands." He raised them in the air as if holding a ball. "Cricket, rugby, football. I'm the captain of the Bellissime polo team, and I do enjoy running. Physical things. I'm not a big fan of computers and the like." "Oh." She looked rather disappointed with that answer. "Maybe sports games are the answer, then." "Beg pardon?" "Nothing." Her smile returned, and she snapped her fingers. "Unless you're a big fan of those British sci-fi shows?" He gave her a blank look. "Yeah, that was a stab in the dark. It's okay." She clasped her hands tightly in front of her. "We'll find common ground." "Common ground for—" "Never mind." She waited an awkward moment and then glanced around. "My goodness, I don't know where Taylor's gotten off to. She said she'd be right back." He wasn't familiar with the name. "And Taylor is—" Gretchen beamed up at him, wearing a look he was utterly familiar with. The matchmaking mama look. "She's one of my bridesmaids, and has agreed to show you around the city, new guy. Isn't that sweet of her?" "Charming." He managed to keep the sarcasm out of his voice. "Wonderful. His new hostess was going to be flinging women at him, was she?" He was old hat at avoiding those types of entanglements. He liked his bachelorhood, thank you very much. Gretchen frowned at her surroundings, then shrugged. She patted his arm. "Why don't you wait here, and I'll get my fiancé? We'll sit down and have a nice lemon scone and tea. I made them fresh just for you." He nodded at her and watched as she hurried up the stairs. A matchmaking session with one of her bridesmaids? He should have suspected as much when he'd gotten the invite. As a guest, he couldn't very well turn them down, could he? Hopefully his escort would be tolerable. He mentally tried to picture the type of woman they'd assumed he liked. Someone with big blonde hair and even bigger, assets, he imagined. Americans didn't seem to do things halfway. He lifted one of his Italian leather loafers and noticed gum stuck to the underside. Disgusting. That was one thing that New York City was taking some serious getting used to. Everything was just dirty and crowded compared to his pastoral little country, and there was a faint smell no matter where he went. Locke shuddered and pulled his shoe off. He needed tissue or something to wipe it off. Normally, he'd have a manservant handle this for him, but his manservants were back in Bellissime because he was supposed to be incognito. This was a damned inconvenient time to be incognito. Locke looked around and saw no wastebasket or anything of the sort in this room. Just a lovely rug that he was centimeters away from ruining if he took another step on it. Nor were there any servants around. All right, he'd have to man up and fix this himself then. He headed down a hall, filthy shoe in hand, looking for a lavatory. The first hall he turned down yielded nothing interesting, but off of the kitchen he saw what looked to be a washroom. Excellent. He headed toward it and stopped as a closed door down the hall rattled violently. What in the devil was that? A servant stuck in a room? He narrowed his eyes and studied the door. There seemed to be a bit of ugly fabric sticking out of the door jamb. He turned and headed toward it, his curiosity getting the better of him, and the door rattled again. Now that he was closer, he could hear slight muttering. Stupid. Wish I had a stinking holodeck. Or a freaking TARDIS. Bet Doctor Who never got stuck in the damn TARDIS. Another violent shake of the door, then a pause. Don't be stupid, Tay. The Doctor doesn't take a shit. He's a Time Lord. They're evolved life forms that don't need bowel movements. Okay. Is everything all right in there? The door shook again, and then the person spoke once more. Beam me up, Scotty. There's no intelligent life in here. Right, a crazy servant. Are you looking for someone named Scotty? A pause. It's a Trekism. Beg pardon. A saying common to Trekkies? The doorknob twisted. Haven't you ever seen the Star Trek movies? The TV shows? The cartoon? I'm afraid not. Why on earth would he watch any of those? Oh, man, that's weird. The woman's voice sounded skeptical. I really need to talk to Gretchen about educating her staff, or giving them a day off so they can watch TV or something. Poor souls probably only watch Downton Abbey or some crap like that. WTF. Against his will, Locke's mouth curved into a hint of a smile. Not a fan of it, are we? Sorry. No offense to you British people or anything, but no, it's a real snoozer. Locke snorted. His accent was about as British as hers was. Anyhow, give me some good old science fiction any day of the week. The doorknob twisted again. Or fantasy. Speaking of fantasies, I have one where I can someday escape this bathroom, but I seem to be stuck. He chuckled. Shall I assist you then? That would be just ducky. He put aside his offending shoe and studied the door. The wood was old, and he could see where the door had warped at the top and the bottom, likely due to humidity and settling. It happened at his old manor house, too. There was usually a trick to forcing the door open, but the ugly bit of fabric sticking between frame and door would be a problem. You might need to cut this bit of cloth. He could hear her gasp on the other side. Fuck that noise! This is the Fourth Doctor's scarf. Right. Very well then, stand back. Hang on, let me take my scarf off. He waited, and as he did, he heard a small, choked noise. Uh-oh. All right in there? The woman on the other side coughed. Yep, just forgot I was attached and all. I'm good now. All right, move away from the door. He took a step backward. And if I break the door jamb, give my hostess my apologies, will you? Yep. Locke squared his shoulder, eyed the door, and then flung his body against it. The wood rattled hard but stayed put, even though the woman on the other side squealed. A second slam of his weight against the door did the trick, though, and it flung open and Locke pushed inside. The washroom was a mess. There was water all over the counter, spilled soap, the scarf seemed to be tangling around his legs, and there was a young woman sprawled on the carpet, her legs splayed and her head resting against the lip of the footed claw tub. Blast! He rushed forward to her side. You all right? She groaned, rubbing the back of her head with a hand. Did anyone get the number of that truck? I told you to step back from the door. Yeah, but then I thought I'd help out by pulling on this side. That was probably a bad idea. She rubbed the back of her head and let him help her sit up on the rug. My damn head's killing me now. Helping him pull? That was the most foolish thing he'd ever heard of, but Locke kept that thought to himself. He should have been looking at her head. He really should have. But he couldn't help but notice that she was wearing a white shirt, and it was completely soaked and sticking to her body. Through the wet fabric, he could see an outline of a pale bra, two spectacular, well-formed breasts, and tiny pert nipples that were just begging for attention. I hate to ask, Locke murmured, helping her to her feet. But why are you all wet? Rather magnificently wet, if he said so himself. She was cute enough, her face round and sweet, but those breasts were drawing all of his attention, and rightly so. They were damn magnificent, and they were completely outlined by her drenched clothing. Oh, she blinked up at him, with big gray eyes surrounded by thick lashes. Then she glanced down at her shirt and grimaced. There's a reason. Do tell. He pulled a towel off a nearby rack and handed it to her, even though it was a shame to cover up those glorious breasts. She immediately dropped the towel, bent over to pick it up, and smacked her head on the counter. Ow! Good Lord Almighty. Hold still. Let me get that for you. He bent down to get the towel, and as he did, she leaned forward, and one of those nipples scraped against his arm. His cock stiffened in response. It had been a while since he'd taken a woman to bed, and his body was definitely responding positively to this strange but attractive girl. Sorry, she said, rubbing her forehead. I guess I should point out I'm a bit of a klutz. Bit of was probably an understatement. It's all right. Do you need to sit down? Nah. She blinked several times. My scarf okay? You didn't have to cut it, did you? Since she didn't seem to be in a hurry to do so, he draped the towel around her shoulders, feeling oddly protective of her. Your scarf is fine. Why are you wet? Me? Oh. She bit her lip and gave him a sheepish look. So, I was reading online that you should use soap and water on a stuck door, and I tried that, but I ended up getting more on myself than on the door. Her mouth flattened. Then I tried to clean it up and made an even bigger mess. The soap they use here is downright slippery. I've heard that about soap, he said dryly. Perhaps you should put in a word with your employer about purchasing less slippery soap. And he'd have to thank Gretchen for putting her employee in such a thin white t-shirt. Though the jeans were throwing him off, it didn't seem like a typical servant uniform. My employer? She giggled. I do tech support. My employer doesn't know the first thing about soap. Ah, realization dawned. Taylor? How do you know my name? Wild guess. He found himself grinning down at her. My name is Locke. I believe we're supposed to be spending time together. He should have been appalled. He really should have. The woman was clearly a mess. But she was a mess with a magnificent set of tits and rather nice eyes. He'd wager that there were other parts of her that were equally nice, and he was looking forward to seeing them. Those nice eyes fixed on his face, and then traveled down his chest, and then his legs. Mamma mia! What are they feeding you guys in Europe? His lips twitched with amusement. Goat cheese and baguettes? Damn, she breathed. Her gaze went up to his face, and then back down his body again. You are eating a lot of goat cheese, then. You're like Thor. I mean, not the mythology one, but the Marvel Comics one. The hot, blonde Chris Hemsworth one. Though I think you're definitely more Avengers Thor than Dark World Thor. What? Nothing. She blinked rapidly again and stared at his chest. Definitely Avengers Thor. He laughed. All right. If he was going to have a woman thrown at him, at least she was amusing. I'm starting to think you hit your head harder than you realize. Nah, I'm always like this. She gave him an apologetic smile and then pointed at the door. I don't mean to be a party pooper, but it'd probably be bad if that thing shut again and we were both on this side. Right. Shall we go find our hostess then? Oh, gosh, yeah. Gretchen's probably worried I'm busy destroying some priceless vases or something. He could see that. Locke offered her his arm, just because she seemed a bit unsteady on her legs still. Plus, she'd hit her head twice. She clutched at his arm, and then furtively squeezed his muscles. Oh, man! And he couldn't help but laugh at that, too. Did you realize you're missing a shoe? She pointed out as they left the bathroom. Ah, right. It has chewing gum on it, and I couldn't find a servant to take care of it for me. He released her arm and moved forward, scooping up his loafer. You want me to get it for you? Least I can do, she said. I really don't think. Too late. She took the shoe from his hand and immediately got gum on her fingers. He watched her small, cute nose wrinkle, and she tried to pull the gum off, only to spread it more on her fingers. I should probably go back to the bathroom and get rid of this, she said faintly. Just do me a favor and don't shut the door. Oh, dear God, Gretchen was trying to hook her up with Adonis. She didn't know whether to thank her friend or curse her. Adonis was so not in Taylor's league. She was more of a nerdy sidekick's romantic interest kind of girl. Her type was more Spider-Man than Thor. This guy, he was definitely godlike. She couldn't stop staring at him as they sat down with Gretchen in one of the manor's luxurious studies. He had a cup of coffee in his hands, and man, they were such big hands. Enormous tanned ones with big fingers. He probably wouldn't be very good at toggling buttons in Excelsior, because the game's on-screen buttons were close together and were more suited to smaller fingers. But, who cared? Those were some amazing, beautiful hands. His hair was incredible, too. It was tawny-colored, thick and wavy, and brushed against the collar of his shirt. It shouldn't have worked for him, and if his hair was thin, it'd have just looked stringy. As it was, he looked like a dang movie star. Thor, her brain reminded her. Definitely Thor-like. Plus, he was tall and built, and oh my goodness, just looked like no man she'd ever seen before in her life. Couple that with the sexy lilt in his accent. She was pretty sure she'd be shucking her Batman panties at him if he asked. Of course, he wouldn't ask. She'd already thoroughly humiliated herself, what with being caught stuck in the bathroom and spilling water all over herself. She looked like an idiot, and he was being polite, feigning interest as Gretchen rattled on and on about the wedding. Next to her, her fiancé Hunter looked awfully uncomfortable, as if he'd rather be anywhere but there. She and Hunter were very similar, Taylor decided. They just weren't people. He loved Gretchen desperately, but Tay suspected he could avoid the rest of the world and not give a damn. She totally knew how that felt. Well, Gretchen said, casting a look over at Taylor, I was going to ask my friend here to give you a tour of the city, but I'm not sure she's dressed appropriately. Taylor looked down at her shirt. She'd switched from her plain shirt, which went best with her scarf, to the spare she carried. What's wrong with this? Isn't that a Starfleet uniform? Well, yeah. You never know when there's going to be a flash mob of Trekkies. I like to be prepared. Gretchen shook her head. You are so weird sometimes, Tay. I think she looks fine, Locke said, and I'd be very appreciative if you had the time to show me around the city, Taylor. He looked at her with those gorgeous dark eyes, and she wanted to swoon like a heroine in a book. Seriously, he was that good-looking. He was messing with her head. Gosh, I don't know, Taylor said. Her phone was vibrating in her back pocket, a sure sign that texts were incoming, and they probably weren't happy ones. I should get back to my apartment soon. Gretchen was giving her a "you're crazy" look. To play your game? Game? Locke perked up. Do you play sports? I play an MMORPG. Taylor smiled brightly. It's almost a sport in that there are teams and things. An what? Locke's eyes widened. MMORPG, Taylor repeated. Geez, this guy was a hunk, but did he live under a rock? Massive multiplayer online role-playing game. And I should be leading a raid today when I get back home. That can wait, can't it? Gretchen gestured at Locke. You can show him around for a bit, right? Take him to a few of your usual hangouts, grab a bite to eat? Well, Taylor bit a fingernail and pulled out her phone. An entire wall of texts from Sigmund scrolled past, and the pit of her stomach dropped. She looked up. Locke was watching her, and when she met his gaze, he gave her a slow smile. Oh, Jesus, the man had dimples. Even Thor didn't have dimples. Maybe for a bit, Taylor said. Shall we go exploring, then? Locke got to his feet and grinned at Taylor. As long as it didn't involve Sigmund, she was game. Let's go. Chapter 4. The moment they got into the city, Taylor felt awkward. She tended to be pretty clueless about people most of the time, but even she knew she was getting strange looks from women on the street. They saw her with Locke, saw her Trek shirt, and couldn't put the two together. All right, then, time to adjust. Gretchen did say to take him to her favorite haunts, so Taylor took him first to her favorite comic shop. Superheroes, Dice, and More was a mere cubbyhole of a shop downtown, but it was friendly. She knew all the guys there, and they were great. What better place to help Locke make a few friends and get a new shirt for herself? The windows to the store were covered in old, faded comic book posters, and she beamed reassurance at Locke when he looked confused. Just a pit stop, she told him. Then we'll go get a bite to eat and explore the High Line. Unless you'd rather go to a museum or something? Highline is fine. He walked into the shop, peering at a table of bobbleheads and statuettes of mostly naked superheroines. You a big reader? She asked him, winding her way through the narrow shop toward the rack of t-shirts. Most of the black t-shirts were male sizes, but she was pretty sure she'd seen a baby doll tee last time she'd come in. She found the rack and started flipping through shirts. Captain America, Thor. The irony of it struck her, and she grabbed the shirt. Not much of a reader, no. He smiled at her, and she felt her knees go weak at the flash of those dimples. Won't hold that against me, will you? God, no. She beamed back up at him. It felt like she'd been rewarded each time he smiled at her. I haven't read much lately either. Too much going on. She headed toward the checkout, where Murder Bill was talking with Andrew. Hey, guys. Tay! Bill clapped his hands at the sight of her. I haven't seen you in ages. Your pull list is getting enormous. You here to pick up? His gaze went to Locke, and then he looked back at Taylor, frowning. Bodyguard? She laughed and tossed the shirt on the counter. Why would I need a bodyguard? This is my friend, Locke. Bill pulled the shirt off the hanger and rang it up, giving her a wary look. That guy online still bothering you? Her laugh was a bit too forced. Had she mentioned that to him? She needed to learn to keep her mouth shut. Don't be silly. It's nothing. And Locke is a friend from out of town. Ah. Bill looked sad for a moment. A date? Not a date, she affirmed, and when he smiled, she smiled back. Think I can have the store discount on the shirt? For you, Tay, anything. Bill winked at her and rang her up. The shirt was $17.50, and she only had $15 in her pocket, but Bill added the rest to her tab and told her she could pay him next time. She went to the back, changed, stuffed her old shirt in her Hello Kitty backpack, and then headed back out to retrieve Locke. He was chatting with the men up front, though neither Bill nor Andrew looked as if they were enjoying the conversation. We're heading out to grab something to eat, Taylor said, grabbing Locke's arm, mostly so she could touch his muscles. Mostly. God, she had it bad for the guy. He was just so damn yummy looking. You guys want to come? She looked at Andrew and Bill. Can't. Gotta stay and mind the store. Bill cleared his throat. She frowned. He'd closed up before to go have lunch with her. It wasn't as if the place was booming with business. Oh well. Okay, see you soon then. She and Locke left, and they were down the street before Locke spoke again. You do realize both of them have a crush on you? Huh? She looked up at him, stopping in her tracks. He tugged on her arm and neatly pulled her away from an oncoming pedestrian with a stroller. Those guys, both of them panicked when they thought I was your boyfriend. Oh, they're just friends. She waved a hand in the air. They're harmless. We go way back. While you were changing, they asked me what my intentions were and told me not to hurt you. Okay, that was weird. Your intentions? He pulled her against him, and a kid on a skateboard gave her an ugly look as he moved past. Yes, I told them I intended to act quite honorable to you. Oh, that's a shame, she blurted. Honorable wasn't where her thoughts kept heading. Locke looked down at her, astonished, and then laughed. You're full of surprises. Am I? Here she just thought her mouth ran away with her. Indeed. His arm remained around her shoulders, and she decided she rather liked that. It felt cozy, almost like a date. Where are we going now? Are you hungry? I know a great pub a few blocks over. They had LAN parties every Saturday night, so she frequented the place and knew all the guys there. Makes a great burger. He brightened. Think they'll have a match on? Oh, what? Sports? If we ask nice, maybe. He chuckled. Then let us go ask nice, shall we? Flustered at his attention, Taylor let him open the door for her, and when they walked in, she was immediately enveloped in the homey atmosphere of the place. A lot of Manhattan restaurants were upscale, but pub life was more shabby than chic. The booths were worn, the bar stools even more so, and the floorboards creaked when you walked in. The entire place smelled like chili fries, and off to one side she could see the waitstaff lining up tables for the LAN party later that night. She'd be missing the party, it seemed, and it was just one of many lately that she'd been unable to attend. She couldn't find it in herself to care, because she was keeping company with a dude who rivaled a demigod and whose dimples made her knees weak and her panties wet. And it was rare for a guy to get Taylor's panties wet. She waved at a passing waiter. Hey, Doug, can we get my usual? Tay-Tay! He flung his arms wide and hugged her, dragging her away from Locke's embrace. My little Tay-Tay in the wind, I haven't seen you in forever. Are you avoiding us on Saturday nights? Just busy, she mumbled, prying herself out of Doug's exuberant grip. Work and stuff. He bustled over to the back booth and cleaned off a few old glasses and gave the table a swipe with a rag. Well, don't be a stranger, sweetie. Sit your ass down. You going to the LAN party tonight? She gave Doug an awkward smile. Not tonight. I have a friend with me, and he doesn't do computers. Doug pretended to clutch his chest. How on earth did you meet our little Tay, then? Mutual friend, Locke said easily. He pointed at a TV over the bar, currently set to the news. Get any sports on that? I'll see what we can do. He winked at them and then wandered off. Another friend? Locke asked mildly as Taylor slid into the booth. Just a friend. His boyfriend is in my guild. Ah. And what's a guild again? Locke sat down across from her. Taylor tried not to look too aggrieved. You seriously don't know anything about MMOs? Afraid not. I'm not big into computers. He folded his hands on the table and leaned in. How come you hide here in the back and don't sit in the bar? She winced. I used to, but I get distracted and fall off the stool. Now they try to save a booth for me if they know I'm coming in. He threw back his head and laughed. Why am I not surprised? Because you rescued me from when I locked myself into a bathroom earlier? She tucked her hands in her lap and tried not to fidget. God, he sure was pretty when he laughed like that. And it didn't feel like he was laughing at her, but along with her. That was nice. Most hot guys just sort of sneered in her direction. That might be it. Locke grinned at her. Can I ask why you're so clumsy? Is it a medical thing? It's a distraction thing, Taylor admitted. She leaned forward and put her chin on her fists. So she was staring at the guy. So what? She could do that, right? He was too pretty not to stare. I sort of lose track of what I'm doing sometimes, and then, boom, there goes all bodily function. His mouth crooked up in amusement. You must really lose yourself in the moment. Oh, yeah, she breathed. I sort of focus in. She pointed at her eyes. And wham! Everything else fades away. The look he was giving was more speculative and a bit more sexy than she was used to. Was he trying to turn her statement about focus into something dirty? She squirmed in her seat. I'm sure it happens to everyone. Not quite the same, Locke said. And then the TV over the bar turned to a sports channel. Soccer. He gave a thumbs up to the bartender, and a moment later Doug came to get their orders. They both got a burger, and Locke got a Guinness, which made her wrinkle her nose. She stuck to craft beer. The drinks arrived first, and she took a swig of her pale ale. Delicious. "So, do you have a boyfriend, Taylor?" Locke asked as he sipped his beer. Oh, mercy. The look he was giving her wasn't tour guide-y in the slightest. It was down to fuck. DTF. Hoo boy. And she wasn't the type to have flings or hookups. Well, except for the one time at the Excelsior convention, but she didn't like to talk about that. But Locke? God, Locke was eminently hookupable. She could see herself climbing him like a set of monkey bars and having no regrets. Sure, he'd never call her again, but would she even care? He was hot, he was European, and she'd only see him again at Gretchen's wedding in about 6 months. Taylor licked her lips. No boyfriend. As if to remind her of her commitments, her phone buzzed in her pocket. Ugh, Sigmund. Just guy friends. I'm not dating anyone, though. Not even the chap online. He took a healthy swig of his beer and watched her with hooded eyes. Never met him, and he's just a guy that has trouble taking no for an answer. She locked her fingers around her bottle of beer, clasping it tight. You want me to have a word with him? Her eyes widened, and she shook her head. He's just weird, and going through some stuff. We're friends online, but that's it. Trust me when I say that there's not a guy in my life. Got a feeling that if there was, your friend Gretchen wouldn't be so eager for us to go out, hey? Taylor laughed, relaxing. She was pretty obvious about it, wasn't she? I'm not sure she knows the meaning of subtle. You got that right. Taylor tilted her beer toward his. Shall we vow to just be friends and ignore her attempts at matchmaking? I didn't say that, Locke said slowly. His mouth curled again, and there were the dimples. Yeah, if she could reach her panties right now, she'd be flinging them off. I'm probably not your type, Taylor blurted. You're not, but that's why I like you. I'm trying to experience new things while in America. Am I one of the new things you're going to experience? The words tumbled from her mouth before she could stop them. His eyes widened, and he laughed again, a hearty laugh that she just flat out adored. He just looked as if he was having so much fun all the time. Evening's early yet, Taylor. We can see where it goes. I'm not turning down the idea, of course. I mean, if I was ever going to hit it and quit it, it'd be you. Thank you for that, he said gravely. She waved a hand in the air. You know what I mean. Geez, am I out of beer already? I think I need another. She waved at Doug. Don't get drunk on me, Locke murmured, leaning in. I refuse to take advantage of a drunk woman. So I have to be sober if I want to be taken advantage of? He laughed again. Something along those lines. How about just not sloppy drunk? She winced. I am a pretty bad drunk. You don't say. Very clumsy. God in heaven, help us all if you're somehow worse. She wagged a finger at him, and they exchanged smiles. Conversation lulled for a moment. Locke watched the screen over the bar, and new beers were brought to both of them. This was nice, Taylor decided. She wasn't online, she wasn't raiding or playing a video game, and she wasn't checking her app that let her communicate with her friends that were online. For once in the last few months, she was absolutely in the middle of real life, and not in the middle of a game. It was oddly relaxing. So, who's winning the soccer game? Barcelona, but they just got a yellow card. I have no idea what that is. His eyes lit up, and he began to go on and on about the rules of soccer. Apparently, a yellow card was a penalty of some kind, and blah, blah, blah. Taylor just propped her chin on her hands again and watched him talk. He was so stinking handsome. Disney prince levels of handsome. It didn't matter that he was completely wrong for her, and she was completely wrong for him. She could watch him talk all day. His eyes were shining, and he was gesturing at the TV and then drawing a make-believe field he was sketching out on the table with a French fry, and she felt like she could watch him for hours. Days, even. "Get all that?" he asked. "Oh, sure." He gave her a skeptical look and tapped her second beer. "You're not going to get pissed on me, are you?" All right. She watched enough BBC to know that pissed meant drunk. "Nope, I can handle my alcohol, thank you. It'd take 5 or 6 of these to get me good and wasted." She shrugged. "Besides, it's not like we're driving. We can take the subway anywhere. It runs past all the major hotels." Locke took another sip of his beer. "It run past your place, too?" "It's a block or 2 away, but not a rough walk. Why?" He shrugged. "You gonna invite me up later?" "If I did, would you go?" He nodded. In a heartbeat. Her pulse raced at the thought, but it was Taylor's turn to be skeptical. "Why? It's like I said before. We both know I'm not your type." Locke grinned at her, and she melted all over again. "That's precisely why I like you. You're different than what I expect, but that's not a bad thing." He gestured at the pub. "And while I'm in America, I'm determined to expand my boundaries." "Expand your boundaries? You make doing me sound like a science project." He laughed and toyed with his glass. "Not at all. Doing you would be an adventure." "That's better." She sat up a little straighter. Adventures were fun, not like science projects. Then she sighed, because adventures made her think about the time she was spending here instead of being online. Her phone had been buzzing all night with incoming texts, and she had no doubt in her mind that Sigmund was probably frantic. It was kind of nice to ignore him, though. She knew she was being bad, but for one glorious night she didn't give a hoot. Taylor took another swig of her beer, a light fruity ale that went down smooth and was a favorite treat she didn't often indulge in. "I should be going soon anyhow." "Because of your game?" She nodded. "My guild's probably ready to kill me for bailing out on them." He leaned forward. "I'm still fuzzy on the whole guild thing. You want to explain it to me?" Taylor's skepticism meter dinged again, but Locke's expression was serious. He didn't look as if he was making fun of her. "Boy, you really don't spend much time on computers, do you?" "I'm more of an outdoors guy, hunting and all that." "Hunting? Barf." "Computers, boff." She laughed. "All right, point to you, sir." He took another drink and patted the table. "Out with it, then. Tell me about guilds and why yours is so important." "Well..." Taylor considered it, leaning forward as she did. Her hands went around her beer again, and she started to peel the label from the bottle. Talking about guild stuff with non-gamers always got her weird looks. No one ever understood the appeal. She glanced over at the TV again, where the soccer game was still on. "I guess it's a lot like a team sport. We all choose to be on a team together, and instead of fighting against other teams, though you can do that, usually you fight against the computer." When he nodded, understanding, she went on. "Each guild has people that do very specific things, kind of like positions in soccer. You have your DPS, which is your damage dealers. You have your tanks, and you have your clerics. You need a good balance of all three to run a successful raid. And a raid is... It's like a match against the computer. You go to the big dungeon and put in an all-out assault against the computer's monsters. He still wasn't giving her the "you're crazy" look, so she continued. I'm the guild leader, and so me not being there is a lot like sending my team out onto the field with no coach. Ah. He rapped his knuckles on the table and then pointed at her. So you not being there cocks it up for everyone else. Exactly. God, I could kiss you right now for getting it. Everyone else thinks I'm nuts. I'm the captain of my polo team at home, so I understand. He leaned in again, though I'll still take that kiss if you're game. He was flirting hard and heavy, wasn't he? Locke was probably a flirt to all women, and he was treating her no different than he would anyone else. Still, it was fun, and she felt like they'd connected on some level. It wasn't her to flirt back, but tonight she was cutting loose a bit. When would she ever get another chance to kiss a hot European guy? So she leaned forward and met him across the booth. Their lips barely brushed, but she felt a flood of heat move all the way through her body. Her nipples tightened in response, and every inch of her body seemed to be hyper-aware of his presence. She leaned back, and he gave her another one of those lazy, sexy grins. I should dare you a few more things, shouldn't I, Taylor? I'll only do it if I want to, she retorted, but she was smiling. With him she felt carefree, light, happy. The food arrived, breaking the moment, and for the next while Taylor talked about her guild and the mechanics of raiding, and how the makeup of the group was as important as the items the characters wore. Locke seemed interested, drawing sports comparisons from time to time, and shared stories of his polo team with her, and even a few hunting tales. Several beers later, Taylor was picking at the last fry on her plate when they decided to order another round of food and beers. She ordered fried pickles and made Locke try one. The revolted look on his face sent her into peals of hysteria, and for the next while they dared each other things, and the penalty was eating one of the fried pickle slices. God, she was having such a good time. Even Locke, who'd spent a lot of his time watching the soccer game when they'd first sat down, was now totally focused on her, and his eyes were shining with amusement as she told him about her dress fitting for Gretchen's wedding, and how she'd accidentally stuck her foot in a box and tumbled out of the dressing room topless. Tay? A familiar voice broke into her story, and she looked over just in time to see Chester and Frank giving her curious looks. They had their laptops in hand. Hey, guys! She smoothed her hair and accidentally elbowed her beer. Luckily, Locke caught it before it could spill more than a few drops. Whoops! It is you, Frank exclaimed. I wasn't sure until I saw you elbow the beer. Are you on a date? Pfft, nah, Taylor made a shooing motion with her hands. This is Locke. He's just a buddy, new in town. I'm showing him around. Locke extended his hand at both guys. Pleased to meet you, friends of Taylor's. We're in her guild alliance, Chester said, and there was a tightness in his voice that made Taylor's stomach upset. It's just funny to see her here, having a good time, when we had a multi-guild raid tonight. He ignored Locke's outstretched hand. It was a total wipe, you know. She winced. Wipe? Locke asked. Everyone died, Frank explained. Big failure. Spent 2 hours on corpse retrieval. It was brutal. Everyone's in a shit mood. Yeah, hope you had fun tonight on your not date, Chester snarked, and then walked away. Frank moved toward their table. He didn't mean that. Just give him a few days to cool off. See you next Saturday, Tay? I'll try and make it in person, she told him. If not, I'll be online for sure. Catch you then. Frank waved at them and then hurried after his friend to the back room in the bar. Taylor peered over and she could see all the tables of the LAN party were full. Shit. Now everyone was going to know that she ditched her guild to go on a date. Chester had a quick temper, but he also had a big mouth. Sigmund was going to lose his shit. Ugh. Taylor rubbed her forehead. Ugh, awkward. I bailed on my team once to go drinking with chums, Locke offered sympathetically. He reached across the table and put one of his big warm hands on her arm and gave it a squeeze. Didn't get caught, but the guilt was bad enough to ruin it for me. She gave him a faint smile. I should really head home soon anyhow. I'll walk you. He pulled out a wad of American dollars and tossed them on the table. I should be walking you, she protested. I know the city. He shrugged. If I get lost, I'll flag down a taxi. It'll be fine. He put a hand to the small of her back when she got up from the table, and it felt oddly right. Let me be a gentleman and walk you home. Well, how could she argue with that? Taylor left the pup with him, and they walked to the subway in silence. She still hadn't checked her phone. She was afraid to. Nothing she did now would change anything, so there was no point in looking until she was ready to deal with the consequences. Luckily, her building was minutes away from her stop. Locke kept a hand on her back as they walked, and then Taylor gestured at her building. This is me. I'm sorry I didn't show you around more. He put a finger to her lips. No apologies. I had a great time. And because I had a great time, and I think you did too, I refuse to let either one of us feel guilty. She smiled as he pulled his finger away and jammed her hands in her pockets. It's just complicated. It's more than just guild stuff. It's personal. An ex-boyfriend? He guessed again. God, no, she shuddered. Good. He leaned down, and to her surprise, he looked as if he was going to kiss her. Instead, he only said, You're allowed to have fun, you know. I know, she whispered. Damn it, why wasn't he kissing her? His face was close enough, and he was so handsome, even this close. She could feel the warm puff of his breath against her face, and he tasted like Guinness. And for the first time in her life, she didn't hate Guinness. I just have a lot of obligation wrapped up in it, is all. Obligation will be there in the morning. Might as well enjoy the rest of tonight. Taylor gave an unhappy little sigh. Too bad tonight's over. To her surprise, he chose that moment to lean in and lightly brush his mouth against hers. Doesn't have to be, he murmured, breathing the words against her mouth. Invite me up. And maybe she was crazy, but she was going to do it. Okay, got condoms? Always. And that should have alerted her again that they weren't compatible. But all she could think about was his big body and how gorgeous he was, and how very, very much she wanted to go up with him. Tomorrow the world could implode on her. Tonight, she was going to enjoy the rest of her night. So Taylor grabbed the collar of his shirt and pulled his mouth down to hers and gave him another kiss. Not one of the fleeting feather-light kisses he'd given her twice now, but a real, honest-to-goodness kiss with tongue and promise. If she was going to do this, she was going to go all in, damn it. There would be no half-assing her hookup with the hottest guy she'd ever seen. She was going to climb Thor like he was her own personal Asgardian. Chapter 5. Despite the scorching hot kisses on the street, Taylor was nervous about inviting the clearly more worldly Locke up to her apartment for an evening of no-strings-attached sex. She really wasn't the type of girl who picked up men at bars. She'd slept with 3 guys in her life, all of them relationships. Okay, 4 guys. There was that time with the guy at the Excelsior convention. But he'd been smoking hot in his leather armor, and she'd gone into it for purely a physical experience. Plus, once she'd gotten a good look at his teeth, she'd been uninterested. Dental hygiene was high on her list of boyfriend musts. And Locke? God, the man had gorgeous teeth. Actually, she was pretty sure he had gorgeous everything. Not that she was going to do more than hit it and quit it. Taylor had made that vow to herself before she'd even asked if he had condoms. This was not a guy in her league. This was not boyfriend for nerds material. This was, dear God, don't ask questions, just nail it and be thankful material. So, she was going to nail it and not ask questions. The elevator ride up to her apartment was awkward as heck, though. Taylor shifted uncomfortably as the small, dirty elevator climbed slowly up the jillion floors to hers. This probably wasn't his regular scene, and she mentally winced at the thought of the dirty clothes on the floor of her tiny studio apartment, along with the stacks of dirty cereal bowls next to her computers. To be fair, she hadn't been expecting company, or she'd have cleaned up. She considered making him wait in the hallway for a few minutes while she frantically straightened. It wasn't the worst idea. "So, how long have you lived in New York?" Locke asked, breaking the silence. "Me?" "No, the others in the elevator," he said, grinning, and pretending to look around at the empty elevator. A hot flush crept over her cheeks. "Since college. I'm actually from South Carolina. Very small town. I wanted to get away, though. Not much opportunity there. So I've been here about 6 years." Wow. Looking back, it was a little embarrassing. 6 years, and the best job she had with her computer science degree was tech support? Dang, that was disappointing. How about you? How long are you in the city for?" He shrugged. "Until I grow weary of it, I suppose." "Ah." Must have been nice not to have to worry about money. New York wasn't exactly the cheapest place to just hang about. "And you're like Griffin's cousin, right?" She'd met him once at a party. "Isn't he an earl? Doesn't that make you a duke?" He looked down at her, frowning slightly. "Bellissime only gives out titles to the royal family, and I'm actually a baron. Why?" She shrugged. She had the vague impression he wasn't too keen on discussing himself. "Baron sounds kind of badass. Do you get anything cool with that title?" His smile tugged up again. "Just a coat of arms." "Oh, man, your own coat of arms. I'd be throwing that shit on everything." She grinned. "Personal checks, phone case, you name it." Locke laughed. "It's really quite ugly." "Doesn't matter. It's just badass that you have one." He made a sound in his throat that sounded like vague agreement, and she winced. "Am I making you uncomfortable? I can shut up at any point." "It's fine." "You can back out at any time, you know. No hard feelings." His smile remained, but his brows drew together. "Are you trying to get rid of me, Taylor?" "No, not at all. I'm just saying that if you ran away screaming at the sight of my Doctor Who decorating theme, I wouldn't blame you." This time, his laugh was genuine. "Forewarned is forearmed. I promise not to scream in too much horror." "You say that now, but wait until you see it." The elevator dinged, signaling her floor, and she got out, pulling her keys from a clip in her pocket. I have to warn you that I wasn't expecting company, and I'm a bit of a slob. As long as you don't make me sleep on the floor, I'm sure it'll be charming. You can't sleep on the floor. That's where I keep all my laundry. He laughed again, and she moved to her apartment door quickly. She was down at the end of the hall, and she prayed like heck none of her neighbors would come out and see her with a man. Actually, scratch that. If they saw her with Locke, she was pretty sure they'd be high-fiving her for her excellent taste in hookups. But then the door was open, and it didn't matter. Taylor mentally steeled herself, hoping her apartment wasn't as bad as she remembered. "Come on in." She stepped inside and breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't nearly as bad as she'd suspected. Most of her laundry was piled on one end of the futon that doubled as an extra bed for when a friend slept over. She was a little messy, but not too untidy. Her bed was unmade, but that didn't matter. It wasn't like they weren't going to wreck it shortly anyhow. Home sweet home. Locke, however, looked shocked. "This is your place?" He stepped inside and rubbed his jaw. Yup. Is that bad?" "It's rather small." She gazed around her place, trying to see it through his eyes. It was a wee bit crowded, but she was only one person. The futon was along one wall, the TV hanging on the wall on the opposite side of the room. Her bed was along the windows, and in the corner next to the bed was her computer desk, set up with both of her laptops. Directly to the left of the door was her small kitchen. Okay, really just a cabinet or two and a microwave and sink. And next to that, the bathroom. All in all, she felt she made pretty good use of the 400 square feet. Well, anything under $2,000 a month doesn't get you much in the city. How much is the place you're renting? Locke's brows drew together. "I'm not sure." She shrugged. "Might want to ask before the price tag takes you by surprise." "I should," he murmured, slowly walking farther into her apartment. He rubbed his chin again, gazing around him. This was getting uncomfortable. "You want a drink? I have some bottled water." She would have offered him a snack, but she suspected he wouldn't be into the cup noodles that was her staple. He shook his head and held a hand out to her. "I'm being a rubbish guest. My apologies." She shut the door behind her and locked it, then set her backpack down. "It's okay. It is small. It took some getting used to when I moved here. You can get an entire house in South Carolina for what I pay for this shoebox. Sometimes I think I should go back." Locke sat down on the edge of her bed and then leaned back on her covers. "Well, for what it's worth, I'm glad you're here." Oh, God. The sexiest man alive was lying back on her bed. Her bed. "Me too," she breathed. She licked dry lips and moved toward her computer desk, setting her phone down. The moment she did, she accidentally tapped the mouse and her computer screen unlocked, displaying her email tab, which she'd left up. 61 new messages. Sigmund's name was on every single message she could see. The sick feeling in her stomach returned. "Everything all right?" A warm hand caressed hers. Taylor looked over at Locke. He was so sexy and so delicious and so here. She'd never get this chance again. And Sigmund was going to be pissy and weird about everything anyhow. So what did she have to lose? Nothing. She pushed aside her worries and laced her fingers with his. Just some stupid shit that can wait for tomorrow. Then come sit down with me. And because her mama didn't raise no fool, she did. Taylor gingerly sat on the edge of her bed, a little uncertain because she wasn't used to giant, sexy beasts sprawling all over her twin bed. Locke immediately put a hand on her waist and dragged her down onto the bed next to him until she was flat on her back. His big body was on its side, and he gazed down at her, a thoughtful look on his face. "You're not getting shy on me, are you?" She made a sound and tried to be all casual. Who wouldn't be shy with their own personal Thor in their bed? Locke gave her a thoughtful look. "That's the superhero from the movie, right?" "I'm going to pretend there wasn't even a question in your voice." He grinned. "So, he does it for you, does he?" Taylor could feel her face getting warm. "I'm not sleeping with you just because I might or might not have the hots for Thor. I'm sleeping with you because I have the hots for you." "That is an excellent thing to hear." He leaned in close and brushed his lips over hers. Every thought or worry she had about Sigmund and the attention he was screaming for went out the window. Locke was here and now, and she wanted him more than anything. Taylor gave a little sigh and put her arms around his neck, drawing him down into the kiss. The time for doubt was past. If he needed convincing that she wanted to sleep with him, she'd convince him with her mouth. She might not have been the most experienced in bed, but she was a damn awesome kisser. Mostly because she liked to kiss for a long time before sealing the deal with a guy. Well, besides Locke and the guy at the convention. But if there was a relationship to be had, she needed months of kissing and easing into things first. And if he wasn't a good kisser, she wasn't interested. So she tugged on his bottom lip with her teeth, coaxing his mouth to part, and when it did, she swooped in for the kill. His little groan of pleasure was rather delightful to hear, and the way his arms tightened around her body told her that he was into it. Oh, good. She liked to take the lead with kissing, mostly because it ensured that the kiss would be good. She'd endured far too many limp-tongued slobber fests to sit around and wait for a guy to kiss her just right, so she took charge. To his credit, he didn't try to take control of the kiss away from her. Instead, his tongue gently caressed hers, and then drew back, as if he was waiting to see what she'd do. Ooh, fun. Taylor flicked her tongue against his, and then took full control, using her tongue to thrust, tease, and play against his. She loved kissing, loved the sheer intimacy of it. The flirty aspects, the taste of the other person, all of it. She could kiss for hours on end. And she was pleased when Locke didn't seem to be rushing her to get her pants off. He was content to kiss back and to let her keep control of the situation. So she happily continued the kissing party. Slow kisses, quick, frisky kisses, wet kisses. Languid kisses. Tongue kisses. Okay, there were a lot of tongue kisses. And with each kiss, she got a little more aroused, a little wetter. By the time she was ready to move on to something more exciting than just kisses, she'd memorized his taste. Slightly smoky with Guinness, the unique flavor of his mouth, and the scent of him mingling in her nostrils. Her nipples were hard and aching, and she pressed her breasts against his chest, her body rubbing up against his, even as her mouth moved against him. He really had the best mouth for kissing, she'd decided. He'd shaved close enough that morning that his stubble wasn't tearing her face apart. He tasted good, and his mouth was the perfect combination of hard lips edged with softness. "Yummy," she murmured, and slid a hand into his hair. He chuckled and she opened her eyes to meet his gaze. He was heavy-lidded with arousal, and so freaking sexy she got wet just looking at him. "You always this aggressive in bed, Tay, or am I just a lucky man?" "I tend to get carried away at times. I hope that's all right." And then, because they'd been talking for far too long, she leaned in and bit his scrumptious lower lip again. He groaned and rolled on top of her, deepening the kiss. He was taking control, and oh, okay, it wasn't bad at all. In fact, it was kind of delicious. She moaned into his mouth when his tongue flicked against a particularly sensitive spot, and then shivered when he pulled away from her mouth and started to kiss his way toward her ears. Oh, God, she really, really liked her ears being licked. "Getting carried away is quite all right with me," she was pretty sure she heard him say, but like she was paying attention. His tongue was tracing a path along the slope of her ear, and she dug her nails into his shirt, gasping and arching against him. "Fuck, you like that, eh?" he murmured. She didn't nod, because that might interrupt the ear licking, so she just whimpered something that might have been close to a yes and scratched at his shoulders. His tongue thrust inside her ear, and oh, God! A little cry escaped Taylor, and she clawed at his back. That did all kinds of dark and nasty things to her. Her heels dug into the mattress as she arched against him again, and he whispered something she didn't get. Didn't matter. "Skin now," she breathed, dragging at his shirt. She wanted to feel all of this big body against hers. "Skin is an excellent idea," he whispered into her ear, and then did another one of those little thrusts that made every bit of her girl parts go taut with arousal. Then he sat up, and she whimpered because she was greedy, damn it, and she wanted his body against hers. Of course, all that greed paid off a moment later when he ripped the dark polo shirt he was wearing over his head and revealed his chest. "Sweet Anakin Skywalker's virgin birth," she breathed. Did she think he was merely Thor? No, better than Thor. Thor aspired to be Locke, because she was pretty sure Thor didn't have every muscle lovingly detailed with shadow, every bit of skin a bronze gorgeousness. There was a bit of chest hair fuzzing his pectorals, but she wouldn't hold that against him. It just made him sexier. And oh, mama, was he sexy. Even his nipples were sexy. Now that was just downright unfair, mostly because they weren't in her mouth. She sat up and immediately dragged him down into the bed. "On your back," she demanded. "I have to mouth explore all of this." He laughed, but obediently went on to his back, his hand playing against her spine in a light caress, as she got on all fours and started to kiss down his chest. Because really, a body this gorgeous deserved to be mouth-worshipped, and she planned on doing so. She kissed one dazzling pectoral, and nearly swooned when she ran her tongue over it. Heavens, but it was square and hard. He had square pectorals. Who had that outside of a comic book? God, she was lucky. Taylor nipped at his chest, and then she couldn't resist scoring her teeth over his nipple. He hissed, but didn't pull away, and she continued her lip assault, moving over to the other side of his chest and tonguing everything in sight. His breathing was rapid, punctuated by the occasional little groan, which told her he wasn't hating her caresses. Which, okay, she didn't care much if he did, as long as he stayed still and let her explore. Because, damn, her tongue licked the line between his pectorals. Mercy, the man had a line between his pectorals. And then she started to work her way south, because South had a lot of fun, happy places, and she wanted to tongue them all. "I'm totally going to go all Frodo and seek out your Mount Doom," she breathed. "You what?" "Nothing. Nerd talk." She dipped her tongue into his belly button. "My precious." He chuckled, and his hand stroked her cheek as she kissed farther down. "Why don't you take your top off, turnabout and all that?" "Oh, right. I was distracted by your Adonis-like form." She sat up, oh so reluctantly, then bent down to press another quick kiss to his six-pack. Because six-packs deserved kisses, damn it. Then she gave a small sigh and sat up again. "I should warn you that I'm not wearing very sexy underwear." He shrugged. "And by not sexy, I mean that my panties might possibly have Batman on them." His smile lit up. "You like Batman?" Yeah? Batman is the shit." He wiggled his eyebrows at her. "I like Batman too. Let's see these panties." "I will be happy to give you a tour," Taylor said solemnly, and then ruined it by giggling. She tugged her shirt off of her body and tossed it onto the floor. Her bra wasn't too bad, just plain white. Nothing weird, nothing unsexy, just bland. And since he wasn't running away and screaming at the sight of her bra, she reached behind her and unsnapped it, freeing the girls. His brows went up as she shrugged off the bra. "What?" "You're hiding a lot under those clothes, aren't you?" She looked down at her boobs. Then she shrugged. "Surprise! They're tits." He laughed. "I thought it earlier, but I must admit again, those are fucking amazing tits." He reached out and brushed his knuckles over the tip of one breast, and she nearly came off the bed. It felt so good. "Just didn't imagine in my head that they'd be quite so bloody terrific." Ooh, he was thinking about her breasts earlier? Score! "Unless you want to forgo panties, do that again." He pulled his hand back. "I admit, I'm very curious to see these Batman panties." Well, darn. Her breasts were aching for his touch, and she was a little disappointed that she wasn't going to get more boob play right this second. She was greedy like that. She'd just have to tackle him once she'd shown him the goods. Taylor slid off of his hips and got to her feet, standing up on the bed. She undid the zipper on her jeans and shrugged them down to her thighs, showing off her Batman underoos, adult-sized, because the internet was magical. His grin of pleasure was so gorgeous that she lifted one leg to try and tug her skinny jeans off, only to forget that they were still around her thighs, and nearly careened off the side. Luckily, Locke had better reflexes than she did, and managed to grab her before she rolled off the narrow bed entirely. "Careful," he murmured. "Sorry," she breathed. "Just get carried away, like I said. I'll be careful next time." She started to sit up, but he put a hand on her shoulder to stop her. "Why don't I help you with this one?" "Oh. Okay, but don't take too long. I'm not done licking you." "Wouldn't dream of depriving you," he murmured, and then sat up in the bed. As he did, it made the bulge tenting his slacks rather evident. Oh, she was going to be absolutely the luckiest girl tonight, wasn't she? Because that looked to be some stellar equipment. Then she forgot all about his equipment for the moment, because his hands were on her thighs, easing her tight jeans down her legs. His fingers skimmed over her skin, his caress feather light. "I think you're hiding some rather nice legs under all these layers, aren't you?" "I wouldn't say I'm hiding them as much as I'm clothing them." He threw his head back and laughed. You are a constant surprise, Taylor. Hope you like surprises. The laughter faded into a sultry smile. Love them, actually. Butterflies danced in her stomach at the promise of that smile, and she forced herself to stay quiet while he eased her pants down her legs. Oh, thank God she'd shaved that morning. She made a small noise of pleasure when he brushed his fingers down her calf before setting her jeans down on the floor. Good. Tackle time now. She started to jump up, but Locke's hands went to the waist of her panties, and he dipped a fingertip under the elastic. She froze. If he wanted to take her panties off, well, who was she to stop him? She bit her lip as he gave her another shiver-inducing caress, and then began to slowly tug her panties down her legs. Beautiful, he murmured. I could look at you for hours. God, I hope not, she blurted out. Locke looked over at her in surprise. What? Whoops, was that out loud? She sat up and kicked her panties the rest of the way off, impatience getting the better of her. Looking's fun and all, but I'm more of a tactile girl. And she put a hand on his shoulder and gave him a not-so-gentle push, indicating he should lie back. Now to take your pants off. He laughed again. You're a pushy little thing in bed, aren't you? Talk later, pants now. She put her hands on his belt, and then, because she couldn't resist checking to see if he really was as well equipped as she imagined, she stroked a hand down the front of his crotch. Oh, yeah, that was all the real deal. Taylor gave a long, pleased sigh. Man, am I glad I brought you home. That makes two of us, he told her in a low, husky voice. Shall I lie back and let you have your way with me, or shall I help? You just lie back and let me take care of things, she said confidently. She undid his belt and gave it a tug. He lifted his hips, and she jerked on the leather again, pulling it free, but not before the end snapped her on the cheek. Ow! He chuckled. Let me guess, too carried away? Bingo! She rubbed her cheek, and then tossed the belt aside. Time to get to the good stuff. She undid his zipper and peeled trouser away to reveal black boxer briefs. Oh, she loved those, because they outlined everything so magnificently, and Locke was no exception. She tugged his pants down his thighs, and then had to pause to fan herself. Dear God, your thighs are magnificent! She never thought she'd given much of a crap about a guy's thighs, but his were as golden as the rest of him, thick with muscle and dusted with more of the light brown hair. He was like one of her wet dreams come to life. Lord have mercy on her, because this just got better and better. Lots of riding, he said, putting his hands behind his head and giving her an amused look. I'm a big sportsman. I'll say you are. She dragged her nails down one thigh, and then gave a little sigh of happiness. She finished pulling his pants off his legs, and then removed his socks. At some point he must have lost his shoes, and then contemplated all the masculine beauty in her narrow bed. Her hands skimmed up and down his thighs, and she couldn't resist giving them a little squeeze. Because, Lordy, the man was just squeezable in his rock-hard sexiness, wasn't he? Her girl parts were clenching in sheer happiness. But when she tugged his underwear down, she experienced another surprise. You're not circumcised? The head of his cock was deep purple and exposed, but there was an additional bit of ribbed, thick skin below the head that had to be his foreskin. No, is that a problem? She considered for a moment, then shrugged. Does it feel different? I wouldn't know. I've never had sex with any circumcised men. His lips twitched with amusement. A giggle snort escaped her, and she clapped a hand over her mouth. "You're awful!" "I'm not." He tugged her back down onto his chest, grinning. "And I've never had any complaints, so I can only assume that I'm using the equipment properly." "Well, thank goodness for that." She wiggled against him, and then pressed her mouth to his for another kiss. To her surprise, he hefted their twined bodies and rolled until she was under him, and he was on top of her. She parted her legs, and he settled in against the cradle of her thighs, and she wanted to moan with sheer pleasure at how good his weight felt over her. There was nothing quite like a big, sexy Norse god pushing you down into the mattress. His mouth lightly nipped hers, and then his hand went to her breast. Oh, hell yes. Time for nipple play. She squirmed when he caressed one breast, teasing and dragging his fingers over the sensitive skin. He went for the underside of her nipple, running his thumb over the one spot over and over again until she was practically coming off the mattress. Her hands went to his shoulders, and oh God, that just made things even sexier, because touching him was such sheer pleasure. She might have dug her nails into his skin and made a very unladylike groan of pleasure, which was nothing compared to the groan she made when his mouth descended and he began to lick her nipple. She might have lost a little control at that point, writhing under him and clawing at his skin. It just felt so incredible. Her breasts were sensitive enough that she couldn't take much, and when she nipped at one breast, she snapped. Her breath rushed out from between gritted teeth, and she grabbed him and pulled him down against her, burying her face against his neck and licking hard. "Fuck yeah," she heard him say. And because she was still feeling frantic and wanted to make him as frantic as her, she nipped at his neck and started to lick and suck at his skin. He rolled their bodies again until she was straddling on top of him, and that gave her free access to his neck. And oh, it was a damn glorious neck, and she couldn't seem to stop licking and biting at his skin. He just tasted so damn good. Even as she made love to his throat, his hands moved to her breasts, and he began to tease her nipples again. She moaned into his collarbones and began to feverishly lick and bite at his skin. Her hips rocked against him, and he murmured soft, sweet things to her that she paid not the slightest bit of attention to, because she was obsessed with tasting him. She felt his hand slide down to her pussy, and she spread her legs eagerly for his touch. The breath went out of her lungs the moment his big hand cupped her, because it was tease and ownership all at once, and she loved it. Taylor squirmed against him, hoping for fingers. A moment later, she was not disappointed. He slid one finger down her sex, gliding over her labia, and then brushing over her clit. Her entire body jumped in response, and everything in Taylor ratcheted up to an 11. "Dick now, please," she panted, because she was pretty sure if she didn't get more of him right this instant, she was going to wither away and die. He chuckled, the sound husky. "You're the most impatient woman I've ever met, you know that?" Why was he talking when there was fucking to do? She pressed her mouth to his, kissing, and her hand went to his dick to try and encourage him. At his groan of response, she suspected she was about to get her wish. She stroked him and was surprised and pleased to find that everything moved with just a little bit more glide, thanks to his foreskin. Now, that was interesting. His body stiffened. Okay, condom coming right up, impatient little thing. "Make it so, number one," she said, quoting Star Trek. He didn't seem to catch that. He just rolled out of bed and dug through the strewn clothing. She watched his ass, because truly, it was a fine, fine ass. all tight and muscly, and just a bit of a bubble, like Brad Pitt's in that Trojan War movie. Unlike Brad's ass, though, Locke's was several shades paler than the rest of his skin, which told her that he was out in the sun quite a bit. She was fascinated by that ghostly white ass, and when he returned to bed a moment later with a condom packet, she couldn't resist pinching and stroking her hands over his skin. Here she was glimpsing the best ass in the world, and, judging by the lack of tan, she was one of the few. It seemed a shame to hide it away from the world when it was such a nice ass. She wondered if he'd let her put a finger up there. "Are you into ass play?" The look he gave her was shocked. "What?" "Prostate tickles? I'm told it's fun for the guy." "I've never done that." He rolled the condom on, dragging his fingers over his length in a rather mouth-watering way. That wasn't a no, though. That was just a never done it before. She supposed it probably wasn't best for a first and only date, though. Oh well, she'd wanted to try that, just to see how a guy would react. But it didn't matter, because he was now officially gloved and settling his body back over hers, and her body was practically doing a happy dance because it was about to get boned. God, she was ready. She shifted on the bed, so wet and aroused she felt slippery all the way down to her thighs. Locke moved over her and leaned down to kiss her, as if she'd need to be prepped for sex. That was so cute. Taylor's hands went to his shoulders, and she pulled him down in an enthusiastic kiss, wrapping her legs around his hips to let him know she was darn ready. She heard his smothered laugh, but she didn't care. The time for foreplay was past, and she wanted results. "Patience," he murmured, even as she felt him fit his cock against her entrance. In response, she lifted her hips, trying to push him deeper into her. "I'm not a very patient person." "No, you're not," he breathed, and then he kissed her again. As he did, she felt him thrust lightly, pushing into her. Happy stars exploded behind her eyes. She gasped and clung to him harder. "More!" In response to her impatient demand, he thrust hard. "Perfect," she cried out, and when he leaned in, she bit down on his neck as he pounded into her. He hissed something under his breath that might have been in French and continued to thrust into her. Her cries became shrieks, and she might have been clawing at his back and not really caring, because he fit into her perfectly. There was something about him that hit her in all the right spots, and with every thrust, it felt like he was hitting her G-spot and her clit all at once, which sounded crazy, except for the fact that she was pretty sure she was about to explode like a rocket. She'd never had a penetration-only orgasm before, and right now, it seemed to be on the table. So she grabbed his hips and bucked when he thrust. "Harder!" "Damn, woman," he panted, but he did as she commanded. Soon her bed was rocking so hard that she was pretty sure the neighbors were going to complain, not that she cared. That wonderful, clenchy, spiraling feeling was building in her belly, all through the magical friction of his cock inside her. "You're killing me," she cried out, even as she clung to him harder. "You want me to stop?" He paused in his endless thrusting. "God, no!" She hammered a fist onto one of those magnificent arms. "Good killing! Good killing!" His laugh was smothered by another moan, and then she cried out as he angled her hips slightly differently, and then thrust again. That did the trick. She screamed his name, holding on to him for dear life as she came, her entire body clenching around him. She was pretty sure that somewhere beyond all the blood roaring in her head and the chorus of angels screaming in her ears, he was coming too. His body shuddered against hers, and then he collapsed on top of her. Taylor stared up at her ceiling, dazed. That was... wow. On top of her, Locke groaned. You don't do anything by halves, do you? She shook her head. Sorry. Fuck, don't be sorry. He chuckled and sat up, panting. I think you wrecked me. And all she could do was grin, because she felt the exact same way. Wrecked was a good word to describe it. Utterly sated, too. Content? Pleased as punch? All of those worked. He rolled off of her a moment later and got up from the bed to dispose of the condom. She sat up too, sweaty and, well, dirty in all the right ways. A shower would be good. Shower and then a bowl of celebratory cereal. Because really, that orgasm was definitely something to celebrate. Chapter 6. Locke woke up early the next morning, sleeping in the most uncomfortable narrow bed he'd ever been in, with a woman sprawled against his side, and his muscles sore. He'd had a fucking terrific night. With a yawn, he crawled out of bed and padded to the bathroom, rubbing his eyes. A quick look in Taylor's tiny bathroom mirror showed him the damage done. His neck was covered up one side and down the other with hickeys. There was a bite mark on one shoulder, and, if he turned, his back was covered in her enthusiastic scratches. The woman was a fiend in bed. He'd loved it. Everything about Taylor was unexpected, from the way she dressed to her uninhibited actions. Most women he'd dated or slept with had always had an angle. Sometimes it felt a bit like performance art, the way they acted in bed. But Taylor had been bossy and demanding and completely at ease with that. And, to his surprise, it had been sexy to have a woman bang her small fist on his arm and tell him to move faster or to change his angle. He grinned at his reflection, admiring the scratches on his back. Already he was enjoying his time in the States. His expectations had been low, but so far they'd been pleasantly exceeded. He really liked Taylor. Her apartment, however... He had closets bigger than it at home. Of course, thinking about home made him wonder if he needed to call anyone. All his life he'd had servants to check in with, a valet who picked out all his clothing, and drivers to take him around. Now he was here in the States and he had none of those. He actually wasn't quite sure what to do with himself. His stomach rumbled, and Locke put a hand there, frowning. He was hungry, but there were no servants. Even at the hotel, he went to the restaurant, and people brought him food. He'd never had to take care of himself in his life. He'd figure that out shortly, though. Shower first, then food. Taylor's tiny shower ran out of hot water long before he was done, and he rinsed off, swearing a blue streak as he dug through her cabinet, dripping wet, for a towel. He found a threadbare Star Wars towel and wrapped it around his hips, then emerged from the bathroom to see Taylor still passed out in her bed, her mouth slightly open as she slept, sprawled and utterly without a care. It was cute, really. He wanted to let her sleep, but his stomach was growling fiercely, so he went over to the bed and gently touched her ankle. She jerked upright in bed, her messy hair flying. What? He watched as her full breasts jiggled enticingly under the blanket she hugged to her torso. She was definitely appealing, no doubt about that. Can you make me breakfast? Taylor squinted at him sleepily. Can I what? Make me breakfast. I'm famished. He gave her his most appealing smile. She rubbed a hand over her eyes and then peered at an alarm clock shaped like one of the Star Wars characters. It's 5 a.m. Are you shitting me? Who wakes up this early? You should wake up early if you intend to run. I'm not running anywhere other than back to dreamland. She flopped back down in the bed and pulled a pillow over her head. Locke frowned to himself. Do you not exercise? Didn't everyone? How else would she keep physical for polo matches and the like? Then he remembered. She didn't play polo. Ah. He sat down on the end of the bed, pulling one of her small feet into his lap, mostly because he liked touching her. What are your plans for the day? Sleep for another 4 hours, then catch up on work, she mumbled at him. That didn't sound like it meshed with his plans at all. What about me? She sat up again, rubbing her eyes. Locke, I don't mean to be a jerk, but what about you? I thought this was a one-night stand with no strings attached. It is. Her brows drew together, and she yawned. Then what do you want? He gave her his most winning smile. Breakfast? She made a pained sound, but slid to the side of the bed. That was a start, at least. He was less encouraged when she padded, naked, to one of the tiny cabinets near her stove, pulled out a box, and held it out to him. What's that? Cereal. Don't eat all the marshmallows. She waited for him to take the box, and then shuffled toward her bathroom. Cereal? He didn't recall having it before. Quaint. Normally, his breakfasts were toast, eggs, orange juice, and various meats, depending on the country he was in. A bowl of dry, sweet marshmallows was odd, but he was in America now, after all. He ate a handful of the cereal, avoiding the marshmallows as she started the shower. A moment later, a muffled scream erupted, and he winced as the water immediately went off again, and she emerged out of the bathroom a moment later. You used all the hot water? He shrugged. Didn't realize there was so little. You should really fix that. She stared at him, her hair dripping. I live in an apartment building with hundreds of other people. I don't get a say in how much hot water there is. Ah. He ate another bite of cereal and then shrugged. Since you're awake, shall we go jogging? Taylor wiped a wet lock of hair from her face, hugging a towel to her body. You're lucky you're so pretty to look at, or I'd kill you right about now. He grinned. I suspect you're not a morning person. She bared her teeth at him. And you want me to jog? Locke shrugged. I always jog in the morning. It's refreshing. He set down the box of cereal because it was rather tasteless and didn't strike him as particularly filling. Speaking of, we should get going. I'm trying really hard not to frown at you. How can a man as cute as you be so obnoxious in the morning? Now I see why you're single. He couldn't help it. He laughed. All right, I guess you don't have to go jogging with me. Now you're talking sense. She dropped the towel and started to crawl back into bed. It was hard not to admire the sexy figure she painted as she moved on all fours back into the bed. He contemplated joining her, but he suspected she was just going to sleep, and he was wide awake. A night of really good sex always invigorated him. He rubbed his neck, considering. You go back to sleep then, and I'll go jogging. She gave him a sleepy thumbs up. Where would I find jogging clothes? One eye cracked open. Seriously? What? How is it you don't know where jogging clothes would be? He shrugged. I opened my closet, and there they are. Who fills your closet?
My valet.
Where's he?
Back home. His wife was expecting a child, and he couldn't join me on my trip.
Plus, he didn't know how long he'd be in the United States, and it'd have been unfair to him to keep the man away from his family for so long. For a hot guy, you are weirdly helpless. I have a couple of guy shirts, but no pants, sorry. You'll have to go back to your place for that.
The
thought of going back to his empty hotel room was extremely unappealing. It felt a lot like exile. He was alone, bored, and strangely forgotten. It wasn't a good feeling, especially for him. He'd spent all his life adored and celebrated by family and friends, and the locals in Bellissime loved him. He was always surrounded by people. Being alone, it felt a bit like torture. Taylor rubbed her eyes. I guess you could go buy some jogging clothes. There's a store around the corner, though I don't know if it's open this early. How much do you want to spend?
He shrugged. I don't normally purchase my own clothes. What would you recommend?
She snorted. That you stop letting other people control your life?
They're helping me.
If you say so. She gave her pillows one last sad look, then slid to the edge of the bed. I'll go with you to grab breakfast if you want, but no jogging.
I'll wear you down eventually, he teased.
An hour later, they were down at a tiny coffee shop near Taylor's place. The neighborhood itself was a bit run down for his tastes, and he'd seen a homeless man on the street, which had shocked him. Such things didn't exist in Bellissime, nor did people just walk past as if they didn't exist. Taylor had tucked a few dollars into the man's cup, but hadn't stopped. No one did. It felt oddly wrong, but he didn't know what to do about it. He still didn't, even as he finished off his toast and drank his coffee. Taylor had eaten nothing but a bowl of cereal and was now sipping her own coffee and doing her best to avoid eye contact with him. Something wrong? He asked, because she seemed uncomfortable. Was she as upset about the homeless man outside as he was? She toyed with her mug. This is more complicated than I thought. You're really hot and all, Locke, and last night was fantastic, but... She paused and gave him a soulful look. I'm not looking for a relationship right now. My life's a little complicated. Was that what she was worried about?
I'm not looking for a relationship either, actually.
Her face brightened. Oh, good. I was worried that going jogging was some sort of euphemism I wasn't grasping. He laughed again. That was the great thing about Taylor. She always made him laugh, no matter his thoughts.
No, I just enjoy staying active, and I'm bored most days.
I'm not, she said bluntly, then put her coffee cup down. And you were great, really great. But I do mean it when I say my life is complicated. A sad look flashed in her eyes. If it wasn't such a mess, I'd be chasing your hot ass like there was no tomorrow. Hell, I'd even go jogging if it meant more sex. But my job is a strain right now, and I have a lot more going on than I'd like, so I need to get back and go to work before I get written up again. He didn't know what that meant, but judging from the expression on her face, it wasn't good.
Is there anything I can help with? I've got a lot of time on my hands.
What exactly can you do with a computer?
I can turn them on and check my email. That's about it.
Her mouth twitched. Then no, you can't really help me with it. Thanks for offering, though.
Want to get together later tonight after you work, then?
He was up for some entertainment, and if it came bundled with Taylor's sexual energy, all the better. She pulled a few dollars out of a colorful pink wallet and put them on the table. I'm probably going to be busy. I have to work late to make up for some of the time I've spent away. Plus, guild stuff. The look she gave him was wry. I need to catch up with them, too. Your team and all, I remember. Her smile broadened. That's right. Locke was feeling bizarrely irritated at her brush-off. She wasn't his type, so why was it that she was the one desperate to call it a day and get rid of him? Most women couldn't wait to get his attention. Tomorrow, then? Busy tomorrow, too. She bit her lip. He sat back, a little frustrated. Not much of a tour guide, are you? Her cheeks pinked, and he immediately felt like an ass. Well, an aroused ass, because that flush reminded him of her under him last night. And now she was giving him the brush off? He'd thought last night was pretty damn spectacular himself. I guess I suck as far as being your guide to the city. Her shoulders slumped. Damn. Now he was really feeling like an ass. Locke reached across the table and caressed her hand. It's not you. I'm just bored. If you have time this week, let me know, all right? Her smile brightened, and she squeezed his hand. Is that code for booty call? I kind of like the idea of me being the one to booty call you. I was thinking more like just hanging out, but my booty is open to calling. He grinned. Taylor hurried back to her apartment, hating how out of sorts she felt. There was a pleasant soreness between her thighs, and the faint full-body muscle ache that came from really great sex. She hadn't felt like that in forever, and she was enjoying the feeling. Less enjoyable was the guilt, though. It was clear Locke, gorgeous, sexy, European playboy Locke, was bored and wanted company, and all she could think about was herself. It wasn't that she didn't want to spend time with him. If she'd have had 2 weeks of vacation time and 0 responsibilities, she'd have been tapping that 24/7. As it was, she was already filled with guilt at spending nearly 2 days away from her computer. Even worse, she was supposed to be on call for work for the next 2 days. Ugh. That meant letting all emergency tech calls forward to her phone day and night. Everyone had to do their turn, and hers just happened to fall at the most inconvenient of times. Work sucked, but work always sucked. Her boss was always on to her lately, but they needed her. She'd be fine. She'd be written up for not being available, maybe, and get lectured, but she'd skate through. She always did. The part that was causing the real pit in her stomach was Excelsior and Sigmund. Most of her guild wouldn't care that she hadn't been on. It wasn't like she was forced to be online all the time. If she was, great. She could help them run dungeons. If she wasn't, no big deal. But Sigmund would have noticed. She hadn't checked email since meeting up with Locke. She'd ignored the text that Sigmund sent her, and she sure hadn't logged on to Excelsior, not when she was being, oh so delightfully, sexed 6 ways to Sunday. Time to pay the piper, though. Mentally steeling herself, Taylor checked her phone. Text message after text message appeared, and she winced, flipping through them. Each one was Sigmund frantically worrying about her. How it wasn't like her not to show up online, asking her to send him a line if she was all right. A lot of the messages were repeated, as if he wanted to make sure he was getting through to her, or in case she hadn't received it the last 6 times he'd sent it. Oy. She clicked through all the messages by the time she'd walked back to her apartment, and immediately sat down and pulled up her email. All of last night's enjoyment and pleasure was gone, replaced by nagging guilt. What if this was what sent Sigmund's fragile mind over the edge? She'd never be able to live with it if he hurt himself over her. The unhappy feeling twisted in her gut as she pulled up her email program and read the messages he'd sent her. Each one was more miserable than the last. With a sense of dread, she logged on to Excelsior, her character appearing in the realm. Brilliant green trees and a verdant forest surrounded her dragon rider, and another character zoomed past the spot she was standing in. Her character was logged on to Krakow Village, which was weird considering she could have sworn she'd logged off in Cityport. Maybe there'd been a global reset of the realm that she was unaware of. Curious, she scrolled through her message of the day. You have 198 days played, and last logged on 6 hours ago. 6 hours ago, she was pretty sure Locke was filling up condom number 2 while inside her. She squeezed her thighs together at the thought. Bad Taylor, don't think about hot guy you just bailed out on. You have other problems. No time for nookie. Playtime is over. Shame, too, because she'd loved playtime. Sigmund. Hi. Immediately she tensed. She hated that she felt so anxious the moment Sigmund contacted her, but she didn't know what to do about him. Sigmund. Before you ask, I logged on as you a few hours ago just to make sure your account was working. I got Esme to give me the password. Esme was their guild leader and had Taylor's password only for emergencies. Now that Sigmund had it, she made a mental note to change it immediately. Have a nice day. Okay, thanks. Yeah, everything is working. Sigmund. Are you okay? Sigmund. Where have you been? Sigmund. I've been worried sick. Have a nice day. Something came up and I had to be away for a day or so. Sorry. Sigmund. What came up? Sigmund. Are you all right? Sigmund. Were you sick? Have a nice day. Not sick, just a friend came into town. Remember I told you about that? Sigmund. Yeah, but you said you'd be online last night, and you weren't. Sigmund. And some of the guys from League of Darkness said they saw you at the pub with a guy. Sigmund. Were you on a date? Oh boy. She made a mental note to slaughter any League of Darkness characters she ran across in the next player versus player event. Have a nice day. Not a date. He's new to the States and he needed company. A friend asked me to show him around the city. Sigmund. Sounds like a date to me. Well, it had definitely turned into a date, complete with massive amounts of sex. Taylor's toes curled at the thought. Still, she couldn't exactly say that to Sigmund, since he'd formed a rather obsessive attachment over her. Have a nice day. Wasn't a date. You gonna believe me or them? And because she wasn't laying the guilt on thick enough, she added, Have a nice day. I thought we were better friends than that. She crossed her arms and stared at her screen, waiting. Please, please believe me. He was totally going to lose control if he didn't, and then she didn't know what she'd do. The thought of spending the next 8 hours encouraging him not to hurt himself made her want to run away from her computer screaming. But she couldn't. She was trapped, a captive audience, held prisoner by his threats to wound himself or do something drastic if she left. Sigmund. Okay, sorry. Guess I'm just panicking. Taylor let out a long breath. Have a nice day. No big deal. Sigmund. I just worried.
Have a nice day.
I know. I was out late because he was super clueless, and then I just went straight to bed. Sorry about missing the raid.
Sigmund. You'd tell me if you were dating someone, wouldn't you? Have a nice day.
Does it matter if I am? We're just friends, Sigmund. I've told you before, I'm not involved with anyone. Still not. I'm not looking for a relationship.
Sigmund. Not even with me?
Dear God, especially not you. But the good thing about the internet was that it made it easier to soft-pedal things and make them sound not quite so harsh.
Have a nice day. Not even with you, smiley face.
Sigmund. And not the guy you were with?
Have a nice day.
We're just friends, I promise. He's not looking for a relationship, and neither am I. Now, a fiercely sexy hookup? That was different. Taylor looked over at her bed, still rumpled from last night's fun. She wondered, if she put her nose to the pillows, would they smell like Locke's wonderful musky scent? Her thighs tightened again.
Sigmund.
Is it weird that I'm glad to hear that?
Have a nice day.
I've got too much going on. Work's a beast, and the guild takes up all my time.
Have a nice day.
I barely get out of the house as it is.
Sigmund. Heh.
This conversation was going a lot better than she'd anticipated. The awful tension in her shoulders relaxed a little, and she decided to send the message home.
Have a nice day.
Even if I miss a day online, it doesn't mean you should freak out and send me a million text messages or hack my account, okay? That's starting to freak me out. There was a long pause, so long that the hackles raised on the back of Taylor's neck. Maybe she'd pushed too far. Maybe scolding Sigmund for being a cyber stalker wasn't the smartest move, but damn it, she was low on moves.
Sigmund.
It's just that you're my best friend.
Sigmund.
My only friend.
Sigmund.
I almost hurt myself last night.
Sigmund.
I kept worrying I'd said something to piss you off.
Sigmund.
And it made me so upset that I went in the kitchen and grabbed a knife.
Sigmund.
I tried to remember which way you're supposed to cut your wrists to make it the most effective.
Sigmund.
But then I chickened out. Taylor sucked in a breath, hot tears of frustration and panic rushing to her eyes. She pressed her fingers to her temples. She was normally a happy person, but Sigmund was making her a nervous wreck.
Have a nice day.
You can't hurt yourself just because I'm not online for one day. Jesus, Sig.
Have a nice day.
You can't be so drastic.
Sigmund.
I know.
Sigmund.
But the despair just gets so bad. And I love you so much.
Sigmund.
As friends, don't worry.
Sigmund.
Love as friends.
Sigmund.
And I just panicked. I'm sorry.
Have a nice day.
This doesn't make me feel any better.
Sigmund.
I'm sorry.
Sigmund.
If it helps, I decided a knife wouldn't be the best way to go. Too messy. I'd do pills.
Have a nice day.
This is still not helping. You can't kill yourself, Sigmund. Please. Do you have anyone you can talk to? Family? A psychologist? A roommate? Someone?
Sigmund.
I'm talking to you, aren't I?
She wanted to throw up.
He was talking to her, all right. But she wasn't equipped to handle this. She didn't know what to do. Other than be online with him. Have a nice day. Just promise me you won't do anything to yourself, all right?
Sigmund. I can't make that promise.
Sigmund. But I promise I won't do anything without talking to you first.
Sigmund. Hey, a group's running to Darkest Citadel in a few. Want to join them?
Have a nice day. Sure, let me grab this work call and then I'll join you. AFK. She flagged her character as away from computer and then pushed her chair away from her tiny corner desk. There was no work call, but Sig wouldn't know that. She just needed a few minutes. She wanted to run away. She wanted to delete her account and never look back. But that would just push Sig over the edge, wouldn't it? Frustrated and full of anxiety, Taylor flung herself onto her bed and hugged her pillow. It did smell like Locke. A helpless little sob escaped her throat, and she buried her face in the pillow and let herself cry for a few minutes before she had to be online again. Chapter 7. Every morning, Locke left his posh Park Avenue hotel and went jogging in Central Park. On Monday, Locke had a meeting with the local Bellissime ambassadors. On Wednesday, he had a charity photo op. He showed up, shook hands, and smiled for pictures. On Thursday, he checked out the local polo club. Other than that, he was completely and utterly bored stiff and had entirely too much time on his hands. He swam laps in the pool, went riding, ate out for his meals, did more jogging, watched a few football matches on television. It was fucking dreadfully boring. He'd made a few acquaintances, and the chaps at the polo club seemed nice enough. And yet, everyone either thought he was British, which was annoying to constantly explain, or they looked at him like he was a walking, talking wallet. They asked him if he knew Prince William or Duchess Kate. They asked him if he hung out with Prince Harry. They joked and asked if he'd been to Hogwarts. A few of the women at the polo club had looked at him like they'd wanted to devour him whole. But instead of being intriguing, it was just irritating. To those women, he wasn't an easygoing man who happened to have a title and some family connections. He was a status symbol of some kind, or worse yet, an oddity. And he was prey, which was alarming. They'd sidled up to him, asked him to buy them drinks, and then dropped veiled hints asking about his family and what he did for a living. It took about 3 questions before he realized they were trying to suss out just how much money he had. Joke was on them. Locke had no clue how much money he had. He'd not gone back to the polo club after that. He'd rather be bored and watch football, or soccer as they called it here, on television than feel like an outcast or hunted animal. It was a damn odd feeling for him. After a week of this, though, he was feeling isolated and restless, and resentful of the situation at home that kept him here. Damn separatists. He'd called and texted Taylor a few times during the week, but he'd never gotten anywhere with her. Each time she was sincerely apologetic, and funny, and sweet, but she didn't have time. She was on call, or she was on a raid, or she was working late. Any number of excuses. Her life was simply too busy to put aside time to entertain him. And it was a shame, because she was the most entertaining thing in the States so far. He couldn't stop thinking about her. Her happy, playful laugh, her bizarre clothing, and her enthusiasm. Her uninhibited excitement in bed. Sex with her had been amazing. Couple that in with the fact that she was blowing him off? She was a mystery, and one he wanted to explore a bit more, if she'd give him the chance. So he picked up his phone again on Friday and tried again. It went to voicemail 3 times, and each time he hung up. No texts, because texts were too easy to ignore. He'd been texting her all week, and now he wanted to talk to her and not give her the chance to brush him off. On the 4th try, it went through. Her light voice came on the line. "Tech support, level 2, how can I help?" "Yes," he said. "I can't figure out how to turn my computer on." There was a long pause, then a giggle that made his cock ache. "Locke?" "Hi there." "I'm working, sorry. I didn't realize it was a personal call." He could hear the smile in her voice. "How are you?" "Bored witless. You?" She gave a little sigh. "Busy. Work has been a nightmare this week. I picked up an extra shift because my boss was pressing on me hard, but it's eating up all my time." The happiness in her voice was gone, replaced by stress. "You should go out to lunch with me then." "I can't. I'm on call. I have to stay here and work." "Dinner then?" "I'm on call until midnight." "I can be over there at midnight," he said, keeping his voice smooth. "Then we can grab a bite to eat somewhere. Someone's got to be open that late, right? This is a big city." Her sigh was unhappy. "I wish I could, but I'm just going to go to sleep at that point. I'm sorry, I'm not a very fun girl. I wasn't lying when I said I didn't have time for much of anything." "I know, but you can't blame me for trying. Tomorrow?" "Tomorrow night's the raid, and after last week, I truly can't miss it." Well, that's a shame." She was blowing him off for a computer game. It stung his ego. "Want to hook up for some filthy, no-strings-attached sex after your raid? I can come over there." She giggled again. "I'd better not. I do appreciate the offer, though." Damn, there was no breaking down her defenses. "All right, then. Well, if you want to get together, you have my number." "I do," she said cheerfully. "I'm sorry, Locke. My life is just crazy hectic right now. You understand, right?" "Of course." He mumbled something about her having a good day, and then hung up, frustrated. Normally, women fell into his lap. The one time he was the one pursuing, he couldn't get her to leave her damned apartment. He stared down at his phone, thinking. Actually, she did leave her apartment at least once a week, for the party thing she mentioned on Saturday nights at the pub. Odds were good that if he went there, she'd be there. Looked like he had plans for the weekend after all. Taylor was not looking forward to the LAN party. Saturday nights were supposed to be fun. It was supposed to be the time where she could unwind after spending a rough week in the tech support mines. She'd worked 2 extra shifts, was on call for overnights, and had somehow managed to play her character daily so Sigmund wouldn't freak out. Now it was the weekend, and instead of being a relief from stress, it was just more stress. She didn't want to go to the LAN party. If she did, it'd mean socializing for hours on end. They'd run an instanced raid, available only on the LAN, and then they'd run a guild raid after the fact. She'd be out until 3 in the morning, at the very least, when all she wanted to do was sleep. But if she didn't go, Sigmund would suspect she was out on a date again, and he'd been on edge all week. Irony of ironies? She really wanted to go out with Locke again, but had to turn him down. She was still thinking about, obsessing over, the one-night stand they'd had, and the fact that he'd called and texted her this week to get together again. She'd have loved to say yes, but every time she thought about it, she remembered Sigmund. Sigmund, who threatened to hurt himself on a daily basis. She felt trapped. All the joy in Excelsior had been sucked out long ago, and now she felt obligated to play, and obligated to spend time with Sigmund, when all she really wanted to do was call Locke and tell him that she wanted him. Hell, she'd even have considered jogging, and she didn't sweat for just any man. But as long as Sigmund was pulling the strings on her day-to-day life, just the thought of trying to add another person into her day made her stressed out. Locke would just forever exist as the one-night stand of awesome. Shame. She stuffed her hair into her favorite newsboy cap, put on a t-shirt, jeans, her Doctor Who scarf, and grabbed her laptop. She had to go. It won't be too miserable, Tay-Tay, she told herself. You'll have fun once you're there. You can relax when you get home. You love your guild. You enjoy the game. Funny how the pep talk was getting tougher every time she had to give it. Taylor slung her laptop bag over her shoulder and headed out the door. The walk to the pub was an easy one, and she stopped to grab herself a bolstering iced coffee before she got there, because she was dragging, both mentally and physically. She ran into a few of the guys on the street and chatted as they hauled their computer equipment along. "Hey, Taylor," Nate said, waving at her. He was with Crispin and Jeff. "You excited for the raid?" "Hell no." "Of course." Jeff jogged up to her other side, all gangly limbs and excitement. "We're totally going to down 611 tonight, aren't we?" Taylor smiled. "I hope so. I've been working on my Dragon Rider all week. I reinforced all her gear." She'd needed something to do while online and spending time with Sigmund. "Me too. Tonight's going to kick ass." She hoped so. One of the guys held the door to the pub open, and Taylor slipped inside, and almost dropped her laptop when she saw Locke sitting at the bar. He was impossible to miss. Locke was head and shoulders taller than the two guys who sat next to him, and he had all that gorgeous, tawny hair. He gazed up at the soccer game playing on the television over the bar, and then glanced at the door as if waiting for someone. And he smiled when he saw her. Taylor's steps slowed. A mixture of excitement and dread pooled in her belly. Locke had come to see her? Oh, God, she hoped Sigmund didn't hear about this. "What are you doing here?" she asked as Locke got up from the bar and moved toward her. "I thought I'd come to the party." She leaned over, looking for a backpack. "Where's your computer?" "Oh, is it a computer party?" "What did you think a LAN party was?" "No idea, actually." He shrugged and grinned at her, taking a sip from his beer. "But if you were here, I wanted to be here too." Warmth spread through her body at his sweet words. "It's a computer party, you goof. Everyone brings their laptops and plays on a local network." "Ah, then can I watch you play?" He wiggled his eyebrows at her, and she remembered last Saturday night. Man, that had been an awesome night. Everything in her screamed for a repeat. After all, how better to unwind than with a few intense orgasms? But she hesitated. "Locke, I don't know. I wasn't joking when I said my life was super complicated right now." "And mine's not," he said with a grimace. "Actually, mine's boring as shite. You're the only interesting thing right now, so I thought I'd come hang out with you." She bit her lip, glancing over at the guys. They were heading into the back room with their computer gear and casting a few looks in her direction. If Locke hung out with her, someone would say something to Sigmund. Gamer geeks gossiped worse than anyone she knew. "I can't, Locke. I'm sorry." "Why not?" His brows drew together. "Is it me?" "No, not at all. You're, amazing and magical, and I would climb you like Mount Everest right about now if my life weren't so messed up." His sexy mouth curled into a smile. "You do like the mountain euphemisms." "That's because you're a damn mountain. A big, sexy man mountain." She reached out to touch a bicep, and then forced herself to put her hand away. If she caressed even one of those muscles, she'd be lost. "I can't." "A man's only going to ask so many times," he murmured in a low voice, leaning in. "I know." It felt like giving up Christmas, but she had to. Even now, she shouldn't have been talking to him. Reluctant, she took a step backward and then gestured at the back room, where her friends were setting up. "I should go." "Taylor," he began, stepping forward. No, this was a bad idea, all of it. She turned on her ankle and rushed toward the back room, pushing past Jeff and a few others who'd stopped to get beer at the bar. The LAN party room was crowded, the tables squeezed together so they could fit everyone inside, and she moved sideways, dodging heavy furniture and sprawled legs to get to one of the back seats. "Please don't follow me, Locke. Please don't." "Hey, Tay-Tay, check out what came in for you." She looked over to see Gina standing up and pointing at the center of the pushed-together tables. In the middle of the room was an enormous bouquet of red and white flowers. Heart-shaped mini balloons had been stuck in between the roses, and an equally heart-shaped card protruded out of the center. She moved forward, stumbling over a chair that backed out, and plucked the card off the flowers. "I'm sorry I've been so needy. Hope these make you smile. Your friend Sigmund." Fuck. She stared in horror at the flowers. Those weren't something you gave a buddy. Those were the flowers you gave a girlfriend after you'd fucked up. The arrangement was enormous and expensive, and had been deliberately left for her because Sigmund knew she would be here, and if she wasn't, he'd have known that too. Taylor felt trapped. She flung the card down and hurried away. Back of the room, she'd get back there, throw on her headphones, and hide. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Locke's big frame in the doorway. Shit! He'd see the flowers, or Gina would say something, and... She was so busy hurrying away that she wasn't looking where she was going. To her surprise, he hefted their twined bodies and rolled until she was under him, and he was on top of her. Something hard smacked her head, and then the world went dark. Locke twisted his hands in the waiting room, watching the clock. Down the hall, the busy emergency room hummed, and babies cried. Someone complained, and nurses rushed past. He shifted on the uncomfortable seat in the sterile white hallway, gaze fixed on the door that Taylor had disappeared through a short time ago. He'd never been so damn scared as when he'd seen her passed out, blood on her forehead. He was pretty sure he'd run all the way to the hospital, with her in her arms. There might have been a taxi involved, but it was all a blur. The door swung open, and a man emerged, clipboard in hand. He wrote down something, and Locke got to his feet. The man looked up and put his pen in his white coat. "You the boyfriend?" Locke should have lied. Taylor would probably be upset with him, but he didn't care. "I am." "They say you carried her in. You need to be careful with head wounds. Should have called an ambulance. If she'd been concussed, you could have aggravated the situation." He gave Locke a chiding look. Locke raked a hand through his hair. I wasn't thinking. I just wanted to get her to a doctor. The man's words sunk in, and he looked up. So she's not concussed? She took a hard smack on the head, but she'll be fine in a few days. 6 stitches at the hairline, a sprained ankle from where she fell, and a bruised rib from hitting something on the way down. Maybe a chair, if the place was as crowded as you said. The doctor shifted on his feet, and then gave Locke a stern look. She said she lives alone, but I want someone to watch her for the next few days, just in case her head wound is more serious than we think. Of course. The man didn't even have to ask. Locke was already planning on bringing Taylor to his hotel and pampering her for the next while. I'll stay with her constantly until she's better. The young lady has quite a chart, the doctor said, raising an eyebrow. She's a bit accident-prone. Been in the emergency room several times in the last few years. Locke rubbed his mouth. Poor Taylor. She gets distracted. Try and keep her off her feet so she doesn't re-injure herself, then? Locke nodded. Can I see her? The doctor gestured at the door. Someone will be by shortly to finish her paperwork, and then she can go home. I'll give her a prescription for some Tylenol 3, but other than that, just give it time and rest. Thank you, doctor. He shook the man's hand and then raced toward Taylor's room. Inside the hospital room, there was a bed, a blue shower curtain thing pulled off to one side, and some beeping equipment. He didn't care about any of that. What he did care about was the small, fragile-looking woman lying on her back, her hair spread on the pillow, her eyes closed. There was a large bandage on her head, and one of her feet stuck out from the blankets, wrapped in what looked like an inflated plastic boot. Taylor. He moved toward her bed, keeping his voice low so as not to bother her if she was sleeping. Her eyes flicked open, and she looked over at him. You're still here, Thor? Still here. He pulled a chair next to the side of the bed and took her hand in his. Her black t-shirt had, "Did you try turning it off and on?" in bold yellow lettering across the breasts, and his gaze slid there before moving back to her face. How are you feeling? Like an idiot? You tripped and fell, that's all. Happens to everyone. Happens to me a lot, she whispered ruefully, then winced. My head is killing me. That's because you tried to remove it from your body. Her small hand was soft in his, and he stroked his fingers over the back of it, over and over again. She giggled, and then hissed, squeezing her eyes tightly shut. That hurt. No laughing. Taylor nodded, and then gave his hand a little shake. You didn't have to stay. I'm sure this isn't the Saturday night you had planned. Of course I stayed. All of her other friends had clutched at their computers, unsure what to do, and had given him grateful looks when he left with her. He suspected they'd probably just gone right back to playing their games. The doctor says you need to have someone with you for the next few days to watch over you. She made a face. I'll be fine. Even if you were, I've already decided that you're going to come back with me to my hotel. Her eyes squinted open. What? I have your laptop here with me. He patted the bag hanging from his side. My hotel has extra robes, and we'll order room service. There's also a jacuzzi tub, and I'll get you a massage tomorrow to help your aching muscles. In short, you're staying with me for the next week. She pulled her hand weakly from his. Locke, really, you don't... I know I don't, but I'm going to. You're my friend, Taylor, and friends look after one another. Maybe she didn't realize that, because all of her so-called friends had gone right back to gaming, even as he'd carried her into a taxi. Unless you have someone else in the city you want to call on and stay with? She thought for a moment. My parents are in Colorado. Bit of a drive. A bit, yeah. Her mouth twitched. I could call Gretchen. You could, but she's no doubt busy, and I, on the other hand, have nothing but free time. Taylor slowly sat up in bed. I'm going to feel like a huge burden if you take care of me. This is not how one-night stands work, Thor. You let me worry about that. She nodded, and then touched her side, wincing. I feel like crap. You look like crap, too, if it helps. Her face was entirely too pale for his liking. Another giggle escaped her, followed by a wince. Thanks for the flattery. You're as cute as a button most times. You just look a little less sexy after you've tried to kill yourself on a bar chair. Fair enough. She hesitated, then gave him a sad look. You don't have to do this, Locke. I don't want you to feel obligated to me. We're barely friends and... Don't be ridiculous. He leaned in and took her hand again. I am bored senseless, Taylor. Please, come and wreck my hotel room for me. Her shy smile made him feel like the Norse god after all. By the time they checked Taylor out of the hospital, paid her bill, and cabbed back to his hotel, it was late. Her eyes were closed, and she had a pained expression on her face, so Locke carried her through the lobby and into the elevator. She was light in his arms, and though she initially protested, she was quiet by the time they got to his room. Her face was tucked against his shirt, and as he walked into his room, he realized she was hurting. He crossed the suite into the bedroom and set her down gently in the bed. Wait here, he murmured. I'll get you a glass of water and your pills, and then I want you to sleep. She nodded, her eyes tightly closed. He pulled the blankets over her, turned off the lights, and retrieved a bottle of water from the mini-fridge. The doctor hadn't given her much of the medicine, stating that she wouldn't need it after tonight. He shook out 2 pills and brought them into the room, then handed them to her. Take this and go to sleep. She swallowed the pills, drank the water, and laid back down on the pillows. He got up to leave, and she spoke. Can you do me a favor? What's that? This is going to sound weird, she murmured in a sleepy voice. But can you find my phone and send Sigmund a text message? A weird, gnawing sort of jealousy crept through him. Sigmund? She gave a small sigh and burrowed into his bed, turning on her side. He's a guild mate, and I was supposed to be on tonight, and I don't want him freaking out. Of course. Thanks, Locke. She was silent after that, and he turned and left the room, closing the door behind him. He was exhausted. His suite was equipped with a full-sized couch, so he'd be fine sleeping there. Sleep, however, wasn't on his mind just yet. He picked up Taylor's bag and riffled through it, looking for her phone. She'd dropped it when she'd fallen, and he vaguely remembered shoving it into her pack. Sigmund, eh? And this after she assured him she didn't have a boyfriend? He found the phone and swiped to unlock it. Several messages were on her screen. Sigmund. Heard you had to leave the LAN party early. You coming home for the raid? Sigmund. It's past raid start time. Where are you? Sigmund. You're not pulling this shit again, are you? Sigmund. The raid needs you, Taylor. Where the hell are you? What a prick. His jealousy vanished when he realized it was just one of her game mates trying to find her. Of course it was. Taylor was cute and utterly distractible and a little wacky, but she didn't strike him as a liar. She spoke her mind too freely. Reminded him of her friend Gretchen, the woman whose wedding he was going to be in. No wonder they got along so well. He typed a message back. Have a nice day. This is Taylor's friend. She hit her head and had to go to emergency. She's fine now, but sleeping. The reply fired back immediately. Sigmund. She's all right? Sigmund. Should I play her tune? Sigmund. We need her DR for the raid. She's one of the tanks. Fuck, like he knew what a tune was? Or a DR? Or a tank? Have a nice day. She's asleep. Use your best judgment. Sigmund. Kay. Tell her we need her back for Tuesday's raid for sure, though. And tell her I'll be on tomorrow to chat. Locke gritted his jaw. Whoever this Sigmund was, he wasn't worried about Taylor half as much as he was worried about their raid or DR or whatever it was. He got it, he really did. She said it was like a sports match, but online. If a player didn't show up, the others had to scramble to cover the spot. But hell, couldn't he have at least pretended a bit more worry for his friend? Asked how she was doing? Locke didn't like it. He tossed the phone aside and then sat down on the couch, picking through the rest of her bag. She'd kept an extra shirt in here the other day, but it seemed that tonight all she had was her laptop, some power cords, and a few protein bars nestled next to her keys. She'd need clothes then, and he'd need extra blankets. He dialed down at the front desk. Mr. Delle Scogliere, sir. How can I assist you? Yes, I'm having a friend stay over for a few days. I need some additional things for my room. Another bathrobe, some extra towels, some bedding. Of course, sir. And some shampoo and bath soaps. If you have bubble bath, that would be nice, too. He pictured Taylor in the enormous tub surrounded by bubbles, the childish glee on her face, and her gorgeous body sudsy. Definitely bubbles. I'll send someone out to get those things for you. Anything else? He frowned, thinking about what she liked. Cereal, with marshmallows. Cereal, sir? Yes, and some pajamas, very soft pajamas. She was going to spend all day in bed tomorrow if it was the last thing he did. What size? He heard a pen scratching busily on the other side of the phone. Women's medium, I think. Actually, bring several sizes, just in case. I'll pay for them all. Very well, sir. And some movies, some science fiction movies. The Mr. Who ones. Doctor Who, sir? Yes, those. I believe that's a TV show, the woman corrected gently. And I'm sure you can find some of it on demand if you check your television. Oh, of course. Thank you. If you can think of anything else, let me know, sir. Will do. He hung up, rubbing his jaw and thinking. After a moment, he called back down to the front desk again. Do you know of a game called MMOG? Do you mean an MMORPG? Yes, that's it. That's a type of game, Mr. Delle Scogliere. My son plays several. That's the only reason I know what you're talking about. Her voice was amused. Was there one in particular you were interested in? I'm not sure. What's the most popular one? That would be World of Warcraft. Can I get a copy of that, too? I'll see what I can do. If she was going to be housebound for the next while, maybe he needed to learn how to play the game to spend time with her. The thought wasn't unappealing, for all that it was sedentary. After all, his excursion out to the local polo club hadn't exactly been the most welcoming. Going there had been nothing like home, where he was friendly with everyone, and all the people at the club actually wanted to play, not just hang out and drink. For a brief moment, he was homesick. dreadfully, awfully homesick. He'd left his country in the past, but never before had he been told not to come home. It rankled, quite a bit. He wasn't a criminal. He was just a member of the royal family, a bit lower down the food chain than most. Why on earth should he have to play all these games just to avoid taking a job he didn't want anyhow? Frustrated, he picked up his cell phone and called his manor house. "Villa delle Scogliere," a smooth voice answered. He didn't recognize the person. "This is Locke. Who's this?" "Oh, my lord, I'm sorry. This is Brandon. I'm filling in for Simon. His wife had their baby, a boy." "Give them my regards." Damn. Simon was his friend and valet. If the man wasn't in, who was looking after his estate? Locke should be there, not this terrified-sounding man. He wasn't a monster, after all. He was just calling to check on things. "Who's in house today?" "Myself, the cook, the stable-master, and your accountant. Shall I get one of them for you?" None of them would be able to help him. "No, thank you." "I do have a number that Simon left for you if you should call with any questions." The man, Brandon, sounded hesitant. "It's for the Minister of the Crown, Franz Bersatz." Right, the little man with the glasses when he'd had his meeting with his aunt. "Excellent. Let me have it." He wrote the number down, thanked Brandon, and then dialed the new number. "This is Franz Bersatz." He cleared his throat. "This is Locke." "Locke, my lord, how are you enjoying the States?" He wasn't enjoying them much at all, actually, but to complain would sound petulant. "Lovely. I wanted to call and see how the situation was back at home. Everything swept under the rug?" The man made an unhappy noise. "Not exactly." "What do you mean, not exactly?" "I mean that the insurgents are aware that you have left the country and are lobbying for your return." Well, on that they both agreed. He wanted to return too. And of course, if he did, they'd insist on him taking the throne, and that wouldn't do. "What if I abdicate, like George?" The minister made another unhappy noise. "That would be bad." "Why would it be bad? Isn't that what we all want? Me to be taken out of the line of succession?" "Yes, but it's the how that is sticky." He rubbed his brow. "Explain." "People start making noises about the line of succession after the princess marries an American. Then George drops from the line. But George dropped because he got caught sticking his dick in the maids." "Doesn't matter," Franz said. "It can still be seen as manipulated by the throne. Griffin is less of an issue because he hasn't lived in Bellissime for the last decade. He's not much more than a remote figure, unlike you. Also, he's technically still in the line of succession, just considered undesirable because of the new wife-to-be. Now, let's say you were to drop from the line of succession for whatever reason. How would that look to the public?" The man was right. It would look as if his cousin Alex were getting rid of her competition. It didn't matter that there were no ulterior motives on his cousin's end. Alex was a nice girl, but very much a stickler for the rules. All that would matter was that all the male family members were being struck off the list for one reason or another. He sighed heavily. "Damn it." "You see my point? You can't just drop from the line of succession simply because you don't want to be king. Everything has to be carefully orchestrated in order to reduce any amount of blame that Princess Alexandra might get. All it takes is a few words in the wrong ears, and we're looking at revolution. No one wants that." Fuck, no. He certainly didn't want revolution. "So, what do I do?" "You stay put. You let things die down.
You show up to any social events in the States that you are invited to. You talk encouragingly about your cousin's wedding and how happy you are for her. For how long? However long it takes. A year, maybe 2. More likely 2. We have a publicity team working with the Crown to ensure that both the princess and her new husband are seen in the best light possible, and she is working hard at getting pregnant. He coughed, as if realizing what he was saying. You know what I mean. Regardless, until things are settled here, you need to be there. A year or 2? Good God. He'd been here a week and he was already bored out of his mind. What am I supposed to do for a year or 2? Charity events? Photo ops? I'm sure you'll figure out something. Locke rubbed his brow, frustrated. So, I can't come home because my cousin married an American, but I can't abdicate a throne I don't want because it'll reflect badly on the crown. That's right. You're the most popular royal at the moment, unless you find a completely unsuitable American to marry, too. The minister laughed uncomfortably at his own joke. Locke held his breath. He stared at the door to his bedroom. I'll get back to you on that. I beg your pardon, sir, but... Locke hung up. He gazed at the bedroom door, rubbing his chin. Now he had a plan. Was it the nicest plan? No. Would it take care of all his problems? Oh, yes, absolutely. Chapter 8. Taylor's head was a throbbing nightmare, and her mouth tasted like cotton. She groaned softly and hugged her pillow closer, only to discover that her pillow had somehow gotten softer and fluffier overnight. She squeezed it again, testing to make sure she wasn't crazy, and that was when she realized she was still dressed and under a rather heavy blanket. Slowly she sat up in bed and glanced around. This wasn't her bed. This wasn't even her apartment. It was dark, but even in the dark it felt different than her place, more open. Plus, there was the soft sound of a vacuum down the hall. Her scattered mind vaguely remembered the hospital room and Locke's big hand stroking hers. Something about him taking her back to his hotel to take care of her. Oh, right. She squinted at the room. It was dark, heavy curtains drawn over the windows. But even in the dark, she could tell the room was enormous. Taylor slid over to the edge of the bed, a king bed no less, and felt around for a light. When she flicked it on, her eyes widened. The bed she'd slept in was magnificent, with a padded leather headboard and tawny thick blankets made of something luxurious. There were a dozen pillows tossed around and above the bed, and an artsy painting of what looked like paint splatters decorated the mocha-colored walls. Nice chairs and a table were along one wall, and against another there were double doors leading into what looked like a bathroom. Okay, his hotel was officially nicer than any building she'd ever been in, except maybe Gretchen and Hunter's magnificent house. Damn. Locke had said he was a noble in Bellissime, a count or a baron or something, but had acted like it was no big deal. This room told her he was a big deal, capital B, capital D. Normal people didn't rent rooms in places like this, not even close. She swung her legs over the side of the bed, and a bolt of pain shot through her body, the breath hissing out of her lungs. Owie, owie. She gingerly touched her side. It felt as raw as her head, but the skin didn't feel broken. Her foot felt hot and sweaty, and hurt, too. A quick glance down showed that her skinny jeans had been slit all the way up to the knee on one side. freaking lovely. There was a plastic boot around one foot, and she tried to flex her foot inside said boot. Another bolt of pain ripped through her. Okay, she wouldn't do that again. She rubbed her face, trying to remember what the doctor had said. Her head had been throbbing so hard she hadn't paid attention to much. Oh, right. Her ankle was swollen and tender, but not broken. Ditto on the ribs. They felt like hell, though. Actually, all of her felt like hell, which meant she probably looked worse. And she was here in the bed of the hottest guy she'd ever met. Shit. Time to do some damage control. Taylor hobbled her way to the bathroom and flicked the light on. She sucked in a breath at the sight because, good God, this was an incredible bathroom. Fluffy rugs dotted the travertine floor, and thick pillowy towels were stacked on a small rolling table next to a bathtub that looked like a gigantic marble bowl resting on the floor. She limped toward it, eyes wide. She needed that tub in her life like yesterday. Off to one side was a shower that looked a lot like a waterfall, complete with rocks for the wall instead of tile, and a half-dozen spray nozzles. Jesus, this bathroom was officially the shit. She peeked at the mirror, a gigantic mosaic-lined oval that covered nearly all of one wall, and winced. Oh yeah, she was a hot mess. The enormous bandage covering half her head had to go, especially because her hair was sticking out in every single direction underneath it. With delicate fingers, she slowly unwound the gauze, revealing a blood-spotted square bandage high at her hairline. She peeled it up and peeked at the damage. 6 stitches, lots of purple bruising. Lovely. With her fingers, she tried to comb her hair flat, and then washed her face with a soft towel to freshen up. When she looked about as good as she could hope, given the circumstances, Taylor replaced the small square bandage over her stitches, and then hobble-limped back to the bedroom. There were double doors that must have led out to the rest of the hotel room. Was this a suite or something? Did Locke realize how much a hotel room like this one cost? And they were probably charging him extra to have her here. Crap, she needed to talk to him. She limped out of the doors and stared in awe at her surroundings. If she thought the bedroom was insane, it was nothing compared to the rest of the hotel suite. 3 large sofas sat together near a table with fresh flowers in a crystal vase. If she looked to the left, there was a piano, a desk complete with computer, a minibar off to one side, and the TV on the nearby wall was larger than it had any right to be. On the opposite wall, there was a balcony and window after window that showed a gorgeous view of New York City. Her apartment was nothing like this, and she felt acutely out of place. Hello? Locke? Something on one of the couches moved, and Locke sat up, his magnificent hair shaggy and out of place as he rubbed sleepy eyes. Hey, Taylor, how are you feeling? Like a rancor crapped me out? Like what? She waved a hand, hobbling over to him. Never mind, He leapt to his feet in a surprisingly fluid motion and moved toward her. You shouldn't be up and walking on that ankle. Let me carry you. No, I'm fine, Her protests died as he lifted her in his arms as easily as if she were a child and carried her across the room. Okay, wow. So she hadn't been dreaming when she'd had vague recollections of being hoisted about like a damsel in distress. She should have hated that. She really should have. Instead, it was kinda sexy. Distracted, Taylor was silent as Locke carried her to one of the plush sofas and set her down gently. She remained quiet as he lifted her leg onto one of the padded ottomans and carefully put a pillow under her foot. "How's that?" he asked. "Great, just great. She smoothed her hair nervously. "You slept out here?" There was a nest of blankets and pillows on one of the sofas that filled her with guilt. "I did. Didn't want to accidentally bang up any of your banged-up pots." "Probably shouldn't say the word bang so often," Taylor murmured. It made her think of, well, dirty sorts of banging. "What's that?" "Nothing. Thanks for bringing me here. I swear I'm fine, though." "You're not fine. The doctor said someone should watch you for the next few days, just in case the head wound was more severe than originally thought." He sat down on the ottoman and pulled her foot into his lap. "Shall we have a look at this?" "You really don't have to," she began, but the words died when he unzipped the plastic boot and began to unwrap her foot. He was very careful with touching her, she noticed, and his fingers grazed over her skin with the utmost concern. "This hurt?" "Not really, no. A little bruised, but overall it's not too bad if I don't walk on it." She was more fixated on those big fingers caressing her swollen ankle than the actual ankle itself. She couldn't help it. Every time he moved, or touched her, or heck, even smiled, she thought about that one-night stand. Man, she was a dirty bird. Here he was, trying to take care of her, and all she was thinking about were her fingers and all her sensitive spots. "Can you rotate for me?" Taylor immediately flushed. "What?" Her voice was a shocked squeak as she stared at him. "Your ankle?" "Oh, of course." She gave it a little flex and then gently rolled it a bit. "Hurts, but it's not so awful I can't stand it. I can go home." "No, you're staying with me for the rest of this week." He zipped the boot again and set her foot back down on the ottoman. "Let me see your stitches." "I looked at them in the bathroom. They're fine," she said quickly. "There's no need." "I still want to look at them." Locke sat down next to her on the couch, so close that his knee brushed up against her thigh. Oh, dang. Now she was thinking about sexy knees. Why was she being such a horn dog after she'd been injured? Because it was Locke, of course, and Locke was the sexiest thing alive. And she'd tapped that, and she knew just how good sex with him was, so of course she was obsessing. It was only natural, or so she told herself. Any woman in her right mind would be thinking about flinging off her plastic boot and riding him like a pony right about now. She held her breath as he moved closer, and his big, gorgeous torso leaned in toward hers. His hands went to the bandage on her brow, and his face was stunningly close to her own. She gazed up at him, blinking rapidly. He had beard stubble on that strong chin of his, and instead of looking scruffy or unkempt, he looked roguish and even more sexy. Heaven help her, she was creeping on a guy who was trying to play nursemaid. He probably wasn't turned on at all. "Looks hideous," he announced in a cheerful voice. "You'll probably have a scar." "You shouldn't sound so happy when you tell a girl that." "Scars are just a side effect of any game." He replaced the bandage. "Yeah, but my game involves sitting in a computer chair. Takes a special kind of skill to hurt yourself doing that." "To be fair, you never even made it to your chair." He grinned down at her. Gosh, he was entirely too close for her to be unaffected. She dragged her gaze away from him and touched the bandage a little harder than she should have, just to ground herself firmly in reality. Thank God for hats. "You're cute without the scar, and you'll be just as cute with one." Oh man, fuck reality. I don't suppose you want to have sex right now, do you? Locke's eyes widened, and then he laughed. Is that a no? Or a maybe? Because she could work with a maybe. Well, I find you incredibly attractive, Taylor. Oh, shoot, that was a no. Damn. You have a head wound, a busted ankle, and bruised ribs. The last thing you need right now is for me to jounce you around. I could do the jouncing around, she said hopefully. He grinned again. I must say, all this enthusiasm for sex with me is incredibly flattering. Are you truly that turned on right now? You just woke up. It's just that, for girls like me, you're like a rare and wonderful unicorn. You don't come along but maybe once in a girl's life. And like any unicorn, I'm going to kick myself if I don't try to ride you. He threw his head back and laughed long and hard. God, Taylor, the things you say. They turn you on? Locke wiped tears of laughter from his eyes. I don't need words for you to turn me on. I find you incredibly attractive. He cupped her face in his hands and gazed down at her. But I'm also very aware of the fact that you are hurt, and so we're not doing anything. She sighed. Can't blame a girl for trying. No, I can't. He leaned in and kissed the tip of her nose. Her entire body felt flushed with warmth after that sweet little gesture. Well, if you didn't want to have sex again, why did you volunteer to take care of me? His brows drew down. Because we're friends. You need someone to look after you, Taylor, and I've got plenty of free time on my hands. Yeah, but you could just dump me at my apartment. I promise I won't leave it for a week. I'll just get the grocer to deliver some cereal and milk. It'll be all good. No, it will not, because you're going to stay here. He grabbed one of the pillows off of his bedding and tucked it behind her back. I won't take no for an answer. But I have to work. You said you could work remotely, yes? You have your phone and your laptop. If you need anything else, I'd be happy to have it purchased and brought to the hotel. She chewed her lip, thinking. He could always purchase her a headset and she could work. Gee, for some reason, the idea of being able to work didn't fill her with joy. Maybe because her job sucked? Or maybe because she didn't want to do it while around him, because he was sure to get bored? Also, I should be in-game if I'm not working. You can nap when you're not working, he corrected, like the doctor said. And if you must play, I'll leave you alone to it. He leaned in. I purchased a copy of your games for myself, too. Her eyes widened. You did? Yes, I figured we could maybe play together a little. You could show me the ropes. Sweet baby Jesus, she was in nerd heaven, wasn't she? I could do that, but... Before you ask, let me show you what I've bought. He got up from the couch and moved across the room to a table covered with several bags. I had the hotel send someone to go shopping for me. They purchased extra toiletries, some pajamas in different sizes, and a few t-shirts. I even got that marshmallow cereal you like. There's absolutely no reason why you cannot stay here with me. Won't you be bored? She hesitated. I mean, I'm not the most exciting girl, and I'm going to be spending a lot of time staring at a computer screen or sleeping. Won't that get old for you? Absolutely not. I'm already bored out of my mind. At least now I'll have company. If you're so bored, why not go back home? I promised family I'd stay here for a time. They worry I won't get to see enough of the world. Wow, that was surprising, given that he seemed pretty worldly to her. But family could be weird at times. Then, I guess I can't talk you out of me staying, even though I think you're going to regret it? I'm sure I won't, and no, you can't. All right, then. She officially had a roommate for the next while. She ignored the excited flutter in the pit of her belly. As Taylor emerged from his hotel bedroom in a pair of oversized pajamas, Locke felt an overwhelming sensation of satisfaction. It was damned odd, really. Having her there with him shouldn't have been so utterly satisfying, but getting her to concede and agree to spend next week with him felt like a victory. Now, having her here as she changed her clothing into the new ones he'd bought her, he felt pleased. Like she was his girlfriend, and they were about to settle in for the day, despite the early hour. The thought wasn't an unappealing one. Taylor flopped one too long sleeve in the air. These are enormous. It's definitely not the right size for you. Shall I get up and help you dress? He started to get off the couch. What? Don't be silly. She took a step backward and nearly careened over an end table, barely managing to catch herself before she tipped over. That was a fluke, by the way. I'm fine. I don't need help dressing. I shall save my talent for undressing then, he teased, relaxing back on the sofa. He was still watching her, just to make sure she didn't trip and fall over something and hurt herself again. This was Taylor, after all. Her cheeks pinked, and she headed toward the bedroom again. I think I'll start with the smallest size and see how that one works. Be right back. Stay off your ankle, he called to her. Nag, 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 she yelled back, closing the door behind her. He grinned to himself. Already his stay in the States had gotten vastly more entertaining, and it was simply due to the fact that she was around. Was he being selfish, insisting that she stay with him when she had work to do? Perhaps. Gretchen, or one of her other female friends, could more easily take care of her if she needed bathing or some such. But, to be honest, the thought of helping her gave him a strange sense of pleasure. She didn't have anything he hadn't already seen, or licked, and he could just as easily help her around as another person. He wasn't even doing this for the sex, though that definitely was a factor to consider when she was feeling better. He was just being a good friend. Oh, blast. He couldn't even lie to himself. He was enjoying Taylor's presence because he needed a bride, and her temporary need for supervision fit in perfectly with his plans. Ever since the minister had joked that Locke needed an unsuitable American bride, he hadn't been able to get the thought out of his head. If he needed an unsuitable American, she was perfect. Taylor was cute and bubbly, but she was also a bit loud, had a tendency to say whatever crossed her mind, regardless of how appropriate it was. And she liked all kinds of strange things like her game and dressed like she was an extra on a science fiction television show. He liked sex with Taylor. That was a definite plus. Taylor was also very trusting. That was also a plus. She was sexy without being overly flirty, giving, and fun to talk to. He wouldn't have to worry about her going behind his back to discuss foreign affairs or checking on his accounts. She wouldn't be jockeying to go to royal affairs all over the globe like some of his more henpecked cousins' wives. Put a computer in front of Taylor, and she'd be perfectly happy. She was easy to please. She had great tits. He thought about them again, and his mouth watered. His cock stiffened in his trousers, and he pulled a pillow over his lap. Not appropriate at the moment, but he couldn't overlook the fact that his physical attraction to Taylor was one of the things that made this strange idea of an impromptu marriage so appealing. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't consider the idea. But Taylor? Taylor had merit. There were a few drawbacks to the plan, of course, namely that he'd need to divorce her the moment things died down again. Her feelings would probably be a little hurt, but by then they'd likely be so sick of each other she'd be grateful to separate. There was the question of money as well, as in he had a fair amount and she did not. He actually wasn't sure how much he had, but given that the hotel room he was staying in was bigger than her entire apartment building's floor, it was a safe bet that they had a significant difference in income levels. She didn't seem like the type that would care, but his accountant would. Best to just get it all taken care of cleanly. He'd ask for a prenup, just to be on the safe side. He'd bet Taylor wouldn't mind. And really, she never had to know it was all a plan on his end, just to destroy his own eligibility. She thought he was just visiting family in the States. No more needed to be said about his real reasons for being there. She wandered back out a moment later, the new set of pajamas fitting her perfectly. Too perfectly, he noticed, because he could see her breasts sway under the fabric as she hobbled toward him. He got up and moved to her side. "Let me carry you." "Don't be stupid. I can walk." "I told you to stay off your ankle," he said, and hauled her into his arms. She squealed and wriggled delightfully against him, and his cock got hard again. So he swatted her bottom. "Behave, or I'm going to spank you." "And that's punishment?" She wiggled against him again. "It's torture for both of us, you little minx. I'm not shagging you while you're injured." His cock had other ideas, especially with her so soft in his arms. "Party pooper." He gently set her down on one of the sofas and tucked blankets around her. "You're not to get up for anything unless you have my permission." Her brows went up. "That's so?" "That's right." "And what happens if I don't again?" She ran a finger over the blanket. "A spanking? Much punishment, so wow?" "What?" "Guess you're not up on your doge. Never mind." She gave him a mischievous look. "I have to admit, though, telling me you're going to spank me if I misbehave isn't exactly the way to get me to behave. I will steal the television remote and force you to watch documentaries about the environment." She made a face. "You win this round." "Believe me, I take no pleasure in this win." He leaned over the couch and stuffed a pillow behind her back. "Are you hungry? Thirsty? Shall I get you your laptop?" Taylor glanced down at the blanket and toyed with the edges. "Food sounds good." No computer? For a self-professed computer nerd, she wasn't in a hurry to get to her keyboard. Maybe her head hurt worse than she was letting on? He immediately felt remorse for hauling her around and teasing her. She might act sassy, but it didn't mean she wasn't injured. He brushed a lock of hair off her forehead. "Want room service or cereal?" She brightened. "Cereal would be awesome." He got up and picked through the supplies that had been dropped off, found cereal, a bowl, and grabbed milk from the minibar. Once she was set up with her breakfast, he moved back to the bags of stuff, looking for something for himself since he wasn't a fan of that sugary marshmallow mess she enjoyed. "So, what else do you have there?" she asked between bites. "Anything entertaining for today?" He picked through the contents. A few computer games, some DVDs, and a few items from the gift shop downstairs. "I'm not sure why they thought I'd need a Statue of Liberty hat, but I suppose it's thoughtful." At her giggle, he glanced back at her, grinning. "Want to watch a movie?" "Sure. What do we have?" "I told them that you liked science fiction and fantasy, and it looks as if they sent us several Star Wars movies." "Ooh, want to watch the original trilogy or the prequel? Which one's your favorite?" Locke shrugged. "Don't recall seeing either." Shut the front door. You're from Europe, not Mars, you crazy man. How is it you've never seen a Star Wars movie? Her eyes were wide. You're not human, are you? You're a sexy space prince sent here to conquer Earth, and that's how you've never seen a Star Wars movie. It's the only logical conclusion. Clearly. So, number 1 then? It depends. Is it the real episode 1 or episode 4? He frowned. I don't know. Which one do you want to start with? It depends. Do you want to watch 9 hours of people arguing about trade negotiations, or do you want to watch a farm boy discover his destiny? Is this a joke? Trade negotiations? His brows furrowed. That sounds dreadful. Episode 4 it is, and a very good choice. She took another bite of cereal and beamed at him. You'll love this. Trust me. He did, in fact, enjoy the first 3 movies. The others not so much. In fact, he might have dozed off halfway through the first prequel. At some point he woke up and realized she was asleep too, the TV droning on about senators and intergalactic trade agreements. He shut the television off, tucked the blankets closer around Taylor, and pulled her against him to sleep. Today had been a good day. He'd been lazy, granted, and had eaten nothing but pizza and all the terrible sugary snacks that Taylor insisted he try from the minibar. But he'd had fun. Her commentary on the films and her enjoyment bolstered his own enthusiasm, and he looked forward to spending more time with her. This marriage thing, he had it in the bag. By the end of the week, she'd be eating out of the palm of his hand. Then he could go home and pick up his life again, blissfully thrown free. The next morning, Taylor woke up from some rather filthy dreams, sprawled over the object of her filthy dreams on the couch. Not the worst place in the world to wake up, she mused. Locke lay on the couch with his hands loosely at her waist, and her cheek was pressed against his chest, her injured foot propped up on one arm of the couch. God, this was nice. Her hand smoothed over his broad chest. Injury or not, she wasn't averse to a little morning nookie. After all, he was spread out in front of her like a darn buffet. A girl could only hold off for so long. Off in the distance, something vibrated. Her phone, probably. It paused, then vibrated again, the sound angry. Shit. Was it Monday? She was supposed to be working. She sat up, detangling her limbs from him slowly. As she did, the worst cramping in her lower abdomen set in, and a horrific realization struck her. Her period was coming on. Ugh! Worst timing ever. Not only was she not home, but she was at a sexy guy's sexy hotel room, about to have the least sexy week of her life. Clearly, fate hated her. She got to her feet, and her inflated boot popped under her weight, the sound loud. Shit! On the sofa, Locke sat up. You all right? I'm good. Once she found the tampons, that was. Here, let me carry you. No! Taylor all but yelped the word and sprinted for the bathroom. She managed to make it there and locked the door before he could come in, and then rummaged around in the toiletries looking for lady supplies. She should have known. Her period was the worst cock-blocker ever. A week with Locke should have been sexy central. Now it was going to be crampy time central. Not only was she injured, she'd be cramping and miserable and unable to have sex with the hottest guy on earth. You all right? Fine, she yelled out. She spotted her bag in the corner and let out a sigh of relief, grabbing it. She kept tampons in a hidden pocket, and they'd last long enough until she could discreetly phone the front desk and ask for someone to send some up. Then again,
Maybe this was a sign from God that her legs should stay firmly closed together, and she should just take her happy ass home. Even as she thought it, though, she hated the idea. She wanted to stay here. Being around Locke made her feel safe and less stressed. Funny, she hadn't realized how stressed she was until she'd logged off the computer with him, and felt like she could breathe. She emerged from the bathroom a short time later to see him frowning at the door, arms crossed over his chest. "You all right?" How to explain to 7 feet of beefcake that she was menstrual without totally turning him off? "Fine, but I think I should go home." He shook his head. "Absolutely not. You're going to be my guest this week. I won't take no for an answer." She bit her lip. She was afraid he'd say that. "I'm just not feeling 100%. A look of worry crossed his face. "Do you need to go to the doctor?" "No, I just need some me time." And hopefully that me time would involve a quick trip down to the gift shop for some Midol and pads. Locke frowned, but then slowly got up from his perch on one of the tables. "I should probably get my morning jog in." "Yes, that's an excellent idea. You should definitely do that." He tilted his head. "You're sure you're all right?" At her over-enthusiastic nod, he headed for the bedroom. "All right, then. I'll change into my jogging clothes and be back shortly." "Fabulous. I'll be here." He nodded, then moved toward her. "Let me carry you back to the couch." "No!" she yelped. If he did, she was sure to, well, gush. "Ugh. I can make it myself. I'll just hop." "And crack your skull again? I don't think so." He moved toward her, and she flinched backward. To her relief, he paused. "You sure you're okay?" "Just not in a touchy-feely mood at the moment." "I see. All right, I'll let you get back there on your own then, but no hopping." "No hopping." She limped across the bedroom and headed for the couch, hoping he wouldn't see on her face just how much her stupid ankle was hurting at the moment. She thumped down on the couch, and then winced when she realized her phone was across the room and still vibrating with incoming messages. Crap. Locke was still in the bedroom, so she hobble-walked over to retrieve it and her laptop, and then made her way slowly back to the couch. Locke emerged from the bedroom a few moments later, dressed in jogging pants, a tight gray shirt that made all her tingly girl parts tingle just a little bit more, his shaggy hair pulled back into a man ponytail. It shouldn't have looked half as sexy as it did, but damn, he was working it. Well, that, and she was ultra horny thanks to her dang period. God, this was going to be a long week. He gave her another curious look as he tugged one foot behind him, stretching his hamstrings. "You sure you're all right?" "I'm fine. I'm just going to lie here and bleed in misery. Check my email." Locke grunted acknowledgement, stretched his other leg, and then moved to the table, tucking his phone into a pocket. "You have my number if you need me, yes?" Had they exchanged phone numbers? She couldn't remember. "I'll be fine," she deflected, and opened her laptop. He hesitated for a moment longer, then left the room. The moment he did, she leapt for the room phone. The woman at the front desk was sympathetic and understanding, and wanted to bill it to Locke's room. Taylor had to do a bit of coaxing to get the woman to accept cash for it instead, and she waited by the door of the room for the drop-off. As she waited, she checked her phone. It was like a double whammy of crap. Not only was her boss demanding to know where she was, but Sigmund was blowing up her phone too. The knot of anxiety returned to her stomach. Why was it she could never make people happy?
Locke thought she was being weird, and now both Sigmund and her boss were pissed at her. At least she could do some damage control. She quickly texted her boss back. "Sorry, I'll log on ASAP. I hit my head this weekend and am staying at a friend's so he can watch over me." 3 dots immediately showed up, telling her that her boss was already texting a message back. Well, that wasn't good. She glanced at the clock. 10 in the morning. Okay, so she was a few hours late for her 7 a.m. shift. She'd just work late to make up for it. "I see. Do you have a note from the doctor?" "I didn't get one. I'll just work late. Sorry again." "This is the 3rd time this month you've been late or called in, Taylor. Last month your record was even worse. Do we need to talk?" She winced. "No, I promise it won't happen again." "You said that last time." So she had. "This is truly the last time, I promise." No response. Well, that had gone over like a lead balloon. She'd just have to do damage control and knock out one of the projects he was waiting on. Now for problem number 2. "Have a nice day." "I'm here, Sigmund. I've just been busy." His response was immediate, too. Sigmund: "I'd swear you're avoiding me, Taylor. I hate that." Sigmund: "You're the only good thing in my life." "Hello, guilt. Nice to have you back." "Have a nice day." "Sorry, I'm at my friend's. She's watching me because the doctor said I should be careful for a few days." She hoped Locke would understand that his gender was temporarily female, because otherwise Sig might go nuts. Sigmund: "Are you not okay?" Sigmund: "I played your tune in Saturday night's raid. Hope that's all right." "Have a nice day." "It's fine. Thanks for picking up the slack." Sigmund: "Everyone's real worried about you, Tay." "Have a nice day." "Aw, that's sweet. Tell them my head is fine, I promise. It feels much better today." Sigmund: "No, not about that. About all the time you've been taking away from the guild. It's like you don't care anymore." Sigmund: "People are counting on you, you know. We can't raid without you." Taylor stared at the message in shock. For a moment, she was irrationally, completely, furiously angry. So it wasn't that people were actually worried about her health inasmuch as they just wanted her to show up and run raids for them? What about her wants? What about her life? Or did that not matter as long as everyone else online was happy? Her jaw clenched, and she fired back an angry message. "Have a nice day. Excuse me for getting wounded and not being online for a raid. I'll try not to injure myself. At times it'll inconvenience everyone else." Sigmund: "You know I didn't mean it like that." Sigmund: "I'm just passing along the message." Sigmund: "You know I care about you." Sigmund: "You saw my flowers, right?" Sigmund: "Tay?" Sigmund: "Are you ignoring me?" Sigmund: "Come on, Taylor, don't do this." Sigmund: "Please don't be mad at me." Sigmund: "Please, I lose all hope when I think about you not in my life." Sigmund: "That's why it scares me when you're not on. What am I going to do if you ever leave?" Sigmund: "I don't think I can survive." And now she felt worse than ever. She knew it was emotional blackmail, but it was so much easier to cave in than to stand strong against his constant barrage of guilt. "Have a nice day." "It's fine, Sig. I'll try and be on a bit more today. I need to catch up on work first, though." Sigmund: "No problem. Let me know if you need me to run your tune for a bit. I'm happy to help out." "Have a nice day." "'Kay, thanks." She threw a smiley face on so he wouldn't flip out on her again, and then threw her phone aside. God, she wished she could flush the damn thing down the toilet sometimes. Her belly cramped a protest, and she moaned. If life was fair, she wouldn't have her period while staying with the hottest man ever. People online wouldn't be nagging her to log into a game for hours on end, and her boss wouldn't think she was a flake. But it was clear that life wasn't fair. Taylor sighed. They weren't the worst problems to have, but they still stressed her out. She needed a vacation, one that didn't involve anything but a beach, some fruity umbrella drinks, and lots of naps. Unfortunately, the odds were against that happening in the near future. Chapter 9. Locke jogged through the tree-lined paths of Central Park, body sweaty with exertion. After a day of inactivity yesterday, it was good to push himself, and after he'd done one circuit, he started up again. Exercise helped him clear his mind, but even after 2 rounds of his regular path, he was still thinking. Taylor had been a little standoffish this morning, but he was still determined to go through with his plan. Marry her as quickly as possible, cock up the succession plans for the Auntie Alex folks, and go about his merry way. It was the right thing to do. Never mind his nagging conscience at deceiving her. It wasn't truly deceit. He liked her, and he liked sex with her. It just wasn't going to be a very permanent sort of marriage on his end. After all, it wasn't like either of them was in love. They'd marry, have a bit of fun together, and when everything quieted down, they'd get a nice, simple divorce. It was brilliant, really. Everyone back home should be thanking him for his loyalty to the crown. Mind made up, Locke ended his jog and headed for a vendor selling water bottles. He pulled out a bill and handed it to the man. The man immediately handed it back. I can't break this. Locke looked down at the dollar. It was 100. Is it not any good? I don't take anything bigger than a 20, buddy. Right. He dug through his wallet again, found a 20, and handed it over, then walked away with a bottle. You want your change? The man called after him. Locke waved a hand, distracted, and continued to walk away. He should call and speak to France again. If the man knew what Locke was planning, then perhaps he'd be able to go home a little earlier. He mentally pictured his small villa in the green hills, his horses, the quiet compared to the bustling city around him, the smell of the grass instead of whatever the hell the smell in New York was. Home was definitely appealing. He wondered what Taylor would think of his house. He'd sold the palatial family castle and now lived in a much smaller Tuscan-style villa that suited him much better. He bet she'd like it, and she'd probably like his horses, too. Maybe he'd get her a horse. He chugged his water and then pulled out his phone, dialing. France Bersats, the other end answered. Yes, this is Locke, he began. I've an idea. An idea? For what? To take myself out of consideration for the throne. I'm going to marry an American. On the other end, the man sputtered. You what? You can't. My lord, think about what you're doing. I am, actually. Locke sat back on the park bench, feeling rather pleased with himself. Thing is, people love a good love story, right? So I show up with my happy bride, we let it leak to the press that it was love at first sight, and everyone thinks I'm a bit of a buffoon, but they don't want me for the throne any longer, so it doesn't matter. Everyone's happy and I can come home. I really don't think we have to go to such drastic measures. Not drastic, Locke assured her. The girl's quite nice. He thought of Taylor and her bouncy breasts. Yeah, quite nice was an understatement. Being temporarily married to her wouldn't be a chore in the slightest. And she's agreed to this? Getting there. He just needed to turn on the charm a bit more once he knew she wasn't hurting from her wounds. Is she a fortune hunter? Because... Nah, I'll get my accountants on it. Have a nice prenup. He frowned, thinking. I don't suppose you know how much money I have, do you? The man sputtered. How should I know? He was right. Fair enough. So, will that work? Give it a few weeks post-marriage and think it'll be safe for me to return? Locke, my lord, be reasonable. France sounded miserable. Do not do this. Think of your great-aunt, the Queen. Would she approve? I think she would, given that I'm taking steps to ensure that her granddaughter is not overthrown. France sighed. This feels hasty to me. My lord, it isn't necessary. Relax. Enjoy your stay in the States. Buy yourself a nice townhouse and be a visible Bellissime presence over in America. Win them over with your charm. When things are settled here, then you can come home. Is 3 years really so long a time? Funny how the time seemed to get longer every time he talked to the man. Now it was 3 years? It just convinced Locke even more that his idea was the right one. Marry Taylor. Go home. Everyone would be happy. My mind's made up. Let my great-aunt know my plans. I'll keep in touch once I've married. My lord! Locke hung up. He'd heard enough protests. It was a good plan. Now to go woo his sweet, daffy American. He grabbed his water bottle and pocketed his phone, heading back to the hotel. It was a few cross streets away, but considering he'd just jogged for the last 2 hours, it was not so long a walk. Certainly not worth getting on the subway all sweaty, not with a breeze blowing. He walked, whistling to himself, and almost passed the homeless man without seeing him. Then he stopped. There were no people living on the streets in Bellissime. They were a small, wealthy country with a tiny populace. Even the poor had assistance from the government and were given menial jobs and cheap housing. The man seated on the street was covered head to toe in dirty, worn clothing. He had a ragged beard, a baseball cap shoved down over shaggy hair, and held a cup in his hand. A garbage bag sat on the sidewalk next to him. Locke paused. He headed over to the man and opened his wallet, then pulled out the $100 bill. Here. The man took it, looked at it, then handed it back. Can't take that. Why not? The man looked up at Locke. His face was lined and dirty, but there was a proud set to his expression. I try to take that anywhere, and they're going to think it's a fake, or they're going to think I stole it. Guys like me only get small change. He dug through his wallet, but he only had more hundreds. Damn. I don't have anything else. The man grunted. You tried, more than most people do. Thanks anyhow. Locke hesitated. May I ask? Nope. The man looked down the street. Oh. He felt a little embarrassed. The man was probably asked the same thing all the time. As he watched several people pass by without even glancing at the man, he felt unhappy. This felt wrong to him, but he didn't know how to fix it. Can I buy you lunch at least? You can give me $5 and I'll get my own lunch, the man said. Otherwise, I'm not interested. Right. Locke headed down the street. He went into the nearest deli, purchased a sandwich and a drink, broke the 100, and then returned. The man was still there, gazing off into the distance. Locke put the change from the 100 in the man's cup, left the bag with the sandwich and drink. The man tipped his hat in thanks. It still didn't feel right. He watched as people hurried past and felt dirty. He needed to do more. But what? He didn't have any answers. Suddenly, his own problems felt rather petty, though. Living with Locke was kind of awesome, Taylor decided. Well, when things weren't completely awkward, that was. Sometimes it was great. The bed was awesome, the pillows fluffy as air. The bathtub and the toiletries he'd gotten for her were out of this world. Plus, it was fun to just hang around the hotel room and work with another person around. She didn't realize how lonely her job could be until she looked up and would see Locke making a face at her, and then her whole day would brighten. There were a few snags, of course. Locke was sleeping on the couch still. She wasn't thrilled with that, but she also wasn't sure about snuggling up to him with her girl stuff going on in full force. He'd never said a peep about it, but she was acutely aware of the situation. It was his hotel room, and she was in the bed, not him. Add in the fact that they were extremely platonic, and she hated that they were. It made things awkward. She wanted to tell him about her Aunt Flo situation, but every time she tried to broach the subject, she clammed up. It was really, really hard to tell a sexy man that you were bleeding. The thing that bothered her most wasn't that, oddly enough. It was that she was spending so much time on the computer. She'd worked late for 2 shifts in a row, and when that was done, she'd logged on to Excelsior to spend time with her guild and to get Sigmund off her back. Each hour on the computer felt like pure torture, because she wanted to spend time with Locke as he watched movies, or read books, caught a game, or even when he went jogging. Instead, she felt chained to her laptop. It sucked. They'd gone out for lunch a few times and had met Gretchen and another friend, Greer, that week as well. And, okay, she might have been a little head over heels when it came to Locke, to the point that Gretchen was casting her smug looks. She hadn't mentioned that she was staying with him. That would have made Gretchen crow with glee for sure. But going out with Locke, staying with him in his hotel, even though they were platonic, it felt more like they were a couple than just friends. Of course, Taylor worried that was all in her head, that she was imagining the heated looks between them, that Locke was just being nice and she was misinterpreting it. After all, she wasn't his type, and he'd even said so. Now, she was in his space 24/7, and he had to be getting tired of her. So she kept her head down, and she worked. That day, she'd woken up early, covered a double shift, and had her game minimized in the other window so it looked as if she was present. If anyone sent her a message in-game, she simply told them she was working in between pelt farming. Sigmund sent her occasional messages to let her know he was bored, or if he had gotten a particularly fun item in the auction house. But it seemed that just her presence there was enough to keep him chill, which was good. She was seated on the sofa, just finishing up a work ticket, when something tickled her ear. She flicked at it absently, and when it tickled again, she looked up. Locke was leaning over the back of the couch, a pencil in his hand, and he brushed it against her ear again. That time, instead of making her ticklish, it made her aroused. Oh boy. She blushed and touched her ear. Is my typing bothering you? You've been working all day. Want to take a break? Taylor bit her lip. I should stay online. We're supposed to have a guild run in about an hour, and I should be on. Sigmund had been giving her crap about it all day, and she'd sworn that she would be there, even though she didn't want to. What did you have in mind? He shrugged and looked around. Thought we could go out for dinner or something, but if you have to be online, maybe I'll make a character up and play with you. Her jaw dropped a little. You will? Sure, why not? A warm, happy flutter started in her belly. Well, okay. You probably need to patch the game, and that'll take several hours. Already did that. He moved across the room, all casual grace, and she couldn't help but stare at his glorious ass. Because seriously, it was downright delicious, especially when it flexed as he walked. You did? Really? Yup. He picked up his laptop, something she never saw him using, and moved back to the couch. He sat down next to her, his weight making her bounce on the cushions. Put it on last night while you were working. Oh. She must have been so into work that she hadn't noticed him. Now she felt ashamed. This was his hotel room, and she was being the worst roomie ever. I'm sorry if I'm not much fun. Don't be sorry, he said, and nudged her with his arm. He was so close to her that she could smell his aftershave, and God, it just made her tingle all over. You're busy. It's fine. It wasn't fine, but she was downright awful at juggling her responsibilities, which was why everyone seemed to be constantly irritated with her. Frustrated tears threatened to prick at her eyes, and she didn't know why. Because he was being understanding? Because it felt like another thing to juggle? She didn't know. He shifted on the couch and moved a little closer to her as the game's boot-up screen displayed. Currently, it was an advertisement for the next Excelsior convention, about to be held in Oxnard, California. Do people really go to this sort of thing? He murmured, glancing over at Taylor. Oh, yeah, I've been twice. It was fun. She'd also hooked up with a guy there, but he didn't need to know that. Everyone dresses up in costumes and talks game stuff. It's exciting. You get to see previews of the stuff coming out, and they give everyone special gear for their characters. His brows went up. Did you dress up? Of course. As anything in particular? You wouldn't know the character. Time to change the subject. She pointed at his screen. Did you make a username yet? She walked him through how to set up his account, mentally wincing at his awkward typing. It was clear that Locke didn't spend much time on computers after all. It was kind of bizarre in this day and age to see a grown man who couldn't type worth a damn, but in a way, it was kind of cute. He touched the trackpad, and the character creation window came up. What now? Now we create a tune for you. Tune. That word. Like cartoon? He looked over at her again, and she felt that hot body flush return. Yep, just like it. It's slang that started a while back and stuck around. She typed a quick AFK on her own computer and set it aside, then settled in a little closer to him, peering over his shoulder. Any idea of what kind of character you want to be? Nope. I'm willing to take suggestions, though. Well, do you want to cast spells? Heal? Smash things? Let's go with smashing. She pointed at the icon of a sword in the corner of the screen. Try the Warlord class, then? Later on you can change to either Barbarian or Zen Master if you want, but you have to start out as Warlord. He clicked awkwardly, and then the screen moved to character appearance, and frowned. All of these guys look like total knobs. Do I have to be one of these? She chuckled. You can always be a girl. What? I'm serious. Most of the girls that run around in game are played by men. It's because the female characters are sexier. She pointed at the pink box at the top. Click on that. He did, and his eyes widened as a buxom, bikini chainmail-clad woman appeared on the screen, breasts heaving. Oh yeah, that's much better. Taylor snorted. Thought so. Locke looked over at her and grinned again. Are you going to be jealous if I'm the sexiest wench in the realm? Only if there's a beauty pageant and you win. He wiggled his eyebrows at her. Maybe I'll sleep with the judges to ensure my success. Okay, now you're getting a little too into this, she said, but she was laughing. She reached over him again, and her breast brushed his arm. "Click here to pick a name." Locke did, and she was glad he hadn't noticed that she'd boob-grazed him, or that her nipples were now hard under the borrowed t-shirt she was wearing. She shifted, tucking her legs under her and mindful of her bad ankle. She was also surprised when he settled on the name Brunhilde. Brunhilde? That's random. Sure, don't you think she looks like a Valkyrie? A well-endowed, sweaty Valkyrie that can't catch her breath from the exertion of wearing a chainmail bikini and nothing else? Taylor's laughter bubbled up in her again. She is panting rather hard. She was used to the game's decidedly male gaze, but seeing it through his eyes made her realize again just how ridiculous it was. He nodded, eyes bright with amusement as he clicked a button and spun the character around for a full view. Or maybe her chest is heaving because she's so distraught that someone stole her pants and left her with nothing but metal knickers. Taylor's giggles filled the room, and she mock-swatted his arm. "You're terrible. I'm not the one playing a game where everyone wears chainmail undies. Do the men do the same? That might explain why they stand so very funny." She fell against his shoulder, howling with laughter. His chuckles joined hers, and then his arm went casually around her shoulders, and he pulled her against him in a hug, his hand sliding over her back. And just like that, everything changed again. Taylor sucked in a breath and gazed up at him, at his face so close to her own. He was smiling, his eyes bright, and he really was the handsomest man she'd ever seen in her life. He was warm and so physical, and right here, and she was an idiot for not crawling all over him, wasn't she? Their eyes met and held. "Hi," he breathed softly. "Hi again." Her hand smoothed down his arm because she couldn't resist touching him. Had she thought he was as handsome as Thor? He put the man to shame with his strong jaw, warm eyes, and sculpted cheekbones. And his lips. Oh, those lips. "Would I be a bad roommate if I crawled into your lap and started kissing you?" "Not in the slightest." His voice had gone soft. "Oh, good." She took the laptop out of his hands and placed it on the nearby ottoman. "Because I'm totally going to." Once his laptop was carefully put aside, she moved forward and wrapped her arms around his neck. He tugged her into his lap, seating her between his thighs. She could feel a hard bulge against one leg, and was glad she wasn't the only one aroused at the moment. Her own blood was pounding in her veins, and she felt her pulse throbbing between her thighs. Yeah, aroused was a bit of an understatement. Her fingers moved to his hair, and she rubbed a lock against her skin. It seemed unfair that a man would have such thick, soft hair full of loose waves. Hers was ridiculous and had a mind of its own, which was why she was such a fan of hats. But she could play with his to her heart's content. Normally, she didn't like longer hair on a guy, but his shoulder-brushing golden brown waves made him look casual and approachable, and it framed his big body well. "You just going to play with my hair, or are we going to kiss?" His voice was husky, but amused. "Shh, I'm appreciating all of you." "Ah, then be my guest." She tangled both hands into his hair, then pulled him down for a kiss. In the last few days, she'd forgotten how amazing it was to kiss Locke. Kissing him wasn't like kissing the guys she'd dated in the past. He didn't try to jockey for control. He didn't tongue thrust until her tonsils were crying for mercy. He let her take the lead, his mouth firm under her own, but just yielding enough that she wanted to lick every inch of him. When she slicked her tongue against his, a little sigh of pleasure escaped her. He tasted so good. This was how kisses should be, she decided. One party leading and the other party being a delicious, delicious recipient. She kissed his lips with soft, quick little presses of her mouth to his, delighting when she felt him groan in response. Her body was pulsing with need, and she put even more enthusiasm into the kiss, showing him with tongue and taste just how much she liked him. Her breasts pressed up against his chest, and she shifted back and forth, just a little, grazing her nipples against him. Little tease, he breathed against her mouth. She liked teasing him. She liked touching him. Actually, she pretty much liked everything about him. She tried to show him just how much with her hungry mouth and her hands. They ripped at his shirt, smoothing over his muscles, and then she dragged her nails down his chest. "You've been driving me crazy all week," he murmured between kisses. "Having you here and not being able to touch you. Thinking about that night we had together. It's been pure torture." And his hand slipped to the waistband of her pajama pants. Taylor froze. The blood was roaring in her veins, and she wanted nothing more than to conquer him like Everest. But her period. Shit. She wasn't one of those girls who was into period sex. She pulled back from his embrace and gave him an awkward pat on the cheek. "Raid's about to start. I'd better log on." The look he gave her was dazed. "What?" "I need to play my game." It sounded idiotic, even to her own ears. But it was an excuse, and she needed one badly. Her entire body was crying out for more kisses, more caressing. But she pulled herself off his lap, straightening her clothing, and somehow managed to not cry over how unfair her body's timing was. Game. Right. He exhaled deeply and rubbed a hand over his face. Guess it's time to give Brunhilde a test run. And she hated that she chirped a vague affirmation. Only a few more days, Taylor. Clearly, he was doing something wrong. The thought obsessed Locke as he did his laps through the park's many paths. There was something about Taylor that he wasn't able to figure out. She'd been open and generous with herself when they'd first gotten together, and then pushed him away for the next week. Now, he'd had her in his hotel room for the last 4 days, and it had been a mix of pleasure and torture. He liked having her around, because she was always amusing, but it was agony to see her wander through the hotel room with tousled bed hair, her eyes sleepy, her breasts swaying under the fabric of her clothing. He'd even seen her cross the room in her t-shirt and panties once when she'd thought he wasn't looking. He'd jerked off to that mental image in the bathroom, and part of him had desperately hoped she'd open the door and join in. Didn't happen, though. Nothing was happening, and that was the frustrating part. He'd thrown down signals right and left. He'd flirted outrageously with her, and used every opportunity to touch her without being a creep about it. All of it went unnoticed. She either brushed off his flirtations or had her nose buried in her computer. For a man who was supposed to be wooing a woman into marrying him, he could barely get her to kiss him. And when she finally picked up on the signals he'd been throwing down, she jumped out of his lap and told him she had to play her game. Either he'd lost his touch with women, or something else was going on. Maybe it was that Sigmund who was always texting her. She spent a lot of time gaming with him. She'd assured Locke they were just friends, and she wasn't interested, and he'd believed her. But now he was starting to wonder. She always did have a bit of a hunted look on her face when one of the texts showed up. But Taylor didn't seem like the type to carry on with him while she had a boyfriend. And though she'd been odd since that first night together, she had made the first move. He wasn't imagining that. He finished his run, bought a bottle of water, and then started to head back to the hotel. Out of habit, he looked for the homeless man who had been on the same corner for the last 4 days. Just like before, he was there. And just like every other day, he paused and opened his wallet to give the man some money. "Morning," the man said, voice gruff and so low that Locke wasn't sure he'd heard it at first. He paused, absurdly pleased that the man had spoken to him. "Want lunch?" The man grunted. "I'll take it if you have it." "I mean, do you want to go to lunch with me? I could use a bite and some company." The man squinted up at Locke. "Where you think you're gonna go that they let someone like me in?" "It's a free country, isn't it? We can go wherever." Locke shrugged. "You pick the place. Besides, I'm not exactly fresh and pleasant myself." He deliberately wiped his sweaty face on his even sweatier shirt. The man stared at Locke for a moment longer, then got up. "Diner down the street. Follow me." "Of course." They walked down the busy street together in silence. The diner in question was rather run down, with a tattered awning and even more questionable insides. But the man at the counter waved at Locke's new friend, and it was clear that this was familiar territory. All right, then. They sat at the counter together, and Locke gazed at a grease-smeared menu. "What's good here?" "It's all shitty, but it's cheap." The man ordered a burger and fries, and Locke ordered the same. He sipped the water placed in front of him, and then looked over. "I'm Locke, by the way." "Like Loch Ness?" The man smirked. "Can I call you Nessie?" "Rather you didn't." The man grunted. "Rex." "Like the Tyrannosaur? Shall I call you Dino, then?" The man wagged a finger at him. "Don't be smart." "Trust me, it's not my strong suit." A cup of coffee was placed in front of Locke, and the waitress quickly wandered away again. He sipped it, then made a face. It tasted like dirt. "That's awful." "Told you," said Rex, but drank his coffee anyhow. "So, are you a native of New York?" "Nope. Clear you aren't either." He grabbed a few packets of ketchup off the counter and slid them into a pocket. "So, you want to tell me why you're buying a guy like me lunch?" Locke shrugged. "I'm visiting the area and don't have many friends around. Wanted some company, that's all. Figured you might have a good story." "I've got the same story as every other bum out on the street." He took another long drink of coffee, and then raised his mug into the air for the waitress. "Had some hard times, and then had some more hard times on top of that. Now I'm here." "What did you do for a living, before the hard times?" Rex scratched at his scraggly beard. "Been a lot of things. Security guard, mall cop, door-to-door salesman, soldier." "Soldier? Were you in a war?" The 2 plates of burgers were set down in front of them, and Locke obediently took a bite because Rex did. Between quick mouthfuls of food, Rex nodded. "Iraq, 2 tours. Fucked me up in the head, but good. Had trouble keeping a job down after that." "Because of post-traumatic stress?" "No, because I missed Iraq so much." Rex scowled at him. "What do you think?" "Sorry, stupid question." He felt like an ass. Of course it was something along those lines. Bellissime had a very small militia that they never sent out to war. But he'd visited foreign hospitals as a visiting dignitary, and there had always been more soldiers there than made him comfortable. Living in Bellissime had meant living in a protected bubble, and he was just now starting to realize how lucky he was. He took another bite of the terrible burger, thoughtful. "So, what is it you do then?" Locke made a rueful face. "It's going to sound ridiculous, but I'm a baron." "A baron?" Rex's thick brows drew down. "Like from England?" "Actually, I'm from Bellissime. It's close to Monaco. Very small, tucked into the Alps." "So what is it that barons do?" That was a good question. "Photo opportunities. Visiting foreign dignitaries, things like that. Back home, I played a lot of polo and rugby." He grunted and mopped his plate with a French fry. "And here?" "Here, not a lot." Locke set his burger down. "I go running. I spend time with my girlfriend." The word was strange on his tongue, but he could grow to like it. "Other than that, not much." "No wonder you're bored and talking to the likes of me," Rex grunted, and polished off his burger. "I'm talking to you because I thought you might be interesting." "Because I'm homeless? Didn't see you grabbing anyone else off the streets." The man gave Locke a shrewd look. "Bet any of those people would love to have lunch too." He was ashamed to realize that Rex was right. He had been fascinated, appalled too, by the fact that he was homeless. He said nothing. Rex nodded at Locke's place. "You gonna finish that?" Locke pushed the plate toward him. "Be my guest." They were both quiet as Rex ate the remains of Locke's lunch. "So, what's your goal here?" Rex said after a while. "Goal?" "With being my best buddy all of a sudden. Do you know how much you've given me in the last 3 days?" Locke paused. He never paid attention. "No." $226. Rex pointed at their plates. "You know how much this cost, this lunch?" "No." Why did that matter? Rex shook his head, wiped his hands with a napkin, and then pocketed a stack of them. "You keep giving me wads of money every day, and while I appreciate it, between that and the lunches, I'm just trying to figure out your angle." Locke stiffened. "I'm just trying to help out. Isn't that what you wanted?" "No, I wanted money. You trying to help me or help yourself?" That was a very good question, and one Locke had no answer for. The conversation with Rex was still bothering him when he returned to the hotel a short time later. Taylor waved at him and made a phone gesture with her hand, then murmured something into her headset as she typed furiously. He headed for the bathroom and took a long shower. But even after he dried off, he was still troubled. Talking to the homeless man had been an eye-opener. Here he was, thinking he was doing some sort of great favor for the man, when Rex had totally turned it around on him. He wasn't doing a favor for Rex. He was doing something that would make himself feel better about Rex's situation. The realization was both astute and shameful. And when Rex had pointed out that Locke had no concept of money, it had just made him feel worse, like a spoiled child. How was it that he didn't know the basic values of things? Was the bubble he lived in back home greater than he'd imagined? Was that why he was so fascinated and also horrified by Rex and his situation? Because it shone a light on his own flaws? Locke dressed in a pair of casual slacks and a polo shirt, but couldn't find socks. He dug through his drawers of clothing, and then another when no socks turned up. Barefooted, he padded out into the living room, where Taylor was removing her headset. "Have you seen my socks?" "No. Should I be aware of your sock location?" she teased. "Perhaps they've been taken by rabid sock monkeys?" He frowned and headed for the coat closet at the front of the hotel room, where his freshly laundered clothing was normally deposited. No socks. Did anyone come by to get my socks? "I don't know." She was watching him curiously, amusement on her face. "Are they that important?" They weren't, but it just illustrated how much he assumed about everything in his life. That he expected something to be there, or for someone to hand him something, so he wouldn't have to tax himself. And now that he was left on his own to handle things, he was failing miserably. It was a rather ugly realization to have about oneself. "Oh, wow. Are you okay? You look awfully upset over missing socks." Taylor moved to his side, her hand stroking down his arm. "What's wrong?" "I'm just frustrated." "Because I'm helpless, and I'm just now starting to realize it." "Sometimes I feel like I have less of a handle on even the smallest things than I'd like to think." To his surprise, she gave a little unhappy sigh. "Don't I know that feeling? Come on." She took his hand in hers and tugged him toward the couch. "Where are we going?" "You are going to sit on the couch, and I'm going to give you a nice, relaxing foot rub, and we can talk about what's bothering you." "Are you patronizing me?" "No. If I was patronizing you, I'd probably be making baby coos right now." She puckered her mouth and made a few kissy faces. He laughed despite himself and let her lead him to the couch. Once there, she grabbed his leg, sat down on the ottoman, and began to rub his bare foot. Okay, he wasn't the type for a foot rub normally, but fuck, that felt nice. Locke's head fell back, and he groaned in pleasant surprise. "How do you guess that I needed a foot rub?" Because everyone likes a foot rub?" Her fingers worked his arch expertly, and then she smoothed her hands up and down the length of his foot, in a sensation that was both soothing and decidedly erotic. "I know whenever I get super stressed, I like to go out for a pedicure. Someone rubs my feet and makes my toes look cute. It's a win-win situation." "Just promise me I won't end up with pink toes," he murmured, eyes still closed so he could enjoy the full sensation of her touch. "I only use red." He opened an eye to glare at her, and she giggled, working her hands over his foot again. "You think you're funny, don't you?" "I do like to think so, yeah." She beamed at him, and then dug her fingers into a particularly sensitive spot near his heel, and he almost came off the couch with how good it felt. "You want to talk about what's freaking you out?" Locke blew out a frustrated breath. "If I say it out loud, it sounds ridiculous." "You're talking to a woman that spends her free time riding a digital dragon in a game and likes to wear a backpack that looks like a cat. How about you wing it past me?" His mouth curved in a slight smile. Why was it she always managed to put him at ease, no matter the situation? He was lucky that he was going to have someone like her as his wife. Temporary wife, he amended a moment later. It was much easier to mentally leap in and go forward with his plan if it was just temporary. Then it didn't seem like insanity as much as gutsiness. Of course, he had to get Taylor to agree to the marriage, and right now he couldn't even get her to kiss him. But he was working on that, slowly. "Spit it out," she cajoled. "It'll make you feel better." He sighed. "I'm not going to get away until I do, am I?" Not that he wanted to get away. Not when her fingers were doing such magical things to his feet. "That's right, so you might as well say." She wiggled one of his toes. "This little piggy says spill the beans." Locke tugged his foot out of her grip. Undeterred, she grabbed his other foot and began to rub it. She really wasn't going to let him get away with silence, so he sucked in a breath, braced himself for her laughter, and then said it aloud. I think I'm rather helpless." Her brows furrowed, even as her fingers gently kneaded his foot. "Explain?" "It's just that I'm nearly 30 years old, and I've never given any consideration to fending for myself. At home, I have a valet that picks out my clothing and handles my meetings. I have an accountant that handles my money. I have an estate manager that handles my house. I have maids. I have a cook. I have a stable hand that takes care of my horses. I have a driver. I literally do not have to do anything for myself except roll out of bed. And for nearly 30 years, I've never had a problem with this. I travel with servants who handle everything normally. But then, I come here, by myself, and I'm starting to realize just how sheltered a life I've been living." He snorted. "A 30-year-old man, sheltered. Imagine. It's sad." She patted his foot. "You don't have someone to wipe your ass for you. It's not that bad." "Might as well be." Taylor rolled her eyes and stood up. She moved forward, and instead of sliding away, she sat on his lap, straddling him. "If you're trying to make me imagine you as some sort of big man-baby, it's not working." She shrugged, stroking a hand down his chest. "You have money. You're privileged. That's not a lie. If I had tons of money, I'd hire people to do all that stuff for me, too." "The problem isn't that I let people do things for me. The problem is that I let them do everything for me." But it was getting harder to focus on said problems when Taylor was determined to straddle him, her hips resting directly over his cock. "So, use your time here to assert a little independence. Buy some stupid shit. Pick out your own clothes." A small smile curved her mouth. "Dare to go sockless." "I'm starting to think you don't take me seriously," he whispered. Arousal was flooding through him, heightened by the fact that she'd been standoffish for the last week. Was his complaining going to break through the barriers between them? She was impossible to predict. Then again, maybe he should have stopped trying to predict and started acting on his words. He wanted to convince Taylor to marry him so he could go home, and what was he doing? Moping about socks and having lunch with strangers while she poked around on her laptop. This wasn't him. Normally he was the pursuer, the confident, fearless one. It was time to remember who he was and take control of the situation again. So he pulled her forward and wrapped his arms around her, holding her close until she fell against his chest, her palms pressing to his shoulders. "I am normally quite the daring man." "You are you?" Her voice was a throaty purr. "I don't know if I can believe that without a demonstration." She was in a playful mood now. He liked that. His cock hardened in response, and he slid a hand down her back until he cupped her ass. She had a delightfully rounded one that was just begging to be touched. Instead of pushing him away, she flung her arms around his neck and began to kiss him wildly. All right, now he was getting frisky, Taylor. He returned the kiss, his hands roving over her body. Her tongue flicked against his, and she rocked her hips enthusiastically. With a groan, he pushed her down onto the couch, rolling their bodies until she was pinned under him. The kiss continued, hot, wet, and deep. Her leg went around his hips, and he ground his cock against her pussy, the friction mimicking all the things he'd love to do to her. And then she put a hand to his shoulder, and her mouth pulled away from his. "Locke," she breathed, "I can't." He pulled back, studying her face. Was there something going on that she just wasn't telling him? What is it? Her cheeks pinked. "Nothing, now's not a good time." He frowned down at her, because the signals she was sending didn't make sense. She kissed him like she wanted him, and then 2 seconds later pushed him away. No wonder he was so confused lately. Is there someone else I should know about? Because I'm not a fan of cheating. Taylor's eyes widened. "What? No, of course not." Her hand smacked his shoulder. "I'm not a fan of cheating either." He leaned in and nipped at her lower lip, and noticed that her eyes got soft with need when he did. "Then tell me what it is. You saving yourself for marriage now? Because I'll marry you." Locke grinned down at her, almost hoping she'd be impulsive enough to take the bait. "What?" She giggled and then shook her head. "Now you're talking crazy." "Am I?" He traced a finger down her cheek. "I'm just trying to figure out why, after we had such a good time the other night, you push me away like I'm a leper every time I kiss you." She bit her lip, and the look on her face was embarrassed. "I can't talk about it." "Shall I kiss you until I get it out of you?" He traced a finger around the shell of one sensitive ear, and she shuddered in response, her breath catching. "God, you don't play fair. It's that the timing is bad." He gave her a blank look. "Because of work?" Taylor smacked her forehead. "Because of my period, if you must know." Ah, suddenly everything made sense. Her weird awkwardness around him, her sudden love of baggy clothing, and the fact that she seemed to stiffen every time he pulled her against him. And while it wasn't his favorite time of the month to be with a woman, he wasn't deterred. His hand slid to her breast. "I'm game if you are." She made a face. "I might be crazy for saying this because you're seriously the hottest thing on the planet, but that area's off limits for another 2 days or so." Her expression was disappointed. "Which sucks." "It does." Because touching her was making him horny as a schoolboy. He rubbed her erect nipple through her clothing thoughtfully. "It's truly a shame, because I like touching you." Her squirm of response was rather gratifying, as was the thready little moan that escaped her. "Oh, man, I like it when you touch me, too." That gave him the go-ahead he wanted. Locke leaned down and nipped at her chin, then began to press small kisses along her jawline, even as he continued to tease her nipple. "Then we'll just keep our clothes on and have a little bit of teasing fun." The little gasp of excitement she gave was delicious. "You drive a hard bargain." "Then I'm lucky you like hard things." Do I ever." Her hand went to his ass, and she gave it a squeeze, pulling him down between her hips. "Pants stay on. Everything else is fair game. Deal?" He'd take whatever she offered. "Sounds good to me." Then he leaned down and began to move lower until his mouth was over one breast. "You ever come with your clothes on?" "Oh," Taylor breathed. "I can't remember, but the idea of trying is making me incredibly turned on." Him too. Head down, he nibbled at the tiny, hard little peak of her breast that strained against her clothing. She moaned and squirmed against him, desperate, and he felt those exciting, dangerous nails of hers dig into his shirt. He loved it when she marked up his back. It was just a sign of how insatiable she was when aroused, and he loved driving her to the point of madness. It made him feel like a fucking king. And he needed that after the week of self-doubt he'd had. He hated that he'd suddenly started questioning everything about himself, that he felt uncertain and out of his element. Maybe everything could be as easily solved as the problem of Taylor's reticence. He just needed to trust himself more and ask questions, and more than anything, go after what he wanted. Right now, he wanted the woman in his arms screaming his name. "I'm taking this shirt off," Locke murmured, and then licked her fabric-covered nipple. She arched her back. "That sounds like the best fucking idea I've heard all day." His hands moved up her sides, rucking the shirt up until her breasts were exposed. Ah, damn. No wonder her breasts jiggled so enticingly. She wasn't wearing a bra. There was nothing but naked, sweet swells of flesh under the shirt. He made a sound of approval and nipped at the tip of one breast. "Hello, my lovelies. I've missed you so." She giggled, the sound sweet to his ears. "They've missed you, too." "Then allow me to lavish them with attention," he murmured. He took one nipple in his mouth and began to tease it with tongue and teeth. Her skin was incredibly soft, her breasts full, and he took his sweet time playing with both of them, one hand coaxing one nipple while his mouth worked the other. Below him, Taylor moaned and writhed, her nails digging into his shirt as he made love to her breasts. Each time he tongued her skin, she responded with increasing enthusiasm until she was practically undulating under him, unable to keep still. The soft cries she was making were driving him wild, and his cock was aching fiercely in his pants, to the point that he was regretting their "pants stay on" deal. Time of the month or no, he wanted to push into her tight warmth and bury himself in her body. But if he couldn't do that, he was determined to make her wild with need. While he continued to kiss and tongue the sweet peak of one breast, his hand moved to the V of her legs, covered by the baggy pajama pants she was wearing. She stiffened and pushed his hand away. "Pants on." "I don't plan on removing them," he murmured, then pressed his mouth to her nipple again. "But I can touch you through them, can't I?" She moaned a response that didn't sound like a no to him, and so he pressed his hand there, cupping her mound. He could feel the vague shape of her folds through the layers of fabric, and so he positioned a finger against them and then rubbed hard. Taylor gasped and clung to him. "Oh, God!" That was more like it. He rubbed again, hard, taking care to try and press down against all the spots he thought might be a bit more sensitive. She pushed back against his hand, her body insistent, and he dragged his tongue over her breast, even as his hand worked her pussy. Her hips bucked against him over and over, and she started to pant his name. Locke rubbed against her harder, wanting to give her the friction she needed to get off. He worked her with his fingers over the fabric, making sure to rub against her clit. A moment later, she gave a sharp cry and stiffened under him, and he felt a surge of satisfaction as a dazed expression crossed her pretty face. "Feel good?" he asked, pressing a kiss to her soft breast. She moaned something that sounded like an answer. "I'll take that as a yes." He nuzzled the swells of her magnificent breasts, because even though she'd come, he was still Randy himself, his cock aching against the increasingly tight fabric of his pants. Might be time for a cold shower, or a quick jerk-off session there, if nothing else. Then she wriggled under him, squirming aside until she was sitting up on the couch next to him. He sat back, watching her as she tugged her shirt down and pushed tousled hair off her face. "I feel stupid," she breathed. "Why?" "Because we could have been doing that all week instead of me pushing you away." He laughed. "Never get between a man and his hard-on. We're creative sorts." I'll say." The look on her face grew decidedly sultry, and she slid her body up against him where he was seated upright on the couch. Her hand went to his groin, and she caressed his cock. "My turn to play now?" "If you like." He didn't want to push her into it, but the thought of her handling him like he'd done to her just moments ago, it made his dick ache even more. "Oh, I like." A teasing little smile curved her mouth. Her fingers danced along the clothed ridge of his cock. "There's so much of it to like." He exhaled slowly, leaning back on the couch. "Shall I let you do with me as you please, then?" Her eyes brightened with excitement. "Can I?" As if she had to ask. "Absolutely." She licked her lips and smiled at him, and then reached for the zipper of his pants. "We said pants on, but we didn't say they had to be buttoned, did we?" The little minx. "No, we didn't." He shifted in his seat, spreading his thighs apart slightly so he could give her more room to play. He loved that she took it upon herself to push the boundaries. That was part of what made her so exciting in bed. She wiggled her fingers along his zipper, then slowly edged it down, revealing his boxers and the bulge underneath them. "Look at that. Someone's pleased to see me." "Always." All of him was aching for her touch. "My day is always better with you around." Taylor's expression softened, and the smile she gave him was shy. "That's very sweet. You do realize I'm going to blow you regardless? You don't have to butter me up?" "It's the truth." The pleasure on her face made her glow. "You're totally getting the best blowjob ever." "I certainly won't say no." He forced himself not to move as she leaned in and pushed the fabric of his boxers down, releasing his aching cock. It stood up erect from his lap, and she made a small murmur of pleasure before she wrapped a hand around it and stroked. He nearly came into her hand right then and there. "Look at all this gorgeous cock," she cooed. "You're making my mouth water." Her fingers lightly stroked down his length, and then she bent her head, taking the crown of him into her mouth. Locke groaned. The sweet, wet suction of her mouth was incredible. The breath hissed out of him, and his head fell back, and he let her take over. Her hand remained tightly wrapped around his length, and she tongued the head of his cock over and over again, swirling and licking. His fingers itched to bury in her hair, but he didn't want to take over, not when she was clearly having so much fun being in control. Enthusiastically, she began to suck, taking him deeper into her mouth, and as she did, his balls tightened, and he felt his entire body tense, ready to let go. "Slow down," he breathed. "I won't last." In response, she sucked harder. He felt her take him deeper, felt the head of his cock hit the back of her throat, felt her tighten convulsively around him. Ah, fuck. He came a few brief moments later, flooding her sweet mouth with his release. When she sat up, she delicately wiped the corners of her lips and gave him a self-satisfied look. "Definitely regretting this last week." "No regrets," he told her, and pulled her against him because he liked the feel of her soft body against his. She went into his arms willingly, snuggling against his chest. "Let's just enjoy the moment." Taylor sighed, the sound one of contentment. "Sometimes I wish all moments were like this one." Sometimes he did too. Chapter 10. The Next Day. Griffin V. "I'm back in town, cousin. Shall we meet up for lunch? Catch up? I'd love for you to meet my fiancé." Locke. "Sounds great. We have a lot to talk about. Today? Tomorrow?" Griffin V. "I think I have a few hours today, if you're available, and I can get Mei Li to clear her schedule. Maybe dinner instead of lunch?" Locke. "Sounds good. Name the time and place. My afternoon is open." Locke strolled into the ritzy seafood restaurant a few hours later, alone. He'd wanted to bring Taylor with him, but she'd been busily catching up on tickets for her job and had a conference call with her boss later that afternoon. She'd seemed genuinely disappointed not to be able to go out, though, and so he'd promised to bring her back something delicious to eat, and that they'd have a repeat of yesterday's make-out session tonight, cuddled on the couch together. Sounded like a good evening to him, and her eyes had lit up at the suggestion. He was looking forward to seeing his cousin Griffin again, though. Their schedules constantly seemed to be out of sync in the past few years. They'd caught up at Alex's wedding, but Griffin had been distracted and his schedule full of business obligations. At the time, Locke had thought his cousin staid and boring with his constant need to work. But now he envied Griffin. The man was never bored, and he was successful, far more than Locke, who didn't know what to do with himself most times. He was starting to learn that keeping a steady diet of obligations was not such a bad thing after all. Better late than never, he supposed. Locke scanned the small restaurant and its sea of tiny white cloth-covered tables. A hand raised in the air, and Locke waved back. Sure enough, there was his cousin, looking like he hadn't changed a bit since the last time Locke had seen him. Elegant, a bit austere, his hair was carefully brushed into a short, no-nonsense haircut, and he wore a pair of wire-framed glasses on his immaculately shaven face. He wore a gray suit and matching tie, and stood up as Locke approached. Next to him was a woman who Locke vaguely remembered seeing at Alex's wedding. Short, a tumbleweed of white blonde curly hair, and a big smile. She was also wearing the ugliest suit he'd ever seen. "Cousin," Griffin said, extending a hand to shake. "Lord have mercy!" the woman, who surely had to be Mei Li, declared in a drawl. "They sure do grow 'em big back in Bellissime, don't they? You look like you've been corn-fed all your life." "Thank you, I think." Locke pulled the woman in for a hug, even as Griffin chuckled. "I'm going to assume that's a compliment." "You should." Mei Li beamed up at him, and he liked her, despite her eccentric-looking clothing and the frizzy, wild mop of her hair. She looked sweet and unassuming, the perfect sort of person for his too starchy cousin. They sat down and exchanged small talk for a while, and it was good to just chit-chat about casual small things as a waitress brought them drinks and they ordered. "So, how are you liking New York?" Griffin asked, leaning back. His arm went to the back of Mei Li's chair, and he began to toy with one of the corkscrew curls, as if he couldn't resist touching his fiancée. "I wasn't too keen on it at first, but it's growing on me," Locke told him, and was surprised to realize it was true. He'd been so focused on going home that he hadn't allowed himself to relax and enjoy what the city had to offer. "It's been a definite change for me. I didn't bring any of my staff, you know." Griffin's eyebrows went up. "No one?" "They wanted to stay home in Bellissime, and I'm here indefinitely, so—" He shrugged. "It's been a learning process." Mei Li laughed. "I can't imagine Griffin without someone to tell him where his clothes are. He'd be as helpless as a baby." "He's not the only one," Locke said, a rueful grin on his face. "Like I said, it's definitely been a learning process. I think it's good, though. I need to learn to be more independent. Being here alone made me realize how much I depend on others to do things for me." He snapped his fingers. "Which reminds me, I need to call my accountant and see how much money I have." Griffin's brows drew together into a fierce frown. "Seriously, Locke? You don't know how much money you have?" He shrugged. "I've always had someone handle it." "Yes, but you don't have the faintest?" Griffin shook his head. "What about all those investments I set up for you a few years ago? How are those doing?" He shrugged again. "You see my problem. I've been living in a bit of a bubble, and it's time for me to take charge." "Might want to start taking charge of your bank accounts," Griffin muttered, and Mei Li put a hand on his arm. "Sorry, I'm just sensitive about money and family. You do know that the Crown was almost bankrupt 10 years ago? I had to work hard to get the Queen to invest and play the stock market. Even now, I still worry that I'm going to turn around and everyone in the family is going to be on the verge of bankruptcy again." "It's fine, sugar," Mei Li murmured, patting his arm. "They're adults. They can manage their own money." "Like this one?" He gestured at Locke and leaned in. "Care to guess how much is in your account?" Locke rubbed his mouth. "Couple million?" "Dear God, I hope not, considering you sold the Delle Scogliere castle for 200 million several years ago." Had he? He knew he'd gotten a decent price from some insanely rich Saudi prince, but he hadn't thought too much of it. "Then it must be more. I'm going to find out tonight. Promise. I'll call my accountant the moment we get out of here." Griffin raised a hand and gestured at Locke while looking at Mei Li. "This is why I worry, love. Royalty has no concept of money." She gave them both a bright smile. "Then it's a good thing Griffin's looking out for all y'all. Let's not argue, all right?" Griffin tilted his head, studying Locke. "At any rate, I'm glad you're here. It's good to see family on this side of the pond, given that most aren't inclined to leave Europe." Locke's smile was thin. "I wasn't given much of a choice." "No, you weren't, were you? Bad business, all that." Griffin shook his head. I'm glad I'm not even being considered for any of that nonsense. I'd rather have my Mei Li than the throne any day of the week."
He glanced over at his fiancée again, and his gaze got soft, even as Mei Li's face turned a fiery red, and she played with the napkin on her lap, smiling.
"Well, you'll be pleased to know I intend to pull myself out of the running in a very similar fashion," Locke said.
Seeing his cousin Griffin with Mei Li was making him miss Taylor, oddly enough. It was clear that Griff loved Mei Li. He couldn't take his eyes off her, even though she was wearing a ghastly plaid dress that was probably several years out of style. It was also very clear to Locke as to why Mei Li was not considered an appropriate spouse to most of the Bellissime people. She embodied everything they disliked about Americans, her southern drawl, her loud clothing. And that really wasn't fair, because she was clearly sweetness personified. Locke suspected the Bellissime people would dislike his Taylor just as much for her quirkiness and her nerdy hobbies, and he felt a surge of satisfaction at the thought. Good, let them be snobs. They wouldn't know what they were missing out on.
"What do you mean?" Griffin asked, drawing Locke's thoughts back to the conversation. "It's clear that the unhappy parties object to marriages to foreigners, notably Americans. Therefore, I'm going to marry an American woman myself," Locke said proudly. "You what?"
Griffin's brows went up, and an equally startled look flashed across Mei Li's expressive face.
Locke grinned. "I'm getting married." "To whom?" "You don't know her. I met her when I came here, through Gretchen." Griffin sputtered. "You've only been here a few weeks. That's not enough time to know anyone long enough to marry." "Don't worry. It's not going to be a real marriage. It's all part of my plan to disqualify myself from the throne. We'll get it annulled or some such after a few years." He shrugged and took a sip of his drink. Mei Li gave him an appalled look. "And she's willing to go along with this? To have a fake marriage?" He grimaced and set his drink down. "I should clarify. It'll be a real marriage with marriage benefits and such. It just won't be a lasting one." "And she's fine with this?" Mei Li prompted again. Locke shrugged. "I don't see why she wouldn't be. A lot of marriages don't last for very long." The couple exchanged worried looks. "So, you're marrying someone who doesn't know that you're just marrying her to disqualify yourself?" Griffin asked. They made it sound so very mercenary. "I happen to like her quite a bit too," he said defensively. "She's a great girl and fun to be around." "This sounds risky," Griffin told him, frowning. "I'll have my lawyers draw up a very firm prenuptial agreement. It'll be fair, but protect my assets. Will that make you happy, cousin?" Griffin snorted. "I would be if you even knew what assets you were protecting." Locke grinned. "At any rate, I haven't even proposed yet. Haven't found the right time and place to escalate the relationship from its current level." "Ask her to move in," Mei Li prompted, "and then tell her you want to make an honest woman out of her." "She's actually been staying in my hotel room with me for the last week or so that wouldn't work." He didn't mention the part where he'd thrown out the marriage thing and Taylor had completely ignored his flippant suggestion. "Buy her something expensive," Mei Li began. "Darling," Griffin said, "let's not encourage him into more bad ideas. I still think the entire thing is a ticking time bomb of poor choices." Mei Li raised a blonde brow at her fiancé, then looked over at Locke. "Take her on a vacation, change up the scenery." Now that idea had merit. Get Taylor away from her laptop and her endless barrage of text messages and emails that she had to answer at all hours from both guildmates and work. Get her some time to unwind and relax, seduce her. That was his favorite part of the idea. And then mention making things permanent. Somewhere tropical would be nice. He raised his glass to Mei Li. I can see why my cousin's marrying you. Back off, Casanova, Griffin said. She's mine. Find yourself another American girl to woo. Mei Li just grinned and linked her fingers in Griffin's. After the dinner with his cousin and Mei Li, Locke headed down to a bakery a few blocks away from the hotel and got a few sweets for Taylor. She'd eaten all the marshmallows out of the cereal he'd gotten her, and all of the candy out of the minibar. His American had a bit of a sweet tooth, so he picked up several different confections that were lavished in frosting and coated with candy bits, sure they would please her. When he got back to his hotel room, though, Taylor was curled up on the couch in a ball, tears streaking down her face. He set down the baked goods and dashed across the room to her side. What's wrong? Are you all right? Is it your ankle? Your head? He touched a hand to her brow, where the stitches still peeked out from her hairline. She sat up slowly, miserable tears streaking down her face. I got fired. You what? Locke sat down on the couch next to her and pulled her into his arms. She went, burying her face against his chest and starting to cry anew. He felt helpless in the face of her unhappiness. He was a good-time guy, and his friends were easygoing, wealthy types. He didn't know how to comfort someone who'd just lost a job. He stroked her hair, letting her cry for a minute. What happened? Taylor sniffed, her fingers twisting in his shirt. My boss said they wanted to have a call to discuss some departmental changes with me. So I logged on to the conference call, and it was him and someone from Human Resources. He said my performance had been slipping and that I was late all the time, and I called in a lot. So they decided to let me go. Her voice broke. Those bastards. His grip tightened around her. They're just being pricks. The worst part about it is that they're not. She sat up and swiped at her face with the back of a hand. Everything they said, they're right. I have called in a lot. I am late all the time. Recently, it's been because of your head. But that wasn't the only instance, and I've been late several times this week with no excuse. She gave him a sad look. Other than spending time with you, and I've missed lots of days from needing to be online for stupid guild stuff. She looked miserable at the thought. So, don't play that silly game so much, he said gently. You don't enjoy it anyhow. To his chagrin, her face crumpled, and she started to cry even harder. You don't understand. It's not that I want to. It's complicated. Because of this Sigmund guy that harasses you? He wanted to ask. But if she wasn't comfortable sharing, he wouldn't pry. He stroked her shoulder. What can I do to help? There's nothing you can do, she wept. I just have to try and find another job somehow. I should go back to my apartment and dig out my old resume and... Stay here, he said swiftly. The thought of her going home and his hotel room returning to its empty loneliness bothered him. Even when she was working, it was nice to have her presence here. They chatted even as she typed, and he was probably part of the reason she'd been fired, because he liked to distract her. I'll miss you if you leave. She sniffed and gave him a sad look. I can't just hang out with you all day, Locke. I need to find another job.
I'll hire you, he volunteered. How much do you want to make? Her sniffles changed to confusion.
What do you mean?
I mean, I'll hire you. You can be my assistant while I'm here.
Do you need an assistant? I thought you said you were going to try and be more independent?
Funny how any thoughts of being independent went out the window the moment she started crying. I'm sure there's things you can do for me. You can get my laundry for me.
There's maids that bring it to the room.
Oh, he cast around for another idea. You can help me pick out an apartment if I'm going to be staying here long term.
You hire a realtor to do that.
Taylor, he chided. He took her hands in his. Trust me when I say I have lots of need for an assistant, all right? If it'll make you happier, think of it as a paid companion. I get bored easily and need entertainment, and you can help me with that. Her brows furrowed.
Are we still going to be sleeping together?
God, yes.
Then doesn't that make me a hooker?
He groaned. Can you stop overanalyzing things? I'll come up with something for you to do, all right? You need a job. I can give you a job. Do we need to look beyond that? She thought for a moment, then gave him a worried look.
I'd need to make at least $20 an hour to cover my rent and expenses. That's how much I made at my old job.
Yeah, and he'd seen her tiny, ridiculous apartment. Then I will pay you $25 an hour. She gasped, her eyes lighting up.
For just being your friend?
That's right.
Locke.
She reached out and took his hand in hers.
You realize I'd be your friend for free, right?
Taylor, he said, in the same gentle voice, you realize I'd give you barrels of money if you'd just stop crying. Her soft chuckle made him feel better.
Can you afford an employee?
Oh, I'm certain of it. I have several of them back home. Her eyes widened in surprise.
You do? I thought you said you sold your manor house.
I did. I have an Italian villa now. I only have... He paused, counting. 10 servants now.
10?
Just the bare minimum, he assured her. Her jaw dropped. I'm quite sure I can afford 11. Although, thinking of his conversation with his cousin Griffin earlier, he worried a little. Maybe he didn't have as much money as he thought. Maybe he was frittering away his fortune and not realizing it. Let's call my accountant, shall we?
That's one of the 10, I assume.
He nodded.
All right.
Taylor's expression was dubious, as if she didn't quite believe any of what he was telling her. Well, he rather hoped he wasn't lying. That would be damned awkward. He retrieved his cell phone, put it on speaker, and then dialed his accountant. It was late overseas, and he worried that no one would answer. After 4 rings, though, the other line picked up. This is Bertram. How can I help, my lord? The man sounded sleepy, as if he'd just rolled out of bed. Good evening, Locke said, glancing at Taylor. I hope this isn't a bad time. No, not at all, my lord. Is everything all right? Yes. I was just wondering how much money I have. There was a long pause. I don't understand the question, my lord. Do you mean in petty cash, or... I mean in general. How much money? Was he not asking right? Damn. Just a ballpark figure will be fine. At his side, Taylor bit her lip, and the worried look returned.
Well, Bertram began, the number fluctuates on trades, of course, and I can't give you a specific dollar amount, but I guess, ballpark, you said? 1.2 billion, give or take. He nodded, then looked over at Taylor. More than enough for another servant? He asked Bertram. Yes. I mean, a lot of that is tied up in assets and bonds and investments and the like, but you can afford 20 more servants if you truly wanted, my lord. Is there something I can help you with? Locke looked over at Taylor. She shook her head swiftly, her eyes wide. He turned back to his phone. No, nothing else. I was just curious. Thank you. Have a nice evening. Of course, my lord. You have a nice evening, too. Bertram sounded mystified. Locke hung up and looked over at Taylor. You see, he says there is plenty of money. Her mouth parted, and she just shook her head at him slowly. You're a freaking billionaire, Locke. He frowned. She made it sound like it was a bad thing. And, oh my God, how did you not know you were a billionaire? He shrugged. I don't pay much attention to money. As long as everything is handled, I'm happy. But he remembered his frustrations with how sheltered he'd been. It's one of the things I'm working on changing, he added. An idea occurred to him. You can be my independence consultant. Your what? You can help me become more independent. Coach me in the things I should be aware of. I don't want to have to rely on servants for everything. I want to be able to function like a normal man if I have to. You can help me with that, he said, and then added, for $25 an hour. Sleepovers optional. You're serious? I am. Okay, she breathed. Okay, I can do that. I can help you. A small smile returned to her mouth. What do we do first? He thought for a moment and remembered what Mei Li had said. A vacation, I think. But aren't you already on vacation? Where do you want to go? He cast about for an answer. Her gaming laptop sat on one of the nearby desks, the screen flashing on the Excelsior convention ad. It was happening this upcoming weekend. He knew because Taylor had mentioned that a few guildmates were going, and so her group had to change some of their plans to work around the missing people. We're going to the Excelsior convention. She gasped. We are? He nodded, surprised that she wasn't more excited. I figure if I'm going to be on your team, I need to immerse myself in the culture. The convention seems like a good way of doing so. The convention's going to be a bit of game culture overkill, she murmured dryly. But if you want to go, I'm up for it. Fantastic. Somehow he'd thought she would have been more excited, but it didn't matter. It was just going to be the two of them, away on vacation, and an opportunity to get closer to each other. He could use this time to impress her, to woo her, and then make her see that they needed to marry. Temporarily, of course. Have a nice day. Hey, about this weekend, I'm not going to be on. Sigmund. What? You're not? What's going on? Have a nice day. Remember the Excelsior convention? My new roomie got tickets. We're flying out. Sigmund. Brunhilde? She got you guys tickets? Have a nice day. Yep. So can you run the guild raid? Sigmund. Frowny face. Have a nice day. What is it? Sigmund. You guys are sure spending a lot of time together. Have a nice day. Well, we're living together? Sigmund. I just miss you. Have a nice day. Don't do this. Sigmund. Sorry, I'm being selfish. Go to the convention, have fun, tell everyone from the guild I said hello, all right? I'll handle things here. Have a nice day. If you're sure? Sigmund. Of course. You need some time off. Smiley face. Have a nice day. I really could use a vacation. You have no idea how much. Sigmund. What's going on? Have a nice day. A lot. I can't talk about it right now, but suffice to say, a vacation sounds really nice. Sigmund. Enjoy the con then. I'll just text you if I need anything. Have a nice day. Feel free to play my tunes. Sigmund. Have fun. Chapter 11. Taylor refused to feel guilty about going on vacation with Locke. He was her new boss, right? Made perfect sense that if he wanted company on a trip, he would have her go with him. And if he wanted to charter a private jet so they could fly in style, well, that was all right with her too. It was his money. And the fact that he managed to somehow score a massive suite at the convention hotel? Well, he was her employer, and if he wanted to travel in style, he certainly could. The fact that she was going to be staying in the room with him? Icing on the cake. Great sex plus living the high life? Yes, please. Of course, they hadn't had sex again yet. After he'd found her crying from losing her job, she'd been too mentally exhausted and had ended up falling asleep with her head in his lap. The next day had been a whirlwind of trying to get tickets to the convention, which was apparently sold out, and booking hotel rooms and flights. But now they were on their way, and she was sipping a margarita on a comfy leather chair in a private jet while Locke napped nearby. She couldn't sleep. Her mind was whirling with a dozen different things. She'd be sharing a room with Locke. That didn't bother her. In fact, she was looking forward to that now that her period was long gone. She clamped her thighs together tight, just thinking about it. She and Locke had just fit together so perfectly right from the start. It felt as if she'd known him forever. She could see herself with someone like him on a permanent basis, but that might have been wishful thinking on her part. He was male perfection, and she was just a bit of a goofball. Of course she wanted to be with someone like him. The question was, why would he want to be with someone like her longer than a fling or two? There wasn't much of a reason, so she was determined to just enjoy him while she had him and try not to get too attached. Of course, it might have already been too late for her with that part. He was just so great. She looked over at him as he slept, a dreamy expression on her face. Handsome, smart, athletic, loaded, funny. And into her video game hobbies. It was like someone had taken her geek wish list and made it come to life. There had to be a catch. Of course, she hadn't found one yet, which meant that he was probably perfect in a million ways and would be tired of her soon. So, she just had to take this for what it was, a mindless fling. The job thing would make it tricky, though. Taylor sipped her margarita and looked out the window at the clouds dotting the sky. He'd agreed to pay her $25 an hour, and they'd not talked about it much more than that. But Locke had also professed to not being very cognizant of his own funds. What if that was too much money? What about benefits? Was he going to cut her a check or pay her in cash? For how long was this job going to go on? For how many hours a week? There were so many things to discuss, and she worried about bringing them up. What if it ruined this fledgling thing they had between them? She didn't want that. She could sit on her worries for a few days and just relax at the convention and have fun. Hopefully. The convention brought concerns of its own. Taylor had told Sigmund, clingy, unbalanced Sigmund, that her roommate playing Brunhilde was a girl. That was the nice thing about the internet. You could lie. But there were going to be several guildmates of hers at the convention, and if she ran into any of them with Locke at her side, there would be questions. The convention was enormous, though, and she planned on being in costume for most of it, so hopefully no one would recognize her. If they did, well, she'd just have to come up with a suitable excuse. Maybe Locke could be her friend's brother, and they were spending time together. Or she could just go with the whole, he's my boss and I'm his assistant thing. That would work. Pleased, she took another swig of her margarita. With a drink in hand, a hot temporary boyfriend snoozing nearby, and a gaming convention to go to, this was setting up to be an awesome weekend. For once, Sigmund's constant texts didn't even bother her. "This room is really amazing," Taylor gushed, as she set her suitcase on the hotel room bed and opened it. "I mean, I wasn't sure if anything could beat the rock waterfall you had in your room back in New York, but the private swimming pool out on the ledge here just might do it. Too bad I don't have a swimsuit." Who said you needed a swimsuit? He smiled lazily at her, hands behind his head, as he lounged on the other end of the bed. He was feeling pretty pleased with himself at the moment. He'd managed to score tickets to the convention, had arranged a private jet that Taylor had exclaimed over, and now had set them up in this rather nice hotel room, all on his own. Sure, he'd made a few calls to the right people, and used his name, and even greased a few palms, but he'd done it himself. It was a small victory. Best of all, Taylor was happy. He'd fixed her job issue, taken her on vacation, and ensured that she'd be spending more time with him. It would be just a small step to propose marriage, and he doubted she'd say no. "You'd love that, wouldn't you?" She gave him a saucy little smirk as she refolded one of her shirts. "Truth of the matter is, I don't know how much time we'll have to spend in the room anyhow. The convention's got so much to do and see. I haven't been in 2 years, but if it's anything like before, there will be beta test rooms, character battles, costume contests, a vendor alley, some behind-the-scenes panels, and a few about some upcoming game info that everyone's always peeing in their pants to hear about." None of it sounded particularly interesting to him, but if she was excited, it would be fun. An enthusiastic Taylor was one of his favorite things in the world, he'd decided. "So, which do you want to go to?" "I haven't had time to look, to be honest." She bit her lip, and then pulled out a small notepad and began to flip through the pages. "I was busy making lists of things I can help you with, like driving a car or taking the subway by yourself, or balancing a checkbook or cooking. I'm actually not that bad at cooking, despite my love for cereal, and understanding personal finances, or maybe—" "All that can wait a few days. Let's just enjoy the convention, shall we?" "Oh, I plan on it." She beamed at him. "My old costume still fits." Costume? This wasn't the first time he'd heard about costumes, but he hoped it didn't apply to him. She'd gone back to her apartment to pick up a few things, but he hadn't realized they were costumes. Locke frowned at her. "I'm not going to wear a costume." "Only about half of the people that attend go in costume, but I think it makes it more fun." She pulled out something from her bag that looked like a scarf. Here's mine. All right, now she had his attention. His cock stiffened in response, and he sat up, curious. Is that like your Doctor Who scarf? She giggled and spread it out on the bed. No, it's a dress. This scarf part goes around the neck and then over each breast, and the skirt is kind of a sash around the hips. There's a cape, too, but I have to iron it. It was a lot more skin-revealing than anything he'd seen Taylor wear before. She normally was in jeans and a t-shirt, and while he liked that, he was rather intrigued by the flimsiness of this costume. You wear this out and about in the convention? Her brows drew together. Of course. It's Talia Undura from the game. I've got her hood and everything. Locke vaguely remembered a hooded woman in the splash screens of the game, but all he recalled about her was bright red lips and lots of breasts. Was that who she was going to dress up as? He shifted uncomfortably, his cock making it known that he liked the idea, even if, rather hypocritically, he wasn't sure she should wear something so revealing out in the crowd. How do you get the sash bits to stay in place over the... He paused and gestured. Chest area. Double-sided tape. She hung the costume, little more than gossamer wisps, on a hanger, and then turned back to him. Oh, and if anyone recognizes us and asks, you're my boss. What? There's some of my guildmates that are going to be here, and a few folks that are in an alliance with us on Excelsior. That means they raid with us for some of the bigger targets. Anyway, they'll be here, and if they recognize me, they'll ask about you. Just tell them that you're my boss, and we're here because you're learning the game. Her smile was sunny. He wasn't smiling anymore. In fact, he was a little offended. Are you trying to hide the fact that you're here with me? What? No, don't be silly. Her smile faded a little, and then she winced. Okay, yes, but it's not because you're not hot. You are. She gave him a heated up-and-down look, and then sighed. It's just that if people find out I'm here with a date, it opens us up to some tough questions that I'd rather not wrestle with this weekend. What kind of tough questions? Damn it, why was he so annoyed at the thought of her pretending they weren't here together? He was a damned Baron of Bellissime, 5th in line for the damned throne, unless the insurgents got their way, and he was someone to be embarrassed over? She wrung her hands. It's complicated. More complicated than trying to explain why you're holding hands with your boss and he's constantly staring at your barely covered tits? Taylor giggled, then wrung her hands again. We probably shouldn't hold hands either. It's just... Her phone buzzed, interrupting her line of thought, and she automatically checked it, then typed something back. Ah... Everything became crystal clear. To Locke's surprise, intense jealousy surged through him. It's that guy, isn't it? Sigmund? The one that constantly texts and emails you? You don't want him to know that you're with me. Her face flushed bright red. Are you dating him? Was this all a massive put-on? Why did the thought offend him so much? Because Taylor was sweet and unassuming and he liked that? Because he didn't want her to be manipulative? Because he actually really liked being with her and the thought that he was being used hurt? What? No! She sputtered. And then to his chagrin, her face crumpled and she began to cry. I wish he'd go away, actually. Her phone buzzed with another text, and another fat tear slid down her face. Sometimes I hate him. Ah, hell. Now he felt like an ass. He got off the bed and went to Taylor's side, pulling her against him in a bear hug. Don't cry. I'm just trying to understand. She sniffed against his chest. It's kind of a mess. Then I definitely want to hear the details, because it involves you. He stroked a hand over her hair, hugging her close. Her arms went around him, and she buried her face against his shirt. He's this guy in my guild. At least, I'm pretty sure it's a guy. His screen name is Sigmund, but his real name is Lynn. Pretty sure Lynn is a guy, though. He always picks male tunes and talks about he's a guy, so I kind of believe him. Anyway, we both started playing around the same time and struck up a friendship. He's really lonely and doesn't get out much, so he played a lot, and I was on while working, so we ended up hanging out a lot. I gave him my phone number one night when we were waiting for a particular boss to spawn so we could log on and go after it, no matter the hour. From there, he started texting me. Her fingers gripped his shirt more tightly. At first, I didn't think anything of it. He was just texting to ask if I was going to play or letting me know that a particular item dropped. No big deal. So I texted back. Then, it seems like he's always texting me, to the point that my phone's constantly going off, even when I'm with clients. It's like he wants my attention constantly. It sounds like he does, Locke commented, smoothing her hair. Someone had an online crush on his Taylor. Which was sweet, he supposed. But Locke wasn't going to hide the fact that they were together just for some prick on the computer. She shook her head. It gets worse all the time. If I'm not on the computer for a day, he wants to know where I've been. He's looking up my online profiles. I guess he did a reverse lookup on my phone number and got my personal information. He comments on things I post on Facebook and sends flowers to the LAN party when he knows I'm going to be there. She shuddered. So, he's stalking you. Taylor looked up at him, her expression one of frustration and confusion. That's just it. I'm not sure if he is. I don't get the impression he wants to meet. He's been invited to the LAN parties, and there have been gatherings in his hometown. People have offered to buy him a ticket to the convention here, but he never goes. He just wants me to be online with him all the time. Her mouth crumpled a little. All the fucking time. I'm so sick of it. He was surprised to hear that, given that she loved her computer games. So, stop playing? Spend more time in real life than on the computer? That's the thing. He wants me there with him. Her fingers smoothed over his side in a decidedly possessive way. And if I try to avoid the computer, he throws on a guilt trip. So, it's not just any guilt trip. It's a really big one. She sniffed again. He didn't see how any guilt trip could be that bad. Tell him to sod off. It's just, like I said, it's complicated, and it's easier to log on than to deal with the aftermath. More like it sounded as if a spoiled child wasn't getting his way. It made Locke irrationally angry on her behalf. Taylor was entirely too nice, and she was letting this Sigmund idiot walk all over her. You need to put your foot down and tell him to leave you alone. Taylor was silent. After a moment, she said softly, I'm his friend. Sometimes I think I'm his only friend. He's just lonely and depressed. I don't want to hurt him more than he's already hurting. It's just that the pressure sometimes makes me sick of being in the game. I'd have quit long ago if it wasn't for the guilt. She nodded. Some friend he is. He's depressed. She gave him another bright smile, clearly trying to deflect the situation. As for me, I'm the opposite of depressed. How can I be anything but wonderful with you here, and at this awesome convention? I'm starting to think the convention was a mistake, especially if you're sick of the game. A beach would have been a nice alternative, Taylor teased, then slid her arms up around his neck. But it's the thought that counts, and this is super thoughtful. And I'm going to have lots of fun as long as I'm with you. Locke leaned down and kissed her upturned face, unable to resist. Just do me a favor, he murmured, between quick pecks. No gaming this weekend, and no Sigmund. Fine to both, she agreed readily. I already told him I was going to be completely unavailable all weekend. He didn't point out that Sigmund had been texting her nonstop for the last half hour, clearly thinking he'd get his way regardless. Let's just leave it alone for now, all right? She kissed him again, and the tip of her tongue flicked against his lips in a promising tease. Seemed like now Locke was being manipulated himself, with a few kisses and Taylor's sunny smile. He hesitated, then said, You'll talk to him when you get back? Tell him to leave you alone? I promise. She toyed with a lock of his hair. Want to go to the Chaldassian banquet tonight? I might be able to answer that if I had a clue what it was. Taylor grinned. It's a dinner party put on by the Khan that's basically a mock-up of a traditional Chaldassian feast. Chaldassi is the kingdom in the game, remember? Ah, and this would involve you wearing your costume that consists entirely of a scarf and tape? She grinned wickedly. It just might. Then, I think dinner sounds like an excellent idea. Though Locke had an idea of what Taylor's costume entailed, he was still stunned at the sight of her as she emerged from the bathroom in her outfit. Her glorious body, normally covered by layers of clothing, was on display for all to see. The tiny scarves that made up the top of the costume barely seemed decent, and her cleavage looked magnificent. And rather bare. The costume was open from neck to navel, with only the two scarves making her top half covered, and even then that was questionable. The scarves looped back, and at her waist she wore a third scarf that was tied at the side, like a tiny miniskirt. She put her hands on her hips and strutted out of the bathroom for his approval. How do I look? Naked, Locke said bluntly. He was both aroused at the sight of her in the costume and a little worried that she'd be going out in public with so much skin on display. Clearly, he was going to have to watch over her like a hawk so no one tried to pull one of those tantalizing little scarves off. In her normal clothes, she was cute, sweet, approachable. In this costume, she was a vixen, all curves and soft skin. He wanted to touch her and peel off those scanty layers. And he wanted to throw a blanket over her at the same time. But her expression fell. You don't like my costume? Locke immediately felt like an ass. It was her body. She could dress it however she wanted. His jealousy was his own problem. You look incredible, he admitted. I'm just imagining all the heads I'm going to have to break for looking at you the wrong way. She smoothed her hands down the front scarves of the costume, and dear God, he saw nipple. They're supposed to look. It's if they touch that's the problem. Taylor winked at him and then gave a saucy little walk across the room. I'm not going to be able to walk, Locke told her, adjusting his erect cock in his slacks. Hell, the sight of her in that costume was doing all kinds of things to him. Her back was almost as bare as her front, and when she walked, He saw the little dimples at the base of her spine that made him want to grab her and push her down onto the bed for a round of quick and utterly filthy sex. "Poor baby," she teased, casting him an impish look over her shoulder. "Want me to fix that for you?" "If you do, we're not leaving this room tonight." Not that it would be a problem for him. "In that case, you're on your own," Taylor said pertly, and pulled her freshly ironed cloak off the ironing board. "Don't worry, the cloak will help." She settled it over her shoulders and then pulled the hood over her face. "Better?" "I'm not sure," he said, studying her. Now, instead of intense curves and tons of bare skin, she was a lot of midnight blue cloak and a pair of barely clothed tits that jutted out from the cloak and jiggled when she walked. She chuckled and waved a hand in the air as if brushing aside his concerns. "I know I look damn good in this thing. Come on, let's go down to the banquet." Guarding over Taylor in her finery proved to be a full-time job. As they went down to the banquet hall, Locke noticed that the vast majority of attendees were in costume. Some had cheap handmade costumes, some had lavish sets of armor, and almost all of them were male. And every single one of those men was eyeing Taylor and her magnificent, barely covered breasts. Locke hovered close, of course. He found them a table off to one side, and while Taylor exclaimed over the decorations and how the beer steins were straight out of the game, he glared at every man who came close enough to gawk at Taylor's costume. She looked magnificent. Far too magnificent for this crowd, he thought grumpily. "Selenis?" Taylor squealed, and jumped out of her chair to go hug a friend, a middle-aged bearded man dressed like a bard. They chatted for several minutes, and Selenis kept casting Locke nervous glances. Good, Locke thought sourly, drinking his beer. "Him?" Taylor said after a few minutes. "Oh, that's my boss. He's here to learn about the game." And Locke gritted his teeth. Damn that ass Sigmund for making Taylor have to lie to people about if they were together or not. Right now, he wanted to go King Kong on the entire room of leering men and drag Taylor away. But she was enjoying herself, the smile on her face bright enough to light up the city, and he forced himself to sit and play bodyguard, just in case any of the men who were lining up to chat with her or get their picture taken next to her got too familiar. Their table filled up with a few other people who Taylor chatted with eagerly, and all of them discussed game culture and bosses and classes and all the things Locke knew nothing about. He watched Taylor instead, appreciating her animated expression and the way her cleavage looked in the shadows of the banquet hall. If he ate, he didn't realize it. He just drank his beer and let her be a social butterfly, all the while thinking filthy thoughts about her in that costume. If he managed to make it through the entire night without ripping it off of her and taking her, he'd qualify for sainthood. "So, what do you play?" the knight seated next to him asked, glancing occasionally over at Taylor as she talked with her hands, and her breasts swayed enticingly as she told a story to a married couple. Guildmates, she'd said. "I don't know," Locke admitted. "Some Valkyrie-looking woman. Warrior?" He looked over at his date helplessly. Was he even supposed to say? Brunhilde belonged to her roommate, and he suspected no one knew that he was that roomie. "Warlord," Taylor corrected him, casting a brilliant smile in his direction. "He's a beginner at the game. Her gaze unfocused, and she got an uncomfortable look on her face as she stared at someone, or something, behind Locke. Shit! Locke turned to look.
Cutting through the sea of tables was a man in a magnificent red cloak, a plumed helmet tucked under one arm. His hair was long and black, and he wore a suit of shining silver armor etched with red. He cut an impressive figure, his costume clearly expensive and extremely detailed. He was also coming straight for their table. "God, this is awkward," Taylor murmured, cringing. To Locke's surprise, she scooted her chair closer to his and put her hand on his thigh. "Help me get rid of him fast?" "All right," Locke agreed, a bit mystified. "Ho!" called the newcomer as he approached their table. He bowed in a courtly manner to each person at the table and then moved toward Taylor, taking her hand in his and kissing her knuckles. "My lady, it's been far too long since I've seen you. I've missed you." Taylor gave a nervous laugh. "Nice to see you too, Julian." She gestured at Locke. "This is my friend, Locke. We're here together." Why couldn't she spit out the word boyfriend? He noticed that everyone at the table was watching them, eyes wide. "A pity," Julian murmured over Taylor's hand. "You know where to find me if you wish to rekindle our—" "Friendship," Locke offered. He put a possessive arm around Taylor's waist. He knew exactly what this man was getting at, and he didn't like it. "Friendship," Julian agreed. He gave the table a quick bow and then swept on, but not before sending another smoldering look in Taylor's direction. She grabbed her beer stein and took a long gulp. A few droplets spilled onto her cleavage. That was enough for Locke. Between the jealousy stewing in his stomach and the near nudity of his far too popular date, along with her inability to refer to him as her boyfriend, and the fact that they hadn't had sex again since the one fling, he was done with dinner. Locke got to his feet and offered Taylor his hand. "If you'll all excuse us, we have somewhere we need to be." "We do," Taylor agreed, getting to her feet. She smoothed her cloak forward, hiding some of her costume, and then put her hand in his. A small gesture that did a lot to soothe Locke's jealousy. They quickly said their goodbyes, and then Locke led her out of the massive medieval dining hall. His blood was surging, his cock was aching, and he felt an overwhelming need to claim Taylor as his. He'd never been like this with anyone else, but with Taylor, it was different. Everything was different. He scanned the halls of the conference center of the hotel, looking for a private spot to duck into. There was nothing but Excelsior posters, milling people, and computer monitors flashing snips of the game. He tugged her along by her hand, hurrying to the elevator. He'd take her back to their room, ravish her silly, and get all this out of his system. And then Locke paused. There was a line for the elevator stretching back at least 50 feet. "You've got to be kidding me." "It's a busy convention," Taylor chimed in. "Want to take the stairs?" "We're on the 40th floor." He'd never last that long. He'd end up fucking her in a dirty stairwell. That wouldn't do. He grabbed her hand again and dragged her down another hallway, farther into the bowels of the conference center. So, who was that Julian guy? It was just curiosity that made him ask, he told himself. Someone I'd prefer to forget." He turned and looked at her. "Has he been bothering you?" "What? No, he was—" She grimaced. "My one and only one-night stand prior to you. I think I was dazzled by his costume. I was not, however, dazzled by his performance." "And now I know too much," Locke murmured, leading her in the opposite direction of the crowds. If there was nothing to see down this particular way, then that was where he wanted to go. There, a hallway with several doors was just ahead, and nearly deserted. You asked, Taylor told him. I was hoping to avoid him. He's kind of a dick. With a small dick. He did ask, but now he regretted it, because he was picturing that prick in the shiny armor touching his Taylor. It wasn't helping his jealousy. He led her down the hall and tried the first door. Locked. What are we doing? Taylor whispered. We're looking for something, Locke told her, and went to the next door. Locked, damn it. What are we looking for? The third door opened, and it was dark inside. He grabbed her hand and swept her inside with him. Privacy. Oh? Taylor sounded amused. Any particular reason? He ran a hand over the wall, looking for a light switch, and found a knob. He twisted it. The lights flickered and began to slowly come on. I got jealous of everyone staring at your tits. She smothered a laugh. Poor Locke. Her voice was sweetly teasing, as was the hand she put on his chest as she stepped closer to him. You should know that. She paused and frowned at something behind him. Is that a mushroom? Locke turned. Sure enough, the lights had come on, revealing the room. It was, well, heavily decorated was the best way he could describe it. Plastic vines of leaves swayed all over the room, hung from the ceiling. Fake trees with massive trunks dotted one section. And in the center of the room were several white and red mushrooms, big enough to be seats. At the base of the mushroom cluster, a stand-up banner proclaimed, Excelsior Convention. What is all this? It's Karoo Forest, she told him with a laugh. It's the starting area for the Dragon Rider class. I'm guessing they're going to use this room as a photo booth of sorts. They had something similar the last time I came, but it was Cityport instead of Karoo Forest, and... She paused as he locked the door and then pulled her forward. Where are we going? He led her into the sea of props. Have you ever made love on top of a mushroom? She giggled. I have not, but I'm game. She shrugged off her cloak and tossed it to the floor. That was one of the things he fucking loved about her. She was always game for anything. He pulled her against him and groaned because everywhere he touched her, he touched warm, bare skin. You're beautiful, you know that? Her arms went around his neck, hiking her breasts in a most magnificent fashion. Are you saying that to me or to Talia Endura? Seeing as how I don't even know who that is, I'm saying it to Taylor. Locke kissed her, his hands going to her ass to cup it under her tiny short skirt. Underneath, his searching fingers found a tiny thong, and he groaned. It was like this outfit had been made deliberately to tease him. I want to fuck you in this ridiculous little costume of yours. You like it, she said between nipping little kisses. One hand slid down the front of his shirt, and then she was pulling it free from his belt. Fuck yes, I like it. I like it too much. I can tell. Her hand went to his cock, and she stroked him through the fabric. You have condoms? In my wallet. Then I'm all yours. He tugged at her tiny thong, dragging it down her thighs until she could step out of it. One hand went to cup one of her breasts, and to his surprise, the scarf anchored there didn't move a bit. Taped. Double-sided, she agreed. It's amazing stuff. Can you still feel me when I touch you? He caressed her nipple, watching her reaction. Her eyes closed, and she leaned into him. Oh, yeah. Good. He kissed her fiercely and palmed her breasts as he did. I might have to get you to wear this sassy little costume of yours more often, he murmured between kisses, dragging his thumbs over her hard nipples.
She moaned, clinging to him. "You're so easy to touch this way." One hand slid down to her skirt, and he pushed under it to find her pussy hot and wet. He groaned. "Fuck, you're that aroused, Taylor?" "You make me that way," she told him, panting. Her hips pushed against his hand, as if she was trying to ride it. "I blame you." "That's so?" He'd give her more to think about then. He gave her another quick kiss, then put his hands on her shoulders and spun her around. "Bend over that mushroom for me, love." She moaned, but did as she was told. It pushed her ass into the air, barely covered by that tiny hint of a skirt, and he saw nothing but smooth back, bare thighs, and long legs. Beautiful. Locke bent down between her legs and pushed her skirt up. Her round, sweet ass was exposed to him, and he leaned in and nipped at one buttock. "You ever been tongued on a mushroom before, Taylor?" "Oh, God," she breathed, and he saw her hands go to the edge of the mushroom cap, white-knuckling in anticipation. "No, I haven't." "Good." He felt a surge of satisfaction at the thought of claiming her here. He leaned forward and pressed his mouth to her slippery, wet pussy, and she jerked under him, crying out. She was hot and slick, her folds damp with arousal. He held her thighs apart with his hands and licked her slowly, dragging his tongue over every fold, enjoying the taste of her. She was delicious, musky and sweet, and every time his tongue moved over her, he could feel her thighs quiver in response. He pushed her forward a little more, and the tip of his tongue flicked against her clit. She moaned and cried out, "Locke, oh God, how are you so good at that?" He chuckled and pressed a kiss to her inner thigh. "Enthusiasm?" "God bless enthusiasm," she breathed. Her words turned into another moan when he pushed a finger inside her core, testing her readiness. Taylor pushed back against him, trying to ride his hand. "More, Locke, give me more." "Patience," he murmured, and drove his finger into her again, thrusting like he wanted to with his aching cock. She gave another little squeal, her body jerking, and he added another finger, pumping roughly into her, enjoying the feeling of her tight sheath hugging his fingers, the wet noises her body made when he thrust into her. She was his. All of this was for him, and he was going to take it like the greedy bastard he was. His cock ached madly, reminding him that he wanted to bury more than just his fingers into her tight pussy. He reluctantly removed his hand from her, caressing her ass one more time before getting to his feet. She glanced back at him, panting, her hair in her face. "Condom now?" "Condom now," he agreed, pulling one out of his wallet and unzipping his trousers. He pulled them down just far enough to free his cock, and then rolled the sheath down his length. He needed to be inside her, needed to be filling her with his length, hearing her scream his name and feeling every twitch of her body. Locke moved forward, settling his thighs against the backs of hers. She arched on top of the mushroom, pushing her ass into the air, and he took his cock in hand and dragged it through her wet folds, slicking the condom-covered length with her juices. "You tease," she breathed, wiggling against him as he did it again. "So impatient. Don't worry. I'm going to give you what you want." He gripped one of her buttocks, pulling her body open for him, and eased the tip of his cock into her. She gasped and moved under him, trying to get him in deeper. Impatient little thing. She wanted him hard and fast. He'd give it to her then. Grinning, Locke thrust deep. She made that soft, choking noise of delight that he loved, and he leaned over her and began to pump into her with hard, regular strokes. She was his, and with each thrust of his cock into her body, he cemented that. His woman. His soon-to-be wife. It was time to stake his claim. Forget all these idiots fawning over her at the convention. He was going to ask her to marry him this weekend, he decided. She'd be his, and then everything would fall into place. Taylor moaned softly under him, and he felt her body clench around him, felt the hot vice of her pussy grow tighter around his cock as she came. He pushed into her again, thrusting harder, until his own orgasm ratcheted through him with blazing force. Let them look at her all they wanted. She was his. Chapter 12. Locke was up to something, Taylor decided the next morning. She crossed her legs and ate a bowl of cereal on the hotel's plush sofa, glancing idly at a program of the day's events. Locke sat nearby, texting furiously on his phone. When she'd asked him what he was up to, he'd just grunted at her. A few times he'd gone out to take a call on the balcony. It had been going on all morning. She watched him, curious. Was he planning some sort of surprise getaway again? She felt a little twinge of excitement at that, and then a follow-up twinge of guilt when she thought about how Sigmund would take it. But really, being offline the last few days, she'd been so utterly relaxed. Of course, incredible sex last night with Locke had helped. They'd made love in the Karoo forest room. She'd gouged the hell out of that plastic mushroom with her nails, but God, it had been worth it. They'd fumbled to rearrange her clothing long enough to make it back to their hotel room, where they'd continued what they'd started. How many times had they made love last night? She tried to count. At least 4. No, wait, 5. She'd initiated sex in the middle of the night because she'd woken up and his big, yummy thigh was pressed between hers, and she'd wanted to jump his bones. He'd been happy to comply. Normally, Taylor exhausted her boyfriends. Well, maybe exhausted was the wrong word. She just tended to throw herself headlong into everything she loved, and sex was definitely on that list. Her sex drive was normally higher than those she dated, but she was thrilled that Locke seemed willing and able to match her. The fact that he was really damn good at sex, definitely a big whopping mark in the plus column. Now, if he would just stop being sneaky. He glanced over at Taylor, and she thrust her lower lip out in a pout. "What is it?" he asked, reaching out to caress her knee. "Are you done talking on the phone?" "Why? Did you want to go down to the convention? We can." Well, actually, she'd been considering sex again, but the convention wasn't a bad idea. He'd spent a lot of money to get them last-minute tickets, so she supposed they should go for a while. Mentally, she cringed at the thought of running into Julian again. God, she hoped not. "Okay with you if I dress up again?" His brows went up. "Same dress as yesterday? I'm pretty sure we wrecked it." Yeah, her skirt hadn't really survived their fierce play in Karoo Forest. Not that she minded. "Nope, I have some more regular stuff. Long skirt and corset, blouse with puffy sleeves. It's a tavern wench costume." Locke chuckled. "As long as I don't have to be in costume as well." "Oh, I don't know. I think you'd make an adorable jongleur. They have codpieces in game, you know." He snorted.
His phone rang again, and he got to his feet, heading for the balcony. "Let me get this, and then we'll go." She sighed, watching him shut the door behind him. What could possibly be going on that was taking so much of his time and mental energy? Even when he was sitting with her, he was distracted. It was like he was waiting for something. But what? Mystified, Taylor put her bowl down. She considered heading over to the balcony to listen in on the conversation, just to satisfy her curiosity. Instead, she headed for the bedroom and pulled out another costume. If he wanted to tell her, he'd tell her. She'd just have to learn to be patient. Patience? Not one of her strong suits. Everything was set. Locke checked the ring box one more time, just to make sure that it was still actually there. The square-cut diamond winked back at him from its spot, nestled in velvet. The band was unique. Gold filigreed leaves intermingled with two swords that pointed at the gigantic stone. It had taken some work. The band itself had been for sale by one of the vendors downstairs, and he'd snuck down while Taylor was visiting a few panels on the game, and he'd pretended to stay in and take a nap. Locke had had to pay extra to get a jeweler to switch out the big fake blue stone for a real diamond, and then deliver the rejiggered ring back to him. It had involved a lot of phone calls, but the end result was rather appealing looking, and he thought she'd like it. Now, he just needed to find the perfect time to give it to her. He'd considered giving it to her in the privacy of their room, which had appeal in that it would probably lead straight to sex. But he'd decided to go the more public route. Maybe it was that after seeing all these men leer at her, he wanted to stake his claim. Maybe he wanted everyone to realize that sexy, funny Taylor belonged to him and only him. So, he'd scanned the list of events for the afternoon, looking for one that might suit his purposes. Most of them were nonsense listings that he couldn't make sense of, since he wasn't very up on game lingo. There was one event called Guild Warring, which sounded intriguing. Apparently, it was something like one of the parties she frequented, where people brought their laptops and gamed together in person. Odd, but it sounded like something up Taylor's alley. And her guildmates would be there, which meant that everyone would know he'd proposed to her if he did it in front of them. Which meant someone would tell that ass Sigmund, and he'd get the hint and finally leave Taylor alone. The more Locke thought about it, the more he liked the idea. It was perfect, really. He'd free Taylor from Sigmund's harassment, get the girl, and soon be heading back to Bellissime, throne-free and worry-free. "You sure you want to do this?" Taylor asked Locke, clutching her laptop to her bright red corset. "We can do another event if you want, or just go out to dinner if you'd rather do that." "This is fine," Locke told her, his own laptop in hand, as they rode the crowded elevator down to the convention center. She was squeezed in between an elf and an orc, and the shoulder pads of the latter kept smacking her in the jaw. "These are your people, so you should hang out with them. I want you to have fun at the convention." She nodded absently, scooting closer to him as a few more people piled into the elevator. She didn't even mind when he put an arm around her shoulders and pulled her against him. Actually, it was rather nice being held by him. She hated that they had to keep their flirtation a secret. It would be fun to prance around the convention as his girlfriend, showing off how incredibly hot her man was to all the other girls at the con. Not that she was the type to brag, but, well, Locke was exactly the kind of guy you wanted to brag about. "You like these sorts of parties, I thought," he murmured into her braided hair. Her costume today was of Azura the Magical, the guild trainer for the Mage Guild.
She was wearing a mage's purple robe with a bright red corset over the waist and a low-slung ribbon belt. Still sexy, but not showing nearly as much flesh. And, while it did give her a chance to wear her fun costumes and hang out with people she saw online every day, she was actually having a lot of fun living in the real world with him. As another couple crowded onto the already packed elevator, she thought wistfully of the beach again. Going there with him would have been just as fun, and a lot more private. But here she was, feeling ungrateful when he'd gone to great expense to take her on this awesome trip. She was a jerk, wasn't she? Taylor leaned against him and decided to make it up to him later that night. Her thighs clenched at the thought of how much fun all that making up would be, too. They headed into the main ballroom with a crowd of other laptop-toting gamers and searched for the section of tables reserved for her server. Once they found it, someone waved at them, and she recognized several of her guildmates. Madrigal, the jongleur, Patsy Sue, the mage, Wang Gus, the cut-purse, and Wee Baby Shaman, their healer. "We saved you seats," Patsy Sue called out as she and Locke approached. "Glad you could make it." "Glad to be here," Taylor said, grinning. Locke held out her chair for her, and she sat, trying not to blush as Patsy Sue gave her a few nosy looks. Patsy Sue was the guild gossip, and if she thought there was something going on, she'd make sure everyone knew about it. Taylor would have to be careful and make sure that Locke remained most definitely in the friend zone when Patsy Sue was around. Locke pulled up a chair and sat down next to Taylor, and they both opened their laptops. "Locke's got a baby toon, so I'll partner with him and pull him through any sort of dungeons they toss our way." "A baby toon?" one of the men asked. "What do you play?" Oh, hell. She couldn't remember if they'd mentioned that he was playing a female toon and pretending to be her roomie instead of her boyfriend. "You know what? I have a second account for when we need a tank. You want to play my battle mage, Locke? She's max level." "No thanks. I can play my warrior." He pecked in his password with 2 fingers. Someone at the table snickered. "Warlord," someone corrected. "Warriors are in WOW." WOW? Locke looked up. "World of Warcraft," Taylor murmured. "It's another game." "Ah." He peered at his screen, concentrating as he logged on. "I'm not familiar with these games." "No kidding," Patsy Sue said dryly, watching him hunt and peck at the keyboard. "Warlord's easy," Madrigal said. "You just hit the attack button and face roll on through." "Face roll?" "I'll explain later," replied Taylor, giving the others a warning look. Were they deliberately trying to intimidate him? She felt protective of Locke for some reason. He was an adult and could take care of himself, but she hated the way the others sniggered as they watched him type. He played polo and rugby, damn it. He didn't spend his time behind a screen pretending to live life. He actually lived it. In that moment, Taylor wanted to get up and drag Locke out of the room and go somewhere, anywhere, but there. "I'll meet you in Cityport," Madrigal offered, and Taylor shot him a grateful look. At least someone in her guild wasn't being a douche. Taylor logged into her Dragon Rider, quickly scanning through the message of the day and the emails in her guild leader inbox. Sigmund started sending her messages right away, and she quickly got buried in the minutiae of Excelsior life. She was so absorbed in what she was doing that she'd forgotten about Locke. "What's that you just did?" She glanced up and looked over at him, but he wasn't speaking to her. Instead, he was looking over at Madrigal. "I had my character bow to yours," Madrigal said. "There's an entire list of commands available that will let you do actions." "Where?" "Click over here," Madrigal said, pointing at Locke's screen. She really was going to have to promote Madrigal in Guild. He was always so helpful, and the time he was taking with Locke just confirmed what a genuinely nice guy he was. "I'll run over to Cityport and meet you both," she told them. She launched her character onto the back of her dragon and aimed it toward the city. "Be there in a jiffy." Locke said, clicking away and peering at his screen. "I think I just danced at you, Mad." "You did," Madrigal said with a chuckle. Taylor glanced up and saw Patsy Sue smirking again. Ugh, why was she being such a jerk? Everyone started out new at some point. Her dragon zoomed through a portal and appeared over Cityport, so she peeked at Locke's screen to see where they were. Both his character and Madrigal's were dancing in the courtyards. Smiling, she turned her dragon in that direction and landed. "I'm here." She piloted her character toward the two dancers. One was Madrigal's short little gnomeling. The other dancer was Locke's female warlord, dressed in a few cast-off pieces of newbie armor. To share in the emote fun, she parked her character in front of them and waved in-game. Locke's warlord waved back. Then he/she dropped to a knee in-game and spoke. "Taylor, will you marry me?" "Psst, you have the caps lock key on, buddy," Madrigal whispered to Locke. "Shit, right, sorry." He began to retype slowly, while Taylor stared at her computer screen, jaw hanging open. The words eventually crawled onto her screen. "Taylor, will you marry me?" She looked over at Locke. "Like, in-game?" He frowned at her and shook his head. "I suppose I need to do this right." He got out of his chair and went to one knee. The breath left her. Locke pulled a small box out of his pocket and held it out to her. "Taylor," he said, in that lovely accented voice of his that made her knees weak, "will you marry me?" "Oh my God!" squealed someone at a nearby table. "Look, he's proposing!" Taylor looked up, and it seemed like the entire room had gone utterly silent. Every face was turned to them. Her heart was racing, and everything felt very surreal. She looked over at Locke. Gorgeous, sexy, athletic Locke, who didn't play video games and was totally out of her league. "Why?" she whispered. He tilted his head, curious. "Why what?" She leaned in so only he would hear her. "Why do you want to marry me?" He gave her a sexy grin. "I think we mesh rather well, don't you? Or do I need to find another mushroom around here to convince you?" Oh, dear Lord, now she was blushing. "Meshing's great, but marriage?" He nodded. "Do you love me?" Because she was dizzy with lust over him, but she wasn't sure if lust was the same thing as love. Was it? Had they even been together long enough to figure that out yet? Locke reached out and took her hand in his. "I do love you, Taylor. I know it's fast, but I feel like we're meant to be together. I love everything about you, and you make every day more exciting just by being in it. Will you be my wife?" She sucked in a breath. He loved her? He felt as goofy over her as she did for him? How was that even possible? She had to be dreaming. Hell, if she was dreaming, she didn't want to wake up. Taylor flung herself at him, arms going around his neck. She might have knocked him to the floor and caused his chair to crash backward. It didn't matter. She kissed him hard, letting him know her answer. "I think that's a yes," someone murmured. The entire room broke into applause. Taylor looked up, embarrassed, and slowly detangled her limbs from Locke's, or tried to. She ended up tripping over her long skirts, and he had to help her get to her feet. Once she was standing, he opened the ring box and showed her the enormous diamond and the beautiful band. She gasped and slid it onto her finger, trembling. It was too big, but who cared? It was hers, and it was gorgeous. She kissed Locke again, ecstatic. "I love you too." Much later that night, in bed after several rounds of intense, passionate sex, Locke's back ached from Taylor's enthusiastic clawing, and he stroked her hair as she dozed against him. He was tired, and he should have been able to sleep, but for some reason, he found himself staring at the ceiling. "Do you love me?" He'd been hoisted on his own petard with that simple question. He'd thought he'd been so clever, coming up with the perfect gamer proposal for Taylor that she wouldn't be able to turn down. He'd had the right ring, the right place, everything. He just hadn't had the right words. At that point, he'd felt trapped in the situation. Did he love her? He loved being around her. He loved having sex with her. He loved her funny, exuberant laugh. But he wasn't sure if that was love. Not yet. It was too soon. So he'd lied and reassured her that of course he loved her. That was the part that was sticking in his craw. He felt like an ass, like he'd been leading her on. The moment the words escaped him, he wanted to take them back. Couldn't they just get married for fun? It wouldn't bother either of them as much when it was inevitably dissolved. But she'd thrown her arms around his neck and declared that she loved him too, and then he was trapped in his own lies. He should have been thrilled. He was getting everything he wanted. He'd marry Taylor, give it a few weeks for the news to trickle back home, and then he'd be able to return home. Taylor would like his house in Bellissime, he was sure. It wasn't large, but it was charming, and he had land and horses. She'd like his family, too. They were a little starchy, most royals were, but overall they were good people with warm hearts. His plan had worked beautifully. So why was he staring at the ceiling and feeling like such a jerk? It wasn't that he didn't want to marry Taylor at all. He liked her. He liked her a lot, actually. They were perfectly compatible in bed, and she always amused him out of it. But when he closed his eyes, he saw the excited light in her eyes again, in that exact moment before she'd flung her arms around him and said yes. And he felt like an ass all over again. A sound like a phone buzzing interrupted his thoughts, and he pulled Taylor's phone off the nightstand, glancing at the screen. Sigmund. Congrats. Seeing that lackluster response from Sigmund made him feel worse about the whole thing, and it should have made him feel better. "Home, sweet home," Taylor said, as she flopped down on the bed in Locke's New York hotel room. She twisted her loose ring, now fitted with a wad of tape at the back, and admired it. So pretty. She was so stinking happy. Locke said, and leaned down to kiss her. "I'd join you in bed, but after all those plane rides, I feel like I need to stretch my legs and go jogging." He nipped her lip, and then stood up, frowning. "Just as soon as I remember where my jogging clothes are." She giggled. "I think you put them in the first drawer?" He moved across the room, and she rolled over on her side of the bed, stifling a yawn. They'd just gotten back from the convention, and while it had been awesome and lots of fun, she was ready to go home. There was so much to think about now that they were getting married. She glanced down at her ring again, then looked up as Locke pulled out a pair of shorts and began to change. When should we tell the others we're getting married? I suppose we can tell them after we do it. He glanced back at her. I'd like to get married sooner rather than later. Really? That was a little surprising, but her heart pitter-patted anyhow. Because you can't wait? Don't see the point in waiting. I'm ready to move forward now. And she smiled at that, because how could she not? He was excited to marry her. Her. Goofy Taylor, who fell over her own 2 feet. Me too, but I'd feel weird eclipsing Gretchen's marriage, what with me being a bridesmaid and all. Kind of felt disloyal just thinking about it. Wouldn't she be happy for you? She's the one that put us together. He drew a t-shirt over his head. She sat up in bed, thinking. He had a point, but weddings were sacred things to women. You didn't fuck with someone's wedding, and Gretchen's wedding had had a ton of snags already. I suppose. I just don't think she'll like it is all. He moved to her side and kissed her forehead. How about we do something small at first, and then we do something bigger and more lavish once Gretchen's wedding is over and she's out of the limelight? Would that make you feel better? It would. Taylor smiled up at him. Great idea. He looked so sexy and sporty in his athletic gear that she felt like the luckiest girl in the world all over again. She wanted to show him just how lucky she felt, especially after spending the weekend at the convention, when she was in nerd paradise and he was clueless. Hey, can I go jogging with you? The look of surprise on Locke's face was priceless. You want to jog? Have you turned over a new sporty leaf, my sweet couch potato? Well, no. The idea of jogging and working up a sweat actually sounded about as fun as a root canal. Well, no. The idea of jogging and working up a sweat actually sounded about as fun as a root canal. But you've been working hard to do all these things that I like, and the least I can do is take some interest in your hobbies. For some reason, he looked unhappy at the thought. Is that bad? I don't have to go with you. No, I think it's wonderful. I think you're wonderful. Locke gave her another hard, firm kiss on the mouth. And if you don't get dressed in 5 minutes, I'm leaving you behind. She shot up from the bed and banged her head into his. Ow! He sighed and rubbed his forehead. I suppose I should get used to that. You probably should, she agreed, and then trotted off to find a pair of yoga pants. Funny how he felt like a bigger ass now than when he'd proposed. Locke jogged through Central Park with Taylor at his side, and he couldn't help but feel like a prick. She wanted to spend time with him and learn his hobbies because she cared. That was why she was next to him in the heat of the day, huffing and puffing and gamely trying to keep up with his longer strides. She fell behind, and he stopped to walk. Everything all right, Tay? Oh, sure, she wheezed, bending over and putting her hands on her knees to catch her breath. I didn't need lungs. He chuckled. You want to take a break and sit down for a minute? God, I never thought you'd ask. They found a nearby park bench, and Taylor collapsed onto it. The collar of her t-shirt was soaked with sweat, and her ponytail was plastered to her face. Her cheeks were bright red, but she gave him a brave smile as their eyes met. He felt a surge of affection for her. She wanted to please him. It also made him feel like a prick, because he'd proposed marriage simply for selfish reasons. You don't have to go jogging with me, you know. I'll like you just the same if you don't. I know, but you've been working hard at playing Excelsior, and I know it's not your thing. The least I can do is try jogging, you know? I've never tried it before. She wiped her brow. At what point do I get the runner's high? In about 6 months. She made a pained groan. I might not be cut out for this after all. He leaned in and kissed her, sweat and all. And I love you for trying. The moment the words escaped him, he felt like an ass all over again, especially when she beamed. Do you want to go back to the hotel? Taylor perked up. Are we done? Actually, I usually do about 3 or 4 more circuits of this end of the park. At her pained expression, he squeezed her hand. Why don't you go back and shower? I'll be up in a bit. Normally I wouldn't bail like this, but I think you'd have to carry me for the last few laps. She shook her head. Who knew Central Park was so damn big? He bit back a laugh. They were only jogging a fraction of the paths that went through the park. Indeed. Okay, I'll head back. But when you come home, we need to talk about living arrangements, she told him. It makes no sense to rent a hotel room when I have a perfectly good, albeit small, apartment. And we should probably talk about green cards and see what sort of paperwork we need. The enormity of getting married hit him again. There was a lot to do. He needed to see where they were at on the prenuptial agreement. He needed to let the Prime Minister know after they got married so he could spread the word and dissolve any dissident hope of Locke taking the crown. And then there were living situations. Did they really need an apartment in New York City when Locke wanted to go back to Bellissime? He hadn't asked Taylor if she wanted to go. Someone's life was going to have to change, or their short-term marriage would be even shorter than he'd imagined. And for some reason, that thought made things worse. Now he was potentially screwing up Taylor's life. We'll talk about it later, he assured her. They parted with a few exchanged kisses, and then he watched Taylor as she walked down the path in the opposite direction of him. Even tired, there was a sweet little rolling motion in her stride that made him feel a surge of lust all over again. Whatever they had between them, there were no problems on the physical end, at least. It was just his head that was messed up lately. He turned and went jogging again. By the time he was done with his run, he was sweaty but still not settled. On his walk back to the hotel, he saw Rex sitting on the sidewalk, his plastic bag of stuff parked next to him. Locke paused. Want lunch, mate? Rex squinted up at him, shielding his eyes from the sun. Where are we going? You pick. I'm just here for the company. The older man snorted and got to his feet. You must be pretty hard up if I'm the best you've got. They headed down to the same diner as before and ordered the same things. This time, Locke knew better than to eat the greasy food and simply picked at it. He'd give it to Rex when they were done, and besides, he wasn't all that hungry. So, I got engaged. You did, huh? Should I give you congratulations? Rex squirted a massive pile of ketchup onto his fries. 'Cause you don't seem all that happy. She's great. I just worry we're getting married for the wrong reasons. Says every man with cold feet ever. Locke smiled. I do suppose it's a bit like cold feet. I just worry that I'm using her. One of Rex's brows went up. How so? I'm 5th in line for the throne in my homeland, and there's a small group of insurgents who don't like the idea that our princess married an American. So I figured if I married a very inappropriate American myself, I could take myself out of the running. Ah, and your sweetheart, she's the inappropriate American? Yes.
So, you both went into it knowing that it was for business. What's the big deal?
Locke was silent.
So she doesn't know it was for business, Rex guessed, and that's what's bothering you.
He nodded.
I do like her. She's smart, funny. Good in the sack, Rex guessed, else I suspect we wouldn't be having this conversation.
He didn't answer that, though Rex wasn't wrong.
I feel like I should have said something, but now it's too late. Anything I try to say at this point to correct the matter will just make it seem worse. I know I'm going to hurt her, and that bothers me. It's the last thing I want.
Rex shoved 2 ketchup-covered fries into his mouth and chewed noisily.
So, don't tell her. Fuck her for a while, set up house, have some fun, and then get a divorce. She never needs to know the truth.
That didn't sit well with Locke either.
There's another problem. I don't plan on setting up house. I have a home back in my home country. I plan on returning there. She invited?
Rex continued to eat between questions.
If she wants to go, it hasn't come up in conversation.
He grunted.
The entire situation bothers me, Locke admitted. Don't see why, Rex said, then gestured at Locke's plate. You going to eat that?
Locke pushed the plate toward Rex.
What do you mean, you don't see why it bothers me?
Rex picked up Locke's hamburger. He lifted it to his mouth, then paused.
Do you really want to know what I think, or are you just looking for sympathy and a pat on the back? I really want to know what you think. Most people just tell me what they think I want to hear. I think you shouldn't have any guilt at all.
Really?
Yeah, what's the point?
Locke frowned.
But, Taylor, you haven't thought about her or how she feels since day one, Rex said. Why are you starting now?
Stung, Locke straightened in his seat.
That's not true. You want what you want, and it doesn't matter what anyone else wants, Rex said bluntly. So you left home because you didn't want to be a king. That's a damn first world problem if there ever was one. Then you go after a girl that your family will hate, so they won't consider you to be king material. And you offer to marry her because it suits you. And you're going to go home and leave her here because it suits you. Tell me, which part of that is the part where you were thinking about her feelings?
Locke was silent.
Rex ate. It's real easy to use people when you don't care if you hurt them.
He wiped his mouth with a napkin and then shoved the napkin in his pocket.
That's when it becomes a problem.
He wasn't wrong about any of it. He hadn't gone into this situation considering Taylor's feelings. He'd plowed ahead with his own plans and never stopped to think about how she would feel. And Taylor was a sweet, lovely person who gave herself wholeheartedly. And now that he knew that, it bothered Locke that he'd used her.
So, what do I do? You either figure out that you don't give a shit and carry on your merry way, or you figure out that you do give a shit and you fix it and hope she forgives you.
Locke nodded.
I'll talk to her.
Soon. As soon as he got the courage to confess what an ass he'd been. He wasn't looking forward to it, though. He picked up the check, left on the counter, and studied it, then looked at Rex. Uncouth or not, the man had been a good friend and a willing ear, and Locke appreciated it.
If all goes like I think it will, I won't be in the city for much longer. Is there anything I can do to help you get back on your feet?
Rex snorted.
What? Why are you offering? Because it helps me or because it helps you feel better about yourself? You think about that and let me know.
The man was as prickly as a porcupine, but as usual, his barbs hit the mark. Locke nodded slowly, put the money for the check down on the counter, and left the diner. As he walked back to the hotel, he thought about Taylor. He thought about what would happen if he told her the truth. He imagined her pretty face awash with tears and the hurt he would see in her eyes. He didn't want to do that to her. Maybe it was better to just do as Rex said and pretend as if nothing was wrong, that he planned on marrying her for all the right reasons. She didn't have to know the truth. There was no point. He'd rather have Taylor smiling than unhappy any day, and when the divorce would come up, well, he'd cross that bridge when he got there. For now, it was enough that they were happy and life was good. 2 days after the convention, Taylor noticed something was off. Not with Locke, because he'd been wonderful, and being engaged to him was like something out of a dream. Rather, it was silence that was bothering her. Silence from Sigmund in particular. She checked her phone in case it was messed up and his texts weren't coming through. If that was the case, he'd be utterly frantic that she hadn't been online for more than a pop-in here and there, mostly to check messages and to update her character's last played notification so it'd look as if she were playing, when she really wasn't. The convention had been nice, but being with Locke was nicer. Yesterday, they'd gone to a rock climbing gym, and she hadn't hated it. After that, they'd gone out for dinner and then back to his hotel room to make love for hours. She'd been so busy enjoying herself, she hadn't given a second thought to Sigmund and his neediness. Now, guilt washed over her as she checked her phone and saw she had no messages from him, except the one from Saturday night. Sigmund. Congrats. Well, the cat was out of the bag. She hoped he was just licking his wounds in private and would give her time and space. That would be nice. Still, she had an uneasy feeling that it wasn't the case. Taylor grabbed her laptop, settled it on her legs, and logged on to Excelsior. She really should have been spending more time in the game, but being with Locke was so enticing. Maybe she could talk him into running his low-level tune through a few newbie dungeons. That would be fun. Her character popped on, and she automatically typed in a "Hi guys" in the guild's chat window. Silence. Huh. Maybe they were running dungeons and hadn't seen her message. She did a guild lookup and saw 6 people online, despite the early hour, and 3 of them were sitting in Cityport. Okay, that was weird. If they were sitting in the city, maybe they were away from their keyboards. It happened. Sigmund wasn't on, though. She drummed her fingers on her lips, thinking, should she ask about him? Or would that just be encouraging his obsessive, stalker-like behavior? She didn't want him to think she was into his messaging, and she was enjoying the silence, so she said nothing. Instead, she started to run her dragon rider through the usual daily quests. It was quiet. It was nice. She felt guilty that she was enjoying the fact that Sigmund wasn't on. No doubt he was pouting after finding out that Brunhilde was a guy and that she was engaged to him. The reveal itself could have gone better, but she'd been so happy that she hadn't thought about texting Sig to do damage control. Now it was too late. Nothing she could do but listen as Sig bitched at her and tried to make her feel bad for her relationship with Locke. She poked around online, but things were awfully quiet. It was strange. Normally, there was guild chatter when there were even 2 people online. Strange. She checked her settings. All good. Hello? She typed again. No answer. Well, that was weird. She scanned the members list again. Madrigal was on, and so she decided to send him a quick private message. Have a nice day. Hey, it was great to meet you at the convention. Thanks for being so nice to Locke and helping him out. There was a long pause, and she was wondering if her connection was bad, when he messaged her back. Madrigal. Hey, Taylor. Madrigal. So, this is awkward. Have a nice day. What is it? Madrigal. People are really upset at you. Have a nice day. What? Why? I haven't even been on. Madrigal. It's the whole Sigmund versus Locke thing. She groaned aloud. Seriously? She was getting the cold shoulder because Sigmund's feelings were hurt? What? Was this a guild of adults or of 12-year-olds? Have a nice day. I didn't know he was going to propose to me. I certainly didn't know he'd do it at the convention. I wouldn't have done that just to be a bitch to Sig. Madrigal. I know. Madrigal. I tried telling them that, too, but you know how attached Sig is to you. Madrigal. Luckily, he's out of ICU now. Wait, what? Have a nice day. ICU? Is he sick? Madrigal. Didn't you hear? He tried to kill himself Saturday night. Took a ton of pills. Patsy Sue found out when she texted him Sunday morning. His mom texted her back. Apparently it was very touch and go for a while. Madrigal. So, if you see people in the guild that are acting weird or unhappy, you know why. Madrigal. I can't believe you didn't know. Taylor pressed her hands to her mouth, sick. He'd gone through with it. He'd really tried to kill himself. It wasn't just talk to make her feel guilty or to force her to log on. Sig had actually tried to end his life over the fact that she'd gotten engaged. She stared down at the ring on her finger, trembling. How could he do that? Wasn't she allowed to have happiness too? She knew he was miserable, but Taylor couldn't fix him, especially not from afar. She blamed herself for letting things go on as long as they had. Have a nice day. I didn't know. Thank you for talking to me. Thank you for telling me. Madrigal. I hope you're not too upset. Upset didn't feel like a big enough word. Hurt, shocked, betrayed, guilty. All of those worked so much better. Have a nice day. I'll be fine. I'm going to call his mom and see how he's doing. Thanks, Madrigal. Madrigal. You're welcome. Have a nice day. Actually, I might be taking a break from Excelsior for a bit. How do you feel about taking over as guild leader? Madrigal. Exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. Madrigal. Seriously? Madrigal. I'd love to, but I don't want you to step down over this. Have a nice day. It's a lot of stuff, and I haven't been feeling the game in a while. I've only been playing because of Sigmund. I would love to make you guild leader instead. You're a great guy, and I think you'd do right by the guild. Madrigal. I'd be honored. She executed the command to pass the guild leader tag over to Madrigal, and a moment later the screen lit up. Madrigal has been made guild leader. The guild chat, previously so silent, lit up with questions. She didn't stick around to answer any of them. She slammed her laptop shut and tossed it aside, then buried her face in her hands. Taylor knew she wasn't responsible for Sigmund's suicide attempt. She knew he was unbalanced and overly needy and depressed. All the signs were there, and it had worried her for a long time that it might come to this. She didn't feel any better knowing that she was right. Nor did she feel any less guilty. Taking several deep, stealing breaths, she composed herself. It wouldn't do any good to call Sig's phone and be all hysterical if his mother picked up. Across the room, a phone buzzed with an incoming text. Distracted and out of it, she headed over to the table where she kept her phone. Locke's was right next to hers, and she frowned at the sight of it. Didn't he want to take it jogging with him? She felt naked without hers. When she picked up her phone, though, her text message screen was blank. Curious, she looked over at Locke's locked phone. PM. Just wanted to update you on our situation. HRH is pregnant. I hope you haven't gone ahead with your ridiculous plan to marry the unsuitable American girl just to thwart the insurgents. Call me back, no matter the hour. She staggered. What the hell? She knew she shouldn't be snooping on his phone, but the text was lit up for anyone to see, and he'd left it out in the open. She read it again quickly, her mind whirling. So Locke had a plan to marry an unsuitable American girl to thwart insurgents? What insurgents? Taylor whirled around and tripped over the end table, taking a header in her haste. She pulled herself up off the floor and crawled over to the couch and opened her laptop again. A quick Google search of Belizean insurgents found a few overseas articles, all pointing at the fact that an anti-American league was protesting the princess's marriage to an actor, and they were eyeing others for the throne. Locke's name came up several times. She felt sick. Closing her laptop slowly, she sat on the floor and stared ahead at nothing. Well, at least now it all made sense. She'd been wondering how a guy as out of her league as Locke could be interested in her. It had seemed too good to be true. Turned out it was. She was being used. If they didn't like the princess marrying a famous actor, they sure wouldn't like Locke marrying a nobody like her, who wore Doctor Who scarves and carried a kitty cat backpack. But he'd told her he loved her. She'd thought everything was moving super fast, but he'd said he loved her, and they were good together. And stupid her, she'd squealed and professed her own love. She felt like the world's biggest idiot. Hot tears spilled down her cheeks, and she put her head in her hands and sobbed. Locke didn't love her. He was using her. Sigmund had tried to kill himself over a proposal he didn't even realize was a sham. Hell, she hadn't realized it either. She swiped tears off her cheeks and sniffed hard. She had no one left but herself. All right then, time to lick her wounds and fix things. She got up off the floor, wiped her eyes again, and went to pack her stuff. She debated leaving before he returned from his jog. On one hand, it would have been immensely satisfying to leave without a trace and make him wonder. But she was going to be mature about this. Well, relatively mature. There were probably going to be tears and cuss words, too. Taylor sat by the door in her "This Princess Saves Herself" t-shirt, with her backpack by her feet and her suitcase next to her, and she played Candy Crush while she waited for him to return. Or at least, she tried to play Candy Crush. Most of the time, she just stared at the bright-colored little candies and tried not to cry. Stupid candies needing to be crushed. Stupid Locke. Stupid Sig. Stupid everything. She hated that she felt so stupid and used, like something lower than a bug. Sure, crush me underfoot. What's it matter as long as you get your way, right? She started to look for a bug-crushing app. So much crushing. When the hotel room door opened and Locke walked in, sweaty and oh so delicious. And she burst into tears again. Tay, what's wrong? He moved toward her. What was wrong? What was wrong?
I got engaged to an asshole, that's what's wrong, she blurted out between sobs.
The look of utter confusion on his face made her heart clench in hope that maybe, just maybe, she was wrong. So she went on.
Marrying someone to disqualify yourself from the throne, ring a bell?
He blanched.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
She set her phone down on the chair next to her bag and then made a big show of taking off her engagement ring. Unfortunately, her motions launched the ring across the room, but she didn't care.
We're done.
The look he gave her was sad. I'm sorry, Taylor. I never meant to hurt you.
Yeah?
Fresh tears were starting to pool in her eyes. Damn it, she was trying really freaking hard to be strong, and it was more difficult than she'd imagined.
Here's the thing. Maybe if you don't want to hurt someone, you don't use them like a dirty sock. Maybe you don't tell them you love them to convince them to marry you. Or was that the truth?
He sighed heavily and put his hands on his hips, then looked down. Would you believe me even if I said yes?
No.
Then I won't say anything. Oh, ouch. Those tears she'd been fighting, they poured down her cheeks nonstop.
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. You know, if you wanted to marry someone just to have a laugh on everyone back in your home country, you could have asked me. Do I seem like the type of person that would tell you to go fuck off? But you don't even ask. You just assume I'm here for your disposal, like one of your servants.
She swiped angrily at her wet cheeks.
What, they aren't here, so now you need to recruit someone else to pick up your socks and take you to breakfast, and good old gullible Taylor fits the bill?
Taylor, he murmured, putting his hands out to touch her arms. Stop, please. She batted his hands away.
I'm not going to stop. I'm fucking pissed.
The words caught in her tear-filled throat.
I thought you loved me. I thought, hey, there's this fantastic guy, and we don't have much in common, but I really like him, and why not go for it? Guess I'm the stupid one, right?
You're not stupid, he said softly, reaching to touch her face. She slapped his hand away.
Yeah, I am. We're done.
She managed to put a weak smile on her face.
Spoiler alert, the princess is pregnant, and you don't have to marry me anyhow. Bet you're relieved.
She pushed past him and grabbed her suitcase. Taylor, don't go, please. Stay and let's talk about this, all right? There was frustration in his face and a little worry. Good, let him worry. She was so done. She shook her head and grabbed her bags. Maybe later, when she wasn't hurting so much, she could talk about it rationally. Right now, she was an open wound, a big ball of misery, and she wanted nothing more than to go home to her shitty apartment and cry.
Oh, and by the way, I quit.
Taylor stormed out into the hall and made it to the elevator without a total breakdown. It immediately opened and she stepped inside. Taylor, wait! Locke called from down the hall. We need to talk. Shit, he was coming after her. She punched the door close button quickly, hammering on the button in the hopes of speeding it up. They slid carefully together, and when there was only an inch of space remaining, she caught a glimpse of Locke's face and the frown he was wearing. Fuck him. She hoped he was as miserable as she was. Well, fuck. Locke stared at the shut elevator doors. He could go after her, take the stairs. But then what? It was clear she didn't want him to go after her. He rubbed a hand over his jaw and realized he was frowning. Hell, of course he was. He'd been a total ass to her. It was just... He'd been surprised at her accusation and defensive. He didn't like being the bad guy. He waited at the elevator for a few minutes longer, just in case she changed her mind and came back up to talk to him. Nothing. He returned to his room with a heavy heart. Already it felt as if the sunshine had gone out, leaving only tepid, fake lighting that seemed as miserable as he was. He saw her ring glinting on the floor across the room and went to pick it up. Taylor was gone. She'd been so damn hurt, the happy light gone from her eyes. He was to blame for that. His stomach knotted with misery. Every accusation she'd tossed at him, he was guilty of. He'd felt like such a damned ass to see the pain on her face and know that he'd put it there. Immediately, he'd wanted to fix it. He'd wanted to stop her and tell her that no, it wasn't true, that he did care for her. But caring for her wasn't the same as loving her, and he didn't know if he was in love. Not yet. And everything was true. So he'd let her go. Like she'd said, his cousin Alexandra was pregnant. She'd sent him a text moments ago. They were going wide with a press conference in a few hours, but she'd wanted to let him know in advance. Babies were always well received by the public, and she told him that it should take care of any problems involving the throne. He should have been thrilled. That was exactly what he'd been waiting to hear, wasn't it? Bellissime was home, not New York City. There he could return to his horses, his quiet, peaceful days at his villa, and go back to his life of polo games, rugby matches, and social events. Someone would put out his clothing for him, make sure his bathroom always had toothpaste and fresh towels, and he wouldn't have to do a thing for himself. The thought was vaguely dissatisfying, and it shouldn't have been. He set the ring down on a nearby table, troubled. Part of him wanted to stay here in New York, to see if he could become more independent. But he no longer had Taylor. She would probably never speak to him again, and if she didn't, he wouldn't blame her. He'd been an ass, like Rex had always said. And being here in New York without Taylor, it didn't have the same appeal. Actually, it sounded pretty awful. Luck rubbed a hand over his face again. He already missed her, and he couldn't get over the nagging feeling that he was making a big mistake. He grabbed his wallet and headed to the door, still sweaty from his run. There was no sign of Taylor in the hallway, which was disappointing. He'd been hoping he'd leave and see her there, and seeing it empty hurt. He left the hotel and went to Rex's favorite street corner, looking for advice. Rex would have words of wisdom. They might burn like acid, but they were always on the mark. But Rex wasn't there. His corner was empty. Locke was alone. He returned to his hotel room, and again it felt dead and empty. He sat on the couch, where Taylor liked to curl up. It made him ache to see the place without her, to think that her smile would never light up the room again. For a man so sure that he wasn't in love, it shouldn't have bothered him nearly as much as it did. Taylor had to open 2 new credit cards to charge a plane ticket to visit Sigmund, but she did anyhow. Turned out the guy lived in Milwaukee, not upstate New York like he'd told her. She talked to his mom, explained that she was the online friend he was so messed up over, and then they'd both wept a little. Sig's mom didn't blame Taylor, for which she was incredibly relieved, and she was supportive of Taylor coming to visit. Taylor herself wasn't looking forward to it. but it needed to be done. It was late in the evening when her plane finally landed, and later when her taxi made it to the hospital. She found the floor and headed down the hall looking for the right room. To her surprise, the woman seated in front of Sigmund's room door reading a magazine was no more than 10 years older than Taylor herself. She looked tired and frail, her smile thin as she got to her feet. "You must be Taylor," she extended her hand. "I'm David's mom, Donna." Sigmund was David Brooks in reality, but Taylor couldn't think of him as anything but Sig. She nodded, feeling uncomfortable. "How's he doing?" "He's bitching about the hospital food, of course, and he's upset at me because I'm hovering." She grimaced, and then pressed a trembling hand to her cheek. "Of course I'm hovering. He's all I've got." "Of course," Taylor said soothingly. She squeezed Ms. Brooks' hand. "This must be so hard for you. Is there anything I can do?" The woman's smile was wan. "Convince him not to do this again?" "That's my goal." She didn't know if she would achieve it, but she'd damn well try. "Can I get you anything? Do anything?" Taylor looked around helplessly. "I should have brought flowers." "They won't allow them," Ms. Brooks said, "and I might sneak down and get a cup of coffee, if that's all right with you. They're going to keep him here a few more days for evaluation, and I don't want to leave." "Of course." Taylor gave her a warm smile. "Take all the time you need." The woman nodded and picked up her purse, then headed down the hall. Her steps were tired, her shoulders hunched, and Taylor's heart ached for her. She turned to the door, knocked softly, and then opened it. The room inside was white, cold, and bland. A tray of uneaten hospital food sat on the bedside table, and the TV flickered in the corner of the room, but no sound was on. In the bed was a boy who seemed far too young, maybe 14 or 15. Jesus. Here she'd thought, well, she'd assumed, that Sig was her age, maybe a year or two younger. He was almost half her age, just a kid. He had shaggy brown hair, a thin face, and the same small, rounded shoulders his mom did. He looked over at her with a bored gaze, and then his eyes widened. He sat up. "Tay?" There was a look of mixed horror and shame on his face. "Hi, Sig." She gave him an awkward smile and wave. "I wanted to come and visit you once I heard what happened." He slumped back down in the bed. "I didn't want you here." "Because I'd find out that you weren't who you said you were?" She moved to the side of the bed and slung her backpack off her arm. The motion knocked the bedside table over, and she had to surge to grab the tray before it spilled in his lap. Sig chuckled, sitting up a little. "Well, if I didn't think it was you before, I'm sure it's you now." Hardy-har. But his laugh made her feel a little better, and she sat down next to him. "How come you lied? About living in New York instead of Milwaukee? And your age?" He shrugged, looking down at his hands. There was an IV taped to one arm, and his nails were short and chewed. "I don't know. I'm always home in the daytime, homeschooling, you know. And you mentioned you were working from home, so I said I was too." His mouth crooked in a half-smile. "Didn't imagine you'd show up here." "How could I not?" she snapped, her temper getting the better of her. "You've harassed me every day for the last year and a half, insisting I get online. You stalk my Facebook profile. You send me flowers. You tell me you love me, and then you try to kill yourself when you find out I'm engaged. What the hell, Sig? How can I not feel responsible for this? You've spent the last 18 months telling me you're going to hurt yourself if I don't spend time with you, and the one weekend I'm away, you try this?"
He stared at his hands, silent. She sighed and rubbed her face. I'm sorry. I'm just tired. It's been a shitty week. Mine too. A small, horrified laugh escaped her, and it turned into a sob. You can't do this to yourself, okay? You can't do this to yourself, and to me. It's not healthy for either of us. I know. Don't cry. He picked up the box of Kleenex on the table next to him and offered it to her. Mom's been filling my ears for 2 days now. I didn't think she'd care, but I guess she does. Why wouldn't she care? Taylor grabs the tissue and dabbed at her face. He shrugged. She just works all the time. When she comes home, she's too tired to talk to me. You're all I've got. What about your dad? Never been in the picture. He picked at his blanket. You and the guild are all I have. Sig, she said softly, and reached out to squeeze his hand. I'm just a character in a game. That's not real life. That's us hiding behind our screens and escaping. You and me both. And it needs to stop. He narrowed his eyes at her, but his thin fingers curled around hers. What are you hiding from? You name it. Bills, student loans, a shitty job. The fact that I'm an abject failure in my career that I paid way too much for? She shrugged. Sometimes it's easier to just turn on the computer and be someone else. But over the last few weeks, I've realized that I'm missing out on a lot. Sig made a face. Because of him, Brunhilde. Locke, she agreed, and had to blink hard to stop from crying again. He turned out to be a bit of a dud. She tried to smile, failed, and decided to keep talking. But I learned something really important when I was out with him. I didn't have time to be on the computer, and I felt alive. I met with friends, I went to dinner, I went to the Excelsior Con. I even went rock climbing one day. And I don't know, I've felt more alive in the past few weeks than I have in the last 18 months. She shrugged and gave his hand another squeeze. Playing Excelsior so much made me lose track of life, and while that was good for a while, I'm ready to stop hiding. Are you quitting? Probably. She gave him a weak smile. I made Madrigal the new guild leader. He rolled his eyes. That guy? Seriously? He's really good with newbies, and someone needs to take over while I'm gone. She gave his hand an affectionate little shake. I think you should quit, too. The bleak look returned to his face. And do what? Stare at the TV? Do something. Get out of the house. Join a club. Go to a support group. Get a part-time job. Something. Anything. It's just, you can't let online people control your life, Sig. And I can't either. She bit her lip. I was pretending online too, you know. Pretending I had everything under control. That I could handle being there for you all the time and juggling my job and still managing to get by. And you know what happened? You got fired, he guessed. She nodded. You did miss a lot of work. Someone was emotionally blackmailing me to be online with him. He gave a rueful nod of his head. Yeah, guess I was. I'm sorry, Tay. He squeezed her hand again. You're my best friend, you know. She smiled. We can still be friends, just friends. But I'm not going to be playing as much as I used to, so we'll have to limit it to texts. Sig gave a heavy sigh. If it makes you feel any better, my mom already said I can't have my laptop back for 3 months, and until the doctors are sure my depression meds have me leveled out. Your mom's a smart cookie. He hesitated. I'm sorry I made you lose your job.
I'm sorry I let things go on for so long. She gave him a searching look. Do you really want to die? His mouth crumpled a little, and she passed the Kleenex back to him. I get so down, and then there's no one there for me. Well, you're getting help now. I can't promise that every day will be awesome, but you're going to have the right medication to help you, and your mom is there for you, and I'm still your friend no matter what, all right? He nodded again and put his hand back on hers. Then he turned it over slowly. No ring? I told you he was a dud, didn't I? She tried to smile, but it felt really, really damn hard at the moment. If he doesn't love you, then he's a dumbass. On that, we're both agreed. Chapter 13. Taylor ended up staying in Milwaukee a week. It was good to have the distraction so she wouldn't think about Locke. Of course, she thought about him anyhow. The hurt she felt at his betrayal was still fresh, and what really sucked was that she missed him. She missed his smile, his teasing, his touch. She felt betrayed, of course, but she also felt lonely. She'd have given him whatever he wanted if he'd been truthful with her, and instead, she just felt used. She hated that she missed him. She should hate him, right? She should be filled with rage and justified anger at the way he treated her. Instead, she just felt sad. Every night she cried herself to sleep, hugging her pillow and wishing it was one of Locke's big arms. And then she hated herself for still wanting him. Her days were spent with Donna and Sig. Donna, Sig's mom, had missed several days of work already and had no one to sit with Sig at the hospital while he recovered. Taylor volunteered and purchased every computer gaming magazine in the gift shop so they could mock some of the upcoming releases. They watched TV together, and she slept on the chair in his room while his mom went out. Sig seemed to be getting better, but he wasn't keen on the doctor's recommendation of ongoing therapy. Both Donna and Taylor had to press him hard to get him to even see the psychologist. After one session, though, he seemed a little more bright-eyed, and he hadn't shunned Taylor's suggestions of finding a local gaming group to hang out with. These guys play Magic: The Gathering every Friday, she told him, handing him a flyer she'd ripped off the wall of a nearby comic book store. She'd spent $200, all on her groaning MasterCard, to get Sig some backlist issues of a comic she thought he'd enjoy. You should join them. I bought you some cards you can start with, too. He studied the flyer dubiously, then handed it back to her. I've never played Magic. No one's going to want to show me the ropes. Oh, please. There's always a few tools there, but most guys are usually willing to show you how to play, I promise. He was still unconvinced, so at Taylor's insistence, they dropped in on the comic shop together and chatted with the sales guy. A quick drop-in turned into a 3-hour play session. It turned out that the kid behind the counter, only a year older than Sig, also played Excelsior, and they'd played cards and chatted away the afternoon. Sig declared that he'd go for Friday Night Magic as long as his new buddy Matt would be there, and Taylor sent up a silent prayer that Matt would be a good friend and not a douche. Already they'd decided to raid together in Excelsior, and Donna had said she would allow it, provided he didn't panic. Eventually, Taylor had to go back to New York. She helped Donna straighten up the small apartment, took Sig out for dinner, and then gave them both a dozen hugs at the airport as she readied to leave. You know I'm only a phone call away, right? I know, Sig said. but he still looked sad. Poor kid. She hugged him again. And if you feel down, you talk to your therapist, and you go out and get some fresh air, all right? Yes, Mom, he mocked, rolling his eyes at her. Don't let that guy treat you like shit, all right? Yes, Mom, she teased him back. So, how was Milwaukee? Gretchen asked, as they met for lunch the day after Taylor returned to New York. Well, I can't say it was good because he did try to kill himself, but I think it was cleansing? Taylor shrugged and nibbled on a breadstick, crumbs going everywhere. She absently swiped them away. We talked about our issues, and I think we came to a better understanding. I still can't believe that it was a kid and that he was blackmailing you. Sometimes Taylor didn't believe it herself. I just let things get out of control, you know? She looked down at her chest and was surprised to see the sea of crumbs there. Geez. Locke would have made a joke about her klutziness and offered to brush them off for her. But Locke was gone. She felt a pang of hurt and forced a bright smile on her face. The good news is that he's scaling back on the game, and I'm quitting for a while. That is good news. Gretchen snagged a breadstick for herself, and then gave Taylor a concerned look. I just don't want you to blame yourself for the situation, okay? People can be very self-destructive, and you can't save them unless they want to be saved. Look at my sister Daphne. She's been a wreck for years. I thought she was getting better? She surreptitiously brushed at her breasts, wiping away the remnants of the breadstick. Gretchen didn't talk about Daphne much, but Daphne also wasn't in the wedding, and Gretchen's other sister, Audrey, was, so she knew there were issues. She's out of rehab and is working through some therapy stuff, but how do I know if it'll stick? It hasn't in the past. She shook her head sadly. I've had to dissociate myself from her because it hurts too much. That's why I'm warning you. People determined to destroy themselves will, regardless of what you do. The more miserable ones just try and bring others down with them. Taylor pursed her lips, thinking. I guess. He's young, though, and just lonely. I hope he's smart enough to take the steps he needs to. I hope so, too. Gretchen leaned forward, a devilish glint in her eye. By the way, don't think you're going to get away with not telling me what's going on between you and Locke. The last time I saw you two, you were super cozy. She rubbed her hands gleefully. So, now I want all the deets. Oh, God. Taylor gave her a falsely bright smile. We didn't work out. Gretchen sat back in her chair. Not work out? You two were practically smooching at the table when we went to lunch a few weeks ago. What happened? Her eyes widened, and she leaned in. Please don't tell me that you couldn't fit him in around your computer game schedule, because I might have to kill you. Taylor shook her head. That wasn't it. Her lip quivered, and then she grabbed her napkin, because, damn it, she really did not want to cry again. Gretchen's eyes went wide. Oh, my God, what did he do? Now I really need the details. She waved the waiter over. We're going to need more drinks for this. Over the course of the next hour, Taylor drank margaritas, wept into her napkin, and told Gretchen about Locke. About the one-night stand that was just supposed to be for one night, and wasn't. About hitting her head and staying with him for a few nights that turned into a week. About Locke hiring her to be his assistant. About him taking her to the convention. His proposal. About her discovery of the truth when the text message came in, and the confrontation with Locke that had confirmed her worst fears. that he didn't want her. He just wanted someone who the royal family would disapprove of. By the time she was finished talking, she was wrung out, more than slightly tipsy after 3 strong margaritas, and was nibbling on a brownie cheesecake she was splitting with Gretchen. "He's a jerk," Gretchen slurred, clutching her amaretto sour. "You want me to kick him out of the wedding? I figure the groomsmen have been a revolving door anyhow. What's one more?" "Nah," Taylor hiccuped. "I don't want to ruin your day. Plus," she gave a wistful sigh, "he'd look really good in a tux." Gretchen nodded solemnly. "He does have a mighty fine ass. I mean, Hunter's is better, but I'd prefer no one look at that one but me. He's got the cutest little scar on his right butt cheek." She took another sip of her drink. "But I didn't tell you that." "Didn't hear a thing," Taylor agreed. She licked the salt from the rim of her last margarita, since the waiter wasn't coming by to bring another. "You know what's sad? I should be super upset over Sig and how he's a kid and tried to kill himself over me. But the thing I'm really upset over is Locke." She wiped a salt crystal off her finger. "Makes me feel like a really bad person." "Why? I think it makes sense. He broke your heart." She tipped back the last of her drink and fished the cherry out of the bottom of her glass. "Much like this waiter is going to break my heart if he doesn't bring me a freaking refill." Taylor stared at her own empty glass sadly. She could drink another margarita, but getting home without falling over would probably be a challenge, especially if Locke wasn't there to lean on. He'd always been at just the right spot to pick her up before she fell over her own 2 feet, and made her feel pretty instead of klutzy. Too bad it was all an act. "I would have married him, you know." Gretchen leaned in. "If he'd told me he wanted to have a goof wedding that wasn't legit, that he just wanted a green card or something that would keep him off the throne, I'd have done it, just for fun and to swan around as his wife for a time. I'd totally be his baroness. I don't care about being a legit wife or anything." She stared morosely down at her empty glass. "But the way he went about it, I feel used, like he was just using me for sex. Or like I was another servant who could hand him his socks when he couldn't find them for himself." "His socks?" Taylor sighed. "Yeah, he's pretty helpless sometimes." She sniffed. "He wanted an unsuitable wife, and I guess I was really unsuitable. That part hurts the most." "Aw, honey." Gretchen reached out and squeezed Taylor's hand, then winced. "You're all sticky." "I think it's the salt." She licked the back of her hand and then wiped it with a napkin. I hate being so stupid, being so used, and now I don't even have a job." Gretchen's eyes widened. "Oh my God, I can totally help you with that." "No, seriously." Taylor waved her off. "I know Hunter's rich, but I'm not sponging off any more billionaires. Or their fiancés. I'll send out my resume and find some nice quiet tech support job again." Black. "It's not sponging," Gretchen declared. "I seriously need help. Legit help." "You do?" Taylor giggled at her joke. Gretchen made a face. "Not like that, dummy. I'm working on my cookbook. My editor wants it in a few months, and so I have to give all the recipes a test drive. I've written the majority of them out, but I need someone to try and recreate them based off of my instructions to make sure I have everything written out properly and in a sensible way. I need to know if I fucked them up, and I can't tell myself. It's not the most glamorous job. You'd have to come over to my place and cook each recipe. Then we have to taste it to see if it ends up like mine. That doesn't sound so terrible. It's not, but it's necessary for me, or else I'm going to spaz about whether or not they read correctly since this is my first cookbook. She straightened and clapped her hands. Oh my God, and you can also do some taste tests for me. There's a few where I have duplicate recipes because I'm not sure which version I like better. You can, stand on a street corner and give people samples and tell me which one they like better. This is awesome. Taylor hesitated. Gosh, I don't know. I had Locke hire me, and you see how well that worked out. Gretchen reached out and smacked her hand. Stop that. How much did he pay you? I'll double it. It's a temporary job anyhow, but it'll give you time to pay your bills while you get your resume out there. It would. She got weepy at the thought. Thanks, Gretchen. You're an amazing friend. I know, but Hunter's money helps. She reached across the table and hugged Taylor. And you deserve something good to happen. Life's been crapping on you lately. Taylor sniffed hard and rested her head on Gretchen's shoulder. She was lucky to have friends like Gretchen, irreverent, foul-mouthed, but always supportive. Maybe after she was done working with Gretchen, the ache of Locke's betrayal wouldn't burn like a brand in her chest. Maybe. 1 month later. You played like balls, mate. Forget all your moves while over in America. Roderick jabbed Locke with a friendly elbow as they walked back to the locker room. Fuck off, Locke said with a forced grin. It wasn't the first time he'd heard something like that since he'd come home, and it was true. He'd played terribly at today's rugby match. One could argue that he was out of practice, but he knew it was more than that. It was one person in particular that he couldn't get out of his head. Maybe if you showed up again, things would be all right, hey? Or you just not into playing anymore? Roderick shot him a curious look. Haven't seen you much at all since you got back. That was certainly true. He'd returned home thinking he'd go back to his normal life of endless sports, drinking with mates, and enjoying himself. Instead, he'd been moping around his villa. Some days it was rough just getting out of bed. And it was all because she hated him, because he'd been a prick to her, and now she thought he'd used her. And maybe he had. He was the bad guy, and he hated it. He hated that he'd hurt her, and he'd lost her. But all he said was, got a lot on my mind, that's all. Roderick tugged at the strap on his head guard. Because of your cousin? Royal baby and all? The royal baby to come had been making all the headlines. True to prediction, once the news of Alex and Luke's upcoming child had made the rounds, all dissent had pretty much dissipated. Now, Alex and Luke were on the cover of every magazine and newspapers, and Royal Baby Watch had officially started, even though Alex was not even 3 months along. Locke had been home for a few weeks, and it had been quiet. All of the attention had focused back on the crown princess and her family, and Locke had been assured that he did not need to marry at all. He could return to his life of leisure and irresponsibility. Joy. So, what did you do while you were in the States? Roderick asked. You play anything there? I met a woman, fell in love, and then broke her heart. Went to a polo club or two, but it wasn't for me. Roderick exclaimed, surprised. What did you do for the entire month? Locke shrugged. He'd been bored for a while, but then he'd found Taylor, and then nothing was boring anymore. Funny how that had worked. Funny how, after coming back, even his old passions were now boring. Everything was boring. Life wasn't the same without Taylor, and it bloody hurt. Jogged, watched movies. Oh, and I played this video game called Excelsior. Roderick's derisive laughter stopped him short. You're pulling my leg, aren't you? Video games? You? You're not the type. Oh, what's the type? Locke's temper threatened, but he forced himself to relax. Roderick was just being, well, Roderick. A happy-go-lucky, spoiled son of a bitch, but typical Roderick. You know, Roderick said as they walked into the locker room, and the humidity of the showers hit like a wall. Bunch of nerds with glasses and spots. Locke's jaw clenched. That didn't describe Taylor at all. Sure, she was a self-professed nerd, but he loved that she was so willing to be her own person, so utterly enthusiastic about the things she loved. Including him. And that made despair stab at him all over again. Fuck off about all that, Rod. Can't believe you, Roderick teased, unaware of Locke's growing bad mood. Went to the States for a month, and all you did was play video games. You hear that, Toby? He snapped a towel on another man's back. Locke did fuck all in his trip to the States. Yeah? Toby turned, rubbing his wet hair with a towel as Locke headed toward his cubby and pulled his gear out. You tap a lot of American ass. That's what I'd have done the entire month. He grinned. Told 'em all I was a baron of Bellissime and watched their knickers fly right off. Wasn't like that. Great. Now he was getting angry at Toby. He stripped off his shirt and shoved it into his bag. I'll bet it wasn't, Toby teased, and he and Roderick hooted with laughter while the rest of the team talked around them. Did Locke sleep with any actresses? Did all Americans have big blonde hair like on the television shows? Was New York as dirty and crowded as it looked on the telly? He deflected questions, keeping his answers vague, but his irritation grew with every passing moment. He needed to leave, or he was going to do something he'd regret, like punch a mate in the face. Locke stripped down and headed to the shower, washing the sweat of today's game off his body. Off to one side of the showers, a rookie walked in with a set of towels, and the team quickly started to rib him about how he was new and how bollocks he was on the field. Locke washed his hair, silent. He was angry, and more than a bit appalled. Was this what his life had been prior to going to the States? Boyish teasing about women and sports and nothing of consequence? He wiped soap from his eyes, thinking. Roderick's family was Swiss and in banking. Roderick had never worked a day in his life. Same with Toby, whose British parents had moved to Bellissime to take over the National Hotel. He thought of others on the team. Corey, Mitch, Albert. None of them had worked a day in their lives, despite being in their late 20s. They had all gone to school, attended university, and then... what? Absolutely nothing. They played polo and rugby and drank beer down at the local pub. They dated women and spent money, and that was about it. And that was Locke's life, too. He thought of Taylor. Sweet, beautiful Taylor, with her sparkling, happy eyes, who found such pleasure in small things, whereas his friends couldn't even get impressed over a new yacht or 3. Taylor, with her headset on, painstakingly going over instructions with clients on the phone, repeating details over and over again. The hours she'd spent on the computer, logging tickets and answering emails. She worked long and hard, and for not much money. So what if she wanted to spend her idle time playing video games instead of sports? She could do whatever she bloody well liked. She'd earned those hours of leisure. And he didn't like that they were mocking her for it. Taylor might have been a nerd, but that didn't mean she was less worthy than his spoiled friends who rode ponies all day and chased a damn ball. The shower hadn't helped his mood simmer down. If anything, he was more angry than ever before. Taylor was better than the lot of them. She was smarter, more independent, more self-reliant, and had a better work ethic than every man he knew. Thought of Rex's pointed questions about how much money Locke had as he dressed, about his life of privilege, and how it had kept him from being in touch with what was truly going on in his life. He put on his belt, tucked his wallet into his pocket, and grabbed his bag of gear. The men were still laughing, talking nearby. Roderick had a towel around his waist, but hadn't yet dressed. Locke studied him, and then nodded in his direction. "Hey, Rod, how much are you worth?" Roderick gave him a confused look. "What?" "In your bank account," Locke clarified. "Just curious. How much is in there?" Roderick laughed, throwing his head back. "How the fuck should I know? Do I look like a bloody accountant?" "Just curious. Cheers." He waved to the men in the locker room and headed out. "You not coming to the pub, mate?" Toby called after him. "Got stuff I need to take care of," he said, not turning around. "I'll catch you boys next time." He was sure they would be confused by his actions, and some might be offended. Locke was always the first one to go out with the guys, and he normally bought the first round. Always said they deserved it after a hard day of work. God, he was a spoiled git sometimes. Lost in thought, Locke left the locker room and headed out through the front of the gym he and his friends frequented. There was a girl up front, whose name he didn't recall, but he knew she was there regularly, folding towels and answering the phones. Curious, he headed toward her. "Excuse me." She looked up from the stack of towels. "Can I help you with something, sir?" "Just curious about something." He rubbed his jaw. "This might come off wrong, but I was wondering, do you know how much is in your bank account?" The woman frowned at him, her brows going up. The look on her face was wary. "Why?" He raised a hand. "I know it's prying, but I was just curious. You do know what is in there?" "Down to the penny." Her eyes narrowed, and she took a nervous glance around. "Why do you ask?" Hell, now he was making her nervous. Her answer had satisfied him, though. Of course she knew, down to the penny, as she'd said, how much was in her account. It was because it mattered to her, because she'd worked hard to scrape together whatever funds she had. She was like Taylor. She didn't have a trust fund or rich parents to lean on. She didn't live a life of sports and drinking with friends. She worked, no doubt, long hours. And him? He'd been a spoiled brat who'd pushed people around to get his way, all because he didn't want to be considered in line for the king. Because it was too much responsibility, and responsibility was something that Locke had hated with a passion. It was sobering to realize that at almost 30, he had yet to grow up. It was time to change that. It made him ache to think that even if he fixed the things he didn't like about himself, he'd still lost her. That he couldn't go back in time and fix all the things that had brought him to this place, just so he could keep her for a few more days. Funny how life had turned into before Taylor and after Taylor. Before Taylor, he was a man-child, just like his friends, full of money and not a care in the world. After Taylor, he was broken and sad. But he was going to become a better man, damn it. If he couldn't have Taylor back, at least he could become the man she'd want him to be. Locke had lunch with Alex and her husband Luke the next day. His cousin was radiant, glowing with health and happiness, and everyone at the tiny restaurant came over to give the princess their congratulations. She accepted all of their felicitations with a beaming, patient smile. Her husband was pleased too. Alex and Luke held hands and touched each other in small ways throughout the meal, and it was evident they were in love. It made Locke jealous as hell. "How have you been, cousin?" Alex asked. "We haven't seen you much lately." He'd gotten good at deflecting. "Just busy." "So, how are things in the palace?" Locke asked, changing the subject. "Everything settled?" "As settled as it can be." Alexandra gave her husband a loving glance. "Luke's going back to Los Angeles for 2 months to film a movie, and so some people aren't pleased about that, but it's been contracted for months now." "It's a kid's movie, for Pete's sake," Luke said, and rolled his eyes. "I have to wear a damn tutu and leotard and chase the bad guys through a ballet school. I'm not sure how anyone can object to that, but for some reason they're acting like I'm abandoning my wife." He reached over and touched her hand. "Baby, do you need me to stay here and wipe your brow through all the morning sickness you haven't had?" Alex chuckled and gave him a sly look. "I think I shall manage just fine without you for all of 2 months. She looked back at Locke and gave a small little shrug of her shoulders. "He'll be here for the rest of the pregnancy. We'll just make sure to be extremely visible for the rest of it." Locke nodded absently. He stared down at his plate, untouched. Their playful banter and their easiness together, it made him think of Taylor and how good and right it had felt to be with her, how they could have fun together, how she'd made him feel important, and he hadn't realized how much he needed that. Damn it, he missed her. No, not just missed her. He was shit without her. "I'm going back to the States for a while," Locke announced a moment later. "I'll still keep a house here, but I'd like to spend several months out of the year there." Alex looked surprised. "You enjoyed it that much? I heard you didn't want to stay there." Yeah, he didn't at first. But things changed. He'd changed. And Taylor wasn't here. He needed to be where she was, if nothing else. But they wouldn't understand that, so he said, "It grew on me. Being in New York on my own was very different than my life here. It made me realize that change isn't always a bad thing, and learning to be more independent is beneficial. I'm probably going to purchase a home there and split my time between Bellissime and the States for a while." "I see." Alex didn't look convinced. Luke just grinned. "Met someone, did you?" A wounded laugh bubbled out of Locke. "Met someone and lost her." "Am I that obvious?" "Depends on who you're talking to." Luke gave his wife an affectionate glance. "I know I had a turnabout on how I felt about Bellissime once I'd met her." Alex blushed and fidgeted with her napkin. "Well, if you must go, cousin, I hope she's worth it." Locke thought of Taylor, and the ache in his breast grew. "I don't know if she's interested anymore, but she is most definitely worth it." Chapter 14. A week later, Locke was back in New York and ensconced in the same hotel suite he'd occupied for a month. The room was exactly the same as he'd left it, but different somehow. Every surface had been dusted, straightened, cleaned. The closets were full of fresh hangers, and the bathroom full of new wrapped soaps. The bed had been made, the sheets crisp, and it was like no one had used the room ever. There was no sign that he and Taylor had been here for weeks, laughing and making love, and enjoying each other's company. He hated it. It made him sad. It was just a hotel room, but it felt odd to see all traces of their existence together swept away. He even checked the mini-fridge, because Taylor had a habit of sticking half-drank bottles of water back there, in case he wouldn't be charged for them. But it was full of fresh, new bottles of water. There was no sign of Taylor anywhere. It was just like the rest of his life, as empty of her shining presence, and it made him realize just how much he'd fucked up, how much he'd lost. He ignored the idea of unpacking his luggage and sat down on the couch with his laptop and phone. The need to see Taylor again was like a craving inside of him. Of course, he was a helpless, spoiled idiot and didn't remember her address from the times he'd gone to her apartment, so he couldn't show up there and push his way in, demanding that she speak to him. Which was probably for the best. He had a suspicion that demanding anything wouldn't go over well with Taylor, much as he wanted to. So he tried texting her. He'd not sent her a word since they parted. At first, it was because he'd felt ashamed of how he'd acted, and a text apology seemed wrong. Then he'd realized how much he'd missed her, and he decided to wait to contact her until he was back in New York. That way, he could show her that he was trying to change, instead of just giving lip service to the concept. Of course, now that he was here, the time lost felt like missed opportunity. Would she have been receptive to his calls if he'd tried? He didn't know, and thinking about it was making him a little crazy. Locke. Taylor, it's me, Locke. Can we talk? That felt weirdly stiff. He stared down at the text for a moment, and then added onto it, Locke, I've missed you a lot. Text me back. Then he waited. Nothing. After an impatient half hour, he put the phone aside. Either she wasn't near her phone, or deliberately not answering him. Maybe he could find her online then. He pulled his computer onto his lap and logged into Excelsior. His character appeared in Cityport, in front of a building. He didn't see Taylor's character around, but, then again, he wasn't entirely sure how it worked. Last time he'd played, he'd just typed and sent her a message, right? So he tried that. Taylor, are you on? Can we talk? Someone ran past him and paused. Soy sauce. LOL, noob. Locke frowned at his screen. He typed again. Brunhilde. Taylor, is that you? Soy sauce. Dude, you realize you're just talking in the main town? Brunhilde. No, what do I do? I'm trying to find a friend. Soy sauce. LOL, you're so noob. Prick. But at least he knew what he was talking about, which was more than he could say for himself. Brunhilde. Can you help me? Soy sauce. Sure. Type in /dual soy sauce, and that will take us to a chat, and I can help you. Now they were getting somewhere. Locke typed in the command, though it seemed an odd one. Maybe dual was shorthand for a two-person chat? The moment he hit enter, a red flag showed up on the screen. Brunhilde has challenged soy sauce to a duel. What? That wasn't what he wanted to do. The other character pulled out a gigantic sword, struck him, and Locke's tune died instantly.
his ghost appeared. Brunhilde has lost a duel to soy sauce. Waiting 30 seconds for Brunhilde to respawn. The character ran a circle around him, then squatted over the corpse of Locke's character's head and began to move up and down. Soy sauce. LOL. Man, you really are new. Have some tea bags, noob. Brunhilde. You're a fucking prick. Soy sauce. LOL. Yup. Damn this game. He glared at his screen, watching as soy sauce teabagged his corpse over and over again. When the countdown timer finished, he reappeared over his body, naked. He clicked on his body and recollected his armor. Damn it. All he wanted to do was talk to Taylor, not get in a pissing war with some idiot named after an incorrectly spelled condiment. A moment after he finished putting on his armor again, a message popped up. Madrigal. Hello again, friend. Welcome back to the game. Oh, it was the guy he'd met at the convention, the nice one. He tried typing in a response. Hi, Madrigal. The words went into the main screen again. Damn it, how did he get them in the chat window? Soy sauce was still nearby and hooted with laughter. Soy sauce. You still haven't figured out messages? It's /MSG, dumbass. Locke scowled at the screen, wondering if it was another trap. But /MSG seemed, well, likely. And it wasn't like he hadn't already died. He tried it. Brunhilde. Hi, this is Locke. Success. Brunhilde. It is nice to see you again, Madrigal. How are you, mate? Madrigal. Doing great. Thought I'd see if you needed any help. Smiley face. Brunhilde. I'm looking for Taylor. Is she on? There was a long pause. Madrigal. Oh, gosh, buddy. I don't know how to tell you this, but she quit the game about a month ago. Madrigal. Sorry, sad face. Brunhilde. No worries, thanks. Locke logged out of Excelsior, frowning to himself. She'd quit the game? But she loved the game. She played daily, even when she barely had any time. Not only did she have intense devotion to her guild, but there was Sigmund, who she had some sort of strange, tethered relationship to. Had something happened there? If she wasn't on the game and not answering her phone, how the hell was he supposed to find her? Gretchen. Of course, he immediately phoned Gretchen. She couldn't ignore him since he was in her wedding, right? But his call immediately went to voicemail. Locke gritted his teeth. Damn it, now this was just getting ridiculous. Locke tried all day to get a hold of Gretchen. She never answered any of his voicemails, and so he emailed her as well. He considered emailing his assistant and asking him to find Taylor's street address for him. But he was trying to be independent, and crawling to someone else for help on the very first day seems like defeat. So he Googled. Not that it did any good. Taylor was the expert with computers, not him, and he suspected if she didn't want her personal information to show up online, she knew how to scrub it. He couldn't find any information on a Taylor Westfield who lived in New York City, other than a Facebook profile, which meant he also had to make a Facebook profile. Damn it, he spent a few minutes setting one up and then tried to friend her. Waiting for approval. Oh, fuck. She was never going to approve him. Stupid computer was thwarting him at every turn. The next morning, Locke went out for an extra long run to get some of his frustrations out. Everything in Central Park was the same, right down to the gentleman that he'd bought water from in the past. This time he gave him correct change instead of foisting a 20 at the man,
who looked disappointed at the turn of events. On his walk home, he saw a familiar dirty lump resting at the mouth of an alley. Yet another thing that hadn't changed. He veered toward it, a smile lighting his face. "Hello, Rex. Nice to see you again." The bearded man looked up, squinting. "Hey, it's the Loch Ness Monster. How are you, man?" "I'm lost and miserable, and I fucked up the best thing in my life." "Managing. Want to grab lunch?" Locke could use the company. "The regular spot? Don't mind if I do." He got to his feet and dusted off his layers of clothing. "Lead the way, my friend." The diner was fairly empty, and as they went to the counter, Locke saw a woman giving them a revolted look as Rex set his plastic bag of belongings down on the stool next to him. He felt a surge of protectiveness for his odd friend. Rex deserved to have lunch just like everyone else. Locke clapped him on the back and gave him a half-armed hug, trying to show his approval to the world, or at the very least, the rest of the diners. "I'm glad to see you again." Rex grunted. "You too. Been a few weeks. Business trip?" Locke sat down and pulled out the menu, studying it for something less noxious than the hamburger he normally ordered. A grilled cheese looked promising. Surely they couldn't mess up a grilled cheese, could they? "Actually, I went home." "Back home to Switzerland? Belarus? What was that place called?" "Bellissime." "Right." He peered at Locke. "So, if you went home, how come you came back?" Locke was silent, mentally trying to parse out how much to talk about. He wanted to pour out all his feelings for Taylor, the despair he felt knowing he'd lost her. But he wasn't sure how Rex would take it. So he said nothing. The waitress came over to them, and they ordered food. He turned back to Rex once both orders were in and 2 glasses of soda were set down in front of them. "I came back because I went home and it wasn't the same." "You got bored?" Rex guessed. "I did." He smiled ruefully. "The bubble I was living in, I think it burst." "Can't say that's a bad thing. Sometimes getting out of your comfort zone is good." "It is," Locke agreed. The conversation felt woefully inadequate, like he was skirting around the real issue. He decided to take a chance. "The real reason I came back. The girl I mentioned, I messed it up. I came back because I wanted to make it right with her." Rex pocketed a stack of napkins. "You didn't tell her the truth, did you?" "Nope." He felt sick, and the smell of greasy food just made it worse. "Thought you could get away with it?" "Yeah, I was pretty wrong about that, it seems." Locke sighed and took a sip of his drink. "Wrong about a lot of things. I didn't realize how much she meant to me until I lost her." "Happens that way with a lot of women." That didn't make him feel better. "I need her back. I'm nothing without her." "Nice words, but I imagine she'll have a say in the matter." She would. He thought of Taylor's hurt, angry face, the tears she'd wept when she'd realized he was using her. His stomach knotted all over again. "I imagine she will, but if I can fix it, I want to give it a try. I want to fix what I broke with her, and I want to fix what's wrong with me. I'm tired of being dependent on everyone else. I'm going to stand on my own 2 feet for a while, get a house, figure out what I want to do with my life, the works." Rex nodded slowly. "I'm proud of you. Takes balls to admit when you're wrong." Strangely enough, Rex's praise felt good. "Thanks. I want to help you, too." "Oh?" The man's tone became distant, wary. "Not charity," Locke said quickly. I want to help you get on your feet because you've been a good friend to me, and I'd do that for any of my friends. I don't want anything out of it other than to help you. Tell me what you need." Rex grunted and took a long drink of his soda, emptying the glass down to the ice. He shook it at the waitress, then looked over at Locke. "I don't need anything other than a friend, Loch Ness. I'm not into handouts." "Really? Because you take my handouts every time I come by." Rex snorted with laughter. "Turning the tables on me? I like it. All right, fair enough. Maybe it's not the handouts as much as I don't like being beholden to anyone. You know the feeling." "I do, very much so." Locke rubbed his chin, thinking. "What do you like to do for a living?" "Why, you offering me a job? You don't even have one." "Humor me." Rex was silent for a long moment, then glanced over at Locke. "Grew up on a farm. I like horses, cattle, things like that, working with my hands." His smile grew thin. "Good luck finding me that here in the city." "Actually," Locke grinned and clapped a hand on Rex's back. "Did I mention I'm purchasing a house here, and probably a few horses? I could use a man to look after my stables once I get settled." Rex's bushy brows drew together. He scratched at his beard. "Why are you so fired up to hire a fucking hobo? For all you know, I murdered someone and got out of prison, and that's why I'm on the street." "Did you?" "No, but there probably ain't gorgeous stuff on my background check, if you know what I'm saying." "Then I'll pay you like shit. Room and board and minimum wage, or some other equally terrible deal if it'll make you feel better." Locke sipped his drink again, waiting for Rex to mull over the offer. "It's not charity. I'm going to hire someone to look after my horses because I love riding. Might as well be you, unless you can give me a good reason for it not to be you. I like to hire friends." Rex's mouth pursed. He stared ahead for a long time. Then slowly, he nodded. "Thanks, man. I appreciate it." He looked over at Locke. "You gonna go around saving every hobo in New York? That's gonna end up being some big-ass house." "No, but I imagine I'll need a groundskeeper and a few other staff if you have any friends that are struggling. You can tell them the pay is wretched, but it's room and board included. And it probably won't be in the city. I can't see having horses close to here. Might be too far out for most to bother with." "I'll let you know. And if it's going to be that far out, I might need another $1 or $2 an hour so I can afford a car. Or at least a bicycle." "Fair enough. We'll talk price when I buy the place and move in." Locke felt good. This was good. It was a start. Plus, he was being selfish. If Rex worked for him, he'd get the pleasure of his company every day, and he enjoyed their chats. They made him think. He needed that in his life. Needed people to point out to him that he was being a spoiled child. "Might be a couple of weeks." "Well, you know where I'll be," Rex said dryly. "Can I put you up somewhere until then?" At the dirty look Rex shot him, Locke raised his hands in the air. All right, one step at a time." They fell into a comfortable silence as the waitress refilled their glasses and then dropped off their plates. Locke took a bite of his grilled cheese. A bit greasy, but still tasty. "So," Rex said, eating a French fry, "tell me more about the girl. It didn't work out with her?" "No." Locke sighed and wiped his hands on his napkin, immediately losing his appetite. He'd had a hell of a time eating since Taylor had left him. "She got upset with me, and rightfully so. I should have fixed it then, but I let her walk away. Went home to lick my wounds. Kinda thought it was for the best, except..."
Except you miss her.
He nodded. I miss her like I miss air. I shouldn't have let her go. I didn't realize until after she left that things between us were a little more real than I'd thought. I need to find her and win her back.
So, do it.
I'm trying, but she won't return my calls. Rightfully so, I might add. He set his greasy sandwich down and stared at his plate. I'm not sure how to get a hold of her.
Well, you're doing me a solid, so I can do you a solid, Rex said agreeably.
That's so? Locke wiped his fingers absently, thinking about Taylor. She'd probably like Rex, and any horses that Locke bought. Though he'd have to get one for her, too, and it'd have to be gentle. Something high-spirited would dump her on the ground in an instant, his poor klutz. Providing she ever spoke to him again, of course. A hard, aching knot formed in his throat.
Yeah, I know where she works.
Locke paused. He turned to look at Rex, who was dragging fries through a pool of ketchup on his plate, and then stuffing them into his mouth. You do?
I do, Rex said. Ran across her the other day. You told me she wears a Doctor Who scarf and a kitty cat backpack, right? Can't be that many adult women that do that sort of thing. Plus, she was real cute. Brown hair, round face.
Locke nodded slowly, eyes wide. His heart thumped hard in his chest.
Where is she?
Rex gestured at his food.
Let me finish my food and I'll show you.
When they left the diner, Rex led Locke down several streets teeming with pedestrians. He followed the man, pulse hammering wildly. Taylor was close, and he was dying to speak to her again. He wanted to look at her sweet face, to hear her happy laugh, to see her bright eyes sparkle when she found something funny. God, he missed her. It was like being homesick all over again, except this time Taylor was his home, and he was lost without her. Rex stopped on a busy street corner next to the crosswalk. He gestured across the street.
Over there. She's been there every day for the last week, giving out samples. Nice kid. She gives me extras and pretends like they're leftovers.
He squinted up at Locke.
Don't fuck it up this time.
Locke gazed across the busy, traffic-filled street. There was a small table set up on a curb, and he could see the back of a woman as she talked to people and made notes on a clipboard. She seemed to be handing something out. It was impossible to make out any features from this distance, but he noticed her trademark scarf and backpack. Taylor. His woman, his fiancée for a few days, until he'd fucked things up and didn't realize what he had until he'd screwed it up. The sight of her made him ache with longing. She was beautiful, and the way she moved as she handed out samples and spoke to people just made his entire body tense with this uncomfortable, awkward need. Not sexual desire, though it wouldn't take much for that, but just a craving, like a junkie. Did she miss him? Did she wish he hadn't been such a jerk? Did she regret leaving him like he regretted her leaving? Or was she fine without him? He wasn't fine without her, not in the slightest. She'd slipped into his life so effortlessly that he hadn't realized how perfect for him she was until she was gone. With Taylor, there was sunshine and life and laughter. Without her, there was nothing but clouds. Sappy, maybe, but the words had never felt truer.
You just gonna stand there and gawk at her, or you gonna go say something? Rex elbowed him.
Right. Locke took a deep breath, then paused and looked over at Rex. I'm not good at this sort of thing.
What sort of thing?
Admitting I was wrong, asking for someone to come back, telling her that I fucked up and was a prat, that I treated her unfairly. He rubbed his neck, unbearably tense. He couldn't mess this up. What should I say? Any of that is a pretty good starter. Rex pushed at Locke's back. Now quit being a pussy and get over there and talk to the girl. I'm going back to my spot. Thanks for lunch. See you around, Locke said absently, staring at Taylor from afar. She was talking animatedly to someone after handing them something. She laughed, and his cock tightened in response. God, he loved that happy, carefree laugh of hers. It made his entire body light up. Determined, he crossed the street heading toward her. Taylor's back was to him, and as he approached, he studied her. She was talking animatedly, handing out something in tiny plastic cups. People paused, downed the sample, and then said something to her, and she marked it down. Was she doing corner surveys for her new job then? He approached her table from the side as Taylor talked to a woman, and gazed at the sign in front of the table. Recipe taste testing. Taste a delicious treat and let your preference be known. Research samples for the upcoming cookbook, F is for Flavor, by Gretchen Petty Buchanan. So, did you like the lemon cake with the chocolate ganache in the middle layer, or the lemon creme in the middle layer? Taylor was asking, absorbed in her writing. She didn't notice Locke standing nearby. That was fine. He could stare at her for a little longer, absorb every detail of her appearance, memorize her lovely face and the way she licked her lips absently as she wrote. Chocolate, the old woman told her, licking her fingers. The other one was too lemony. But it's lemon cake, Taylor said with a chuckle. Shouldn't it be lemony? Yes, but chocolate makes everything better. Can't argue with that, Taylor said, grinning. I have your vote. Thank you so much. She wrote a bit more, a lock of hair wishing in front of her face that Locke was dying to brush aside. She looked fantastic. Her cheeks were ruddy with health, her smile was bright, and the capri pants she was wearing showed off her fantastic backside in the most mouth-watering of ways. He itched to touch her. Instead, he approached the table. Hi there, Taylor said, without looking up. Would you like to sample our lemon cake? We're doing A/B testing, and I have to warn you that if you have a nut, citrus, or dairy allergy, you shouldn't try any of... Her voice trailed off as she looked up. The smile on her face died. It was like a punch in the gut. Fuck, he'd done that to her. Taylor, hi. Locke wanted to caress her cheek, to see the smile return. He wanted the light to come back to her eyes. It's me. A flash of hurt crossed her face. What are you doing here? I'm busy. She started to write furiously, and the lead on her pencil snapped. Shit! What was he doing here? Wasn't it obvious? Then again, maybe it wasn't. Maybe this wasn't what she wanted at all. He panicked, looking around for an excuse. I'm here to try one of your samples, I guess. He glanced down at the table. Little rounded iced cakes were set out in pink and blue papers on the table, lined up like buttons. Do I get one of A and one of B? I'm not sure I want you to have any, but I guess that wouldn't be fair. She picked up one of the pink-papered cakes. Here's A. He leaned forward. She shoved it into his face, missing his mouth and creaming most of his chin. I can't tell if you meant to do that or if that was just coincidence, Locke teased, grabbing a napkin off the corner of the table and wiping at his face. He'd act like it didn't matter if she hated him or not. even though he was dying inside. "I meant to do that." She gave him a challenging look. "So there." He licked a bit of frosting from his fingers, watching her. She was scowling, but she wasn't crying. Maybe she didn't hate him as much as he thought. So he said, "A is pretty delicious. Want to try B?" Her eyebrows wiggled. "Only if I can feed it to myself." "No deal." He gave her a rueful smile and spoke around the aching knot that had reappeared in his throat. "I deserved a cake in the face for how I treated you, but I can't imagine it's going to get you many more people here to sample." She cocked her head. "So you're admitting you were a jerk?" "I was thinking prick might have been a more apt term." She nodded slowly. "Yeah, I'm going to agree with you on that one. I do think prick is the better term. I'm glad you're admitting it." "I treated you wrong. I wanted to talk to you because I cocked things up and I regret it." Locke wanted to take her hand in his, but he forced himself to remain still. "I love you. Please don't hate me. I'm rubbish without you." "I miss you." Her jaw dropped a little. She was silent for a long moment, then licked her lips. "I wasn't expecting that." Well, she wasn't telling him to saw it off, so this was going well. A tiny bit of hope burst inside his chest. "Can I buy you lunch? We could catch up." It didn't matter that he'd just eaten. He'd buy an entire restaurant's worth of food and not eat a bite as long as he could watch her. "Catch up?" She took a step backward and nearly knocked her small folding table over. He caught it before it went careening, the sample sliding off to one side. Only one toppled to the ground, and she scooped it up and dumped it into a garbage bag quickly. "Well, I say catch up," he told her, and then rushed ahead. "But I really mean that I want to talk until I get you to forgive me, until I get you to love me again. I figure it might go best if I ply you with cake and alcohol." She blinked at him, startled, and then giggled. "So this is a groveling lunch?" He smiled back, thrilled by that small laugh. It had made his entire world light up again. "It is, in fact, a groveling lunch." She bit her lip, considering her table, then looking over at him. "I'm still mad at you." He ached to hear that. "You have every right to be." "You were a huge dick to me." "I was." Taylor put a hand on her hip. "And you could have talked to me." "I could have, but I was a prick and thought I knew what was best." He spread his hands helplessly. "By the time I realized it was a bad idea, it was too late." "I'm not sure that means I have to forgive you. I don't even know if what you did is forgivable." "It might not be, but I'm here, determined to try." To demonstrate, he got down on his knees on the sidewalk and gave her a supplicating look. "Please go to lunch with me, Taylor." Another giggle escaped her, which she quickly smothered. She glanced around, then waved at him. "Get up. You're going to make them think these are pot brownies or something." "I'll get up if you go to lunch with me." He gestured at the sidewalk. "If not, I'll roll around on the ground here, holding my stomach and pretending your recipes made me sick." "Blackmail?" She mock-gasped. "You play rough, sir." There was a hint of a smile on her face that was encouraging, and the sparkle had returned to her eyes. But then she shook her head. "I won't let you buy me lunch." His spirits sank. His world felt like it was crashing around him. "No. But I will have lunch with you, once I get done here, that is." Thank God. I'll take that. He got to his feet and dusted off his slacks. She made a flicking gesture at him. Go wander off that way for a bit. I'm going to be here another hour or so, and I can't work with you hovering. He grinned, feeling good enough to tease her. I shall do as you ask, but shouldn't I try B first? She gave him a warning look, but then handed him one of the bee cakes. This one she didn't crush on his face. It gave him hope, so much hope. Locke gave the icing a long, sultry lick, and noticed her gaze remained on his mouth. I think I like B. Her gaze flicked back to his face, and then she blinked. What? Oh, B. She started to write, then frowned at her broken pencil. What is it about B that decided you? Because it wasn't smushed on my chin. Taylor laughed aloud. Chapter 15. Oh God, he was back. And oh God, Taylor was still in love with him. Her heart fluttered wildly as she handed out cake samples and completed survey after survey. Luckily, she had a second pencil in her backpack. But her thoughts remained squarely on the man who waited, standing about 100 feet away and watching her with an intense, almost devouring look. It made her squirm. She needed to be angry, Taylor reminded herself. He'd used her, treated her like she didn't matter, like she was just another one of his servants hovering around to do his bidding. She'd told herself for the last 6 weeks that it was good that he was gone, that things should have never gotten past the one-night stand stage. After all, she didn't regret the sex. The sex was flat-out amazing. She regretted that she'd risked her heart and gotten it broken. But hearts were tricky, silly things. Like right now, hers was fluttering a mile a minute because he was back. He was back, and he'd somehow decided to find her because he wanted to talk. He didn't like how things had gone down, which was good because she'd hated the way things had gone down. Of course, it was his fault, and she was still angry about it. But still, she missed him with a powerful intensity. She'd hoped that the ache of his betrayal would have disappeared as time passed. They'd been apart now longer than they'd been together. That should have made a difference, right? It hadn't, though. She still felt as if part of her had been ripped out and the wound had yet to cauterize. Maybe it was a mistake to agree to lunch with him after all that had happened. I miss you. Fuck, she missed him too. And in the end, that was what decided her. Because despite everything, she still wanted him back. The ache of losing him hadn't subsided, and she needed closure in some way or another. Or she needed to give him another chance. So she passed out cakes and tried not to be impatient when someone chewed a little slower or was a little more thoughtful about their decision. She tried not to shoo people along when they lingered, even though she just wanted to fling the cake at them so they would leave. Eventually, though, she ran out of samples, and so she cleaned off her table, put away her trash, folded up her things, and turned to look at the big, scrumptious, patient man waiting for her. Still here? She tried to play it casual, but her voice wobbled at the end. Damn it. Always, Locke replied with a smile. He strolled toward her and took the folding table out from under her arm. Let me get that. I have a car parked a few streets over, she told him. Gretchen's letting me borrow it while I work in the city. That's nice of her. I had no idea she was writing a cookbook until I saw your banner." He hefted the table and began to weave through the pedestrians on the sidewalk. "Can I carry anything else?" "No, I've got it." Even as she said it, the empty container she'd kept the cake in threatened to fall to the ground. Damn it. She always seemed to lose motor control around him. Came from watching his ass too much, she supposed. But it was such a nice ass, even if it was attached to a jerk. They went back to her car and put away her stuff. For a moment, Taylor considered jumping into the driver's seat, pulling away, and forgetting she ever saw Locke. That would be easier, right? But she looked over at him as he fit the table in the back of the car, and their eyes met. An excited, hopeful tingle moved through her, and she squeezed her thighs together. "Bad girl parts," she chided her body. "Bad, bad girl parts. We don't want him back unless he grovels." That was the thing about girl parts that had been without really great sex for more than 6 weeks, though. They got super excited at the thought of having really great sex again. No, she was going to stand firm against his extreme hotness. Once the car was packed, he turned to her again. "Where would you like to go?" "Your place?" her mind immediately blurted, but she forced herself to point mutely at a nearby pizzeria. He nodded and put a hand to the small of her back, guiding her in just like they were on a date. This was not helping with her need to tackle him. It was not. "Contain yourself, Taylor. He hurt you. He was a dick. He gave no thought to how you felt." She ordered a slice of deliciously greasy cheese pizza and paid for it and a can of soda. She picked up her food while Locke paid for his and sat down at a small table in the back. The place wasn't fancy, little more than a few cheap tables scooted at the back. But the idea was to eat, not to hang out. This wasn't the type of place that you lingered over your food. That would either work for her or against her. Taylor nibbled on her slice while he sat, and then wiped her fingers on a napkin. "So, you wanted to talk?" He nodded. You have grease on your mouth." Damn it. She reached up and swiped at one corner of her mouth. "Let me," he murmured. Locke's fingers brushed over the opposite corner of her mouth, and then his thumb glided over her lower lip in a very sensual, not anything to do with grease sort of motion that made her entire body tingle with need. Then he lifted his thumb to his mouth and licked it. And Lord help her, that shouldn't have been sexy, but it was the most erotic thing she'd ever seen. "Thanks," she whispered. "Be happy to lick you anywhere else you want," he told her softly. She pressed her thighs together. "Not until you tell me why you're here." He nodded. "I should probably start from the beginning, eh?" "That's probably wise." About a year ago, my cousin, the Crown Princess of Bellissime, married an actor named Luke Houston. Taylor remembered that. She remembered it popping up in the tabloids, and she'd seen it mentioned on several of the articles when she'd done Google research on him. Right, and people got upset. Some people loved it and felt like they were the next coming of Grace Kelly and Prince Rainier. He shrugged. There was a small vocal portion of the population that felt like she should have stepped down from her position as Crown Princess if she couldn't devote her entire life to Bellissime. They wanted to put someone else as first in line. Namely, me. I was advised to come to the States under the pretense of visiting friends and family members here, and I would participate in Gretchen's wedding, and I would be firmly out of sight. This would give things time to settle down back home, and then I could return. Of course, when I got here, I wasn't a big fan of New York. I wanted to go home. I resented being forced out of my home and my lifestyle, and dropped here. His gaze settled on her. And then I met you. She held a breath. And then you decided that I was a mess, and you should marry me to make everyone realize you would be a bad king? No, he said slowly. I met you, and suddenly New York got interesting. A happy tingle started in her belly. When I was around you, I wasn't bored. I wasn't miserable. You were busy, but you were funny and welcoming and interesting. You were never predictable. You always found the good in things, and every time you smiled, it was like the room had filled with sunshine. Her body filled with warmth at his words. She wanted to fling herself across the table at him and press kisses on his face. But she clenched a hand around her paper napkin and forced herself to stay in place. But that didn't stop you from deciding to marry me just to disqualify yourself. Locke nodded. I was selfish. I wanted the best of both worlds, I supposed. I wanted you to stay because I enjoyed being around you, and I wanted to remove myself from consideration from the throne. I thought if I married you and we had a quick wedding, it would solve all my problems. I'd have the ability to go home, and it helped that you were delightful to be around. But I wasn't thinking farther ahead than going home. His expression grew grim. That's on me. I figured that if the marriage only lasted for 6 months or a year, no big deal. I never thought about how you might feel if our marriage only lasted a heartbeat, or how you might feel when I decided I wanted to return to Bellissime and never bothered to ask you, or how you'd feel about being used as a pawn to keep me off the throne. I should have asked. Yes, you should have. I would have said yes, you know. He sat back, surprised. Really? Of course. You plus hot sex plus traveling? What's the downside to that? Taylor shrugged. Do I seem like the type that takes myself so seriously that I would be offended that you'd suggest it? But you didn't ask. You just used. And that's the part that bothers me. His expression became pained. His eyes haunted. I know. And you told me you loved me, and you lied. Her voice wobbled. That was the part that hurt the most. Why even say it if it's a lie? Why go that far, Locke? That's the worst. Here's the thing. His voice became soft, and his gaze held hers. At the time, I thought it was a stretch of the truth. I didn't realize how much you'd come to mean to me until I lost you. Until that elevator shut in my face, and I realized I'd let the best thing that ever happened to me walk away. All the protests she wanted to make lodged in her throat. Locke reached across the table to touch her hand. Say something, Taylor. She sighed. The first night we got together, it was great. I figured it was a one-night stand and no big deal. We're not people that mesh. You're a jock and I'm a computer nerd, and that's fine. But then we kept coming together, and I started to like you, and I always wondered, what does this guy see in me, you know? I couldn't figure it out. He frowned, and his hand squeezed hers. You're not being fair to yourself. You're beautiful. You're funny. You're smart. That's not it. It's not a confidence thing, Locke. It doesn't matter if I'm hot or not. It matters if we're running in the same circles. To those guys that play computer games and are into comics, I'm a 10 in their eyes. To everyone else, I'm probably a 5 or a 6. You're a 10 in everyone's eyes. So I guess it never made sense to me why you wanted to be with me. And then, when I saw that text, well, everything made sense. And it hurt. It made me feel worthless. I'm sorry. His thumb stroked her hand. I never meant to make you feel worthless. That's the last thing I ever wanted. And if you're not a 10 in everyone's eyes, then everyone needs to get their eyes checked. I would change absolutely nothing about you. He thought for a moment, then added, Well, I might give you better balance. A small chuckle escaped her, despite herself. His hand on hers felt good. It felt right. And hearing him admit that he'd fucked up made her feel a little better. His mouth crooked in a wry half-grin. Locke's thumb stroked over her knuckles. I actually felt like you didn't want to be with me. Taylor blinked. What? You're crazy. Am I? You didn't want to tell your friends that you were with me. You wanted us to pretend we were boss and employee at the convention. Your friend Sigmund had no idea we were dating. Oh, hell. She really had messed that up, hadn't she? Taylor winced. Yeah, so that's a little complicated. It wasn't that I didn't want them to think we were together. It was that, well, Sig was emotionally blackmailing me. Locke frowned. I thought you said you guys were just friends and he was just fragile. It went a little further than that. She told him about Sig's constant threats to hurt himself and his attempt at suicide. As she talked, Locke straightened, and the expression on his face got angry. I can't believe the little prick was threatening you. I want to wring his fucking neck, Locke growled. He got upset because he wanted you for himself. I ought to... Did I mention he was 15? Locke paused. He's what? He's a kid. He's 15 and depressed. I went and visited his mother and him while he was recovering. He's taking some time off the game and trying to reconnect with the outside world. She shook her head. Sig's situation was a bad one, but she felt absurdly pleased that Locke was getting all protective and jealous. I didn't want anyone to know that he was emotionally blackmailing me because I thought I could handle it. I thought I could talk him down off the ledge and still take control of the situation. Which was stupid, because the more stuff I tried to handle on my own, the less stuff I kept under control. I lost my job, and he tried to take his own life. She shook her head. It's been a learning process for me, too. You should have told me, Taylor. If nothing else, so I didn't freaking propose in front of everyone in your guild and drive the kid to the pill bottle. He looked disgruntled. I know, I screwed up. Now we're both screw-ups. Happy? No. His look became somber, the expression in his gaze bleak. Not unless I have you. The flutter was back in her belly. Down, girl. So, why are you back in the city? Is there more trouble back home? No. My cousin is pregnant, remember? It's been announced and the public is ecstatic. No one's talking about removing her anymore. They're all just watching for the baby. But I thought you wanted to go home. Like I said, I thought I did too. But things changed. I changed. I went home and it wasn't great anymore. Nothing was right. You weren't there. So I came here. The warm flush in her belly started to spread through the rest of her body. Oh? Being here with you made me realize I'm not the same man I was when I left. When I was home, I had people that did everything for me. Here, I was forced to think for myself, and you helped me with that. He gave her a faint smile. So, I'm back because I want to be more independent. I even found my own socks. A big accomplishment, she teased. But the sinking feeling had returned to her belly. So he'd come back, not because of her, but because he wanted to be more independent? It was a good move for him, and she was proud. But at the same time, she was disappointed. She'd wanted to be the reason he returned. I'm going to buy a house here, he told her. Probably a few hours outside of the city. A couple floors, a couple acres, room for some horses. Nothing big. Sounds modest, she said sarcastically. Only a few horses? He nodded. I'm not going to have very many servants either. I want to take care of myself. Though I've got a friend that needs work, so I'll be hiring him to handle my horses. And if he has friends that need work, I imagine I'll hire them too. Friends? You're hiring friends? Oh, God. Was that why he'd wanted to meet with her? He wanted to hire her? Agony lanced through her. If this was just to give her a job... Utterly crushed would be too light of a term. A homeless friend, Locke said. He needs help getting back on his feet, but doesn't want a handout, so I'm going to employ him. I'd do the same for any of his friends as well. She melted, despite her worry. That's sweet, Locke. Despite everything, he really was a good guy. He meant well, even if he went about it the wrong way sometimes. Very thoughtful of you. I'm probably going to end up spending half my time here in the States and half in Bellissime, so I'll keep a house and staff in both places. That's nice. What was she supposed to say? All of this was just making her more and more sad as she came to the realization that he was probably going to offer her a job as housekeeper instead of asking her to take him back. And while she was going to need permanent work, the thought of being around him daily and not being with him, it'd kill her soul inch by inch. What do you think? I think it sounds fine. She spread her hands. I think it's great that you're wanting to become more independent and take a larger role in your own future, Locke. I'm just not sure what this has to do with me. Locke smiled and took her hand in his again, rubbing his thumb over her knuckles again. I'm making a mess of this again, aren't I? I'm asking you because, well, half the time in Bellissime and half here, I want to spend all of it with you. The warm feeling returned, but she paused. She needed to hear the words. In what capacity? He gave her a weird look. What do you mean? I mean, are you trying to hire me as a housekeeper? Because if so, I'm flattered, but I really don't think... He looked pained. He moved his chair a little closer to hers and leaned in, their pizza forgotten. Taylor, I'm sorry. I guess I'm rattling on about my plans and never got to the important part. She waited impatiently. She wanted to hear the important part too, damn it. I don't need to get married anymore, he said in a low, husky voice as his thumb moved over her knuckles. Alex is pregnant and the throne is secure. He looked up and his gaze met hers again. But I still want you, and I still want to marry you." Taylor sucked in a breath. "You do?" He nodded. "For you, because you're you, because I love you, not because I need a green card or someone's considering me for the throne. I don't care about any of that. I just want you in my life, by my side, in my bed." He raised her hand to his lips. "I miss you. When I said that I didn't love you, I didn't realize at the time that I was lying. I do love you, and I miss you like you wouldn't believe." The tears started. Taylor sniffed. "I miss you too." "Thing is, in a way, I'm kind of glad things worked out how they did." He clasped her hand in his. "Because I had to do some growing up, and I wouldn't have realized how much you meant to me until I lost you. But now that I've lost you, I feel like I'm less than whole, like nothing makes sense anymore because I know you're out there and I don't have you in my life." The bleak look returned to his face. "Because I didn't realize how deeply I could love a person until I'd lost them, and I fucked everything up the day you walked out the door." Damn it, she really was going to cry. "Taylor, I love you. I can't say that enough. I love you and I want you back. I want you to give me another chance, Taylor. I can't promise I won't fuck up. I can't promise I won't ever hurt your feelings again. But I promise I'll love you each and every day." She nodded and swiped tears from her eyes with her free hand. "So, will you marry me?" Locke's beautiful face hovered near hers, close enough that if she leaned over the table, she could kiss the wonderful mouth she'd been missing for so many weeks. "Oh, Locke, no." Anguish crossed his face. "No?" "Not yet." She squeezed his hand. "But I will live in sin with you again, and I'll be your girlfriend. And when I think I'm ready to get married, I'll say yes. But until then, I just want to take it easy, if that's all right." His smile returned. "I'm fine with that. I love you, Taylor." "Oh, God, I love you too, Locke." She did, so much. "Also, you should know your scarf has been lying on top of your pizza for the last 5 minutes. "Don't care," she breathed, devouring him with her eyes. "Are you still at the same hotel, or is my apartment closer?" Heat flared in his gaze. "Same hotel, few blocks from here. Want to go there and have nasty makeup sex? I thought you'd never ask." They quickly cleared their table, dumping their all but uneaten pizza. Once out on the street, they linked hands like children and raced down the sidewalks. Locke, of course, was barely winded by the time they went the 6 blocks back to his hotel, but Taylor was wiped. "I think I need to take up jogging with you to work on my stamina," she panted, using the non-greasy end of her long scarf to wipe her sweaty brow. "I'll hold you to that," he told her, and then dragged her into the elevator with him. Once the doors shut, he kissed her hard, holding her tightly against him, his tongue sweeping into her mouth with a fierce possessiveness that made her toes curl and her thighs tremble. By the time they made it to his floor, Taylor was having trouble standing upright. His kiss had an edge of sweet desperation to it, and she felt the same way he did, like it had been forever since they'd been together last, and she'd die if she didn't get him naked in the next 2 minutes. The elevator stopped and the doors opened, and Taylor's legs wobbled as the kiss ended. "Phew," she breathed, utterly entranced by his mouth. The moment they stepped out of the elevator, he picked her up. "I'm staking my claim on you, Taylor Westfield." "Stake away," she told him. even as he tossed her over his shoulder and carried her caveman style to his hotel room. She couldn't stop smiling. She wanted to sing out loud with joy, to climb the walls with happiness. Of course, she'd settle for climbing him. He opened the door to his hotel room, and they went inside, and he didn't stop. He carried her over to the bed, and as he did, she took a peek around. Same room? Same room, he agreed, and then dumped her on the bed. Awesome. Taylor ripped at her scarf and then her t-shirt, shucking clothing. He grabbed her capri pants and hiked them down her thighs, dragging her panties along with them. In moments she was naked, her bra quickly following her slip-on sneakers. Then her hands were on him, tearing at his shirt as he undid his belt and tried to strip down just as fast as she had. "Condoms?" she asked. Then almost wished she hadn't. When she'd met him, he'd casually answered that he always carried a condom with him, implying that he dated around. Had he been celibate while they were apart, or had he gone back to his tomcatting ways? She hadn't even asked, and suddenly it became important to know. Locke hesitated. He glanced over at the bathroom, then frowned. "I don't know," he admitted, and started to zip his pants again. Fuck. Did you sleep with anyone while we were apart?" The look he gave her was appalled. "God, no. The thought of touching another woman makes me want to vomit. I don't want anyone but you." She breathed a sigh of relief. "I don't want you to want anyone but me either." "Be right back." He disappeared into the bathroom, and she could hear him rummaging around in his toiletries, cussing under his breath. She chuckled to herself, pleased. For once, she wasn't pissed that a condom wasn't readily at hand for sex. "Aha!" he called out a moment later, and then returned with a worn foil packet. "I found this in the bottom of my bag." "Is it expired? It looks like it's had a rough journey." She giggled when he flipped over the packet and peered at the date. "It has a whole month before it expires. Want to give it a go anyhow?" "Fuck yes, I do." She grabbed his pants and started to undo them again. "We'll do a morning after pill or something if we have to. I don't care. I just want you." "I want you too," he murmured, running his hands all over her body. "Fuck, I've missed you, Taylor." Her hands slid his pants down to his thighs, and then he kicked them off, his boxers following a moment later. His shirt went flying across the room, and then he was on her, kissing her fiercely as she held the condom in her hand. His body pressed over hers, and she wrapped a leg around his hips, eager. This was what she wanted. This was what she'd missed. It felt so right to be with him, so perfect. "Condom, please," he murmured between kisses, pressing his mouth over her neck and jaw over and over again. "If I'm not inside you in the next minute, I'm going to die." "Then put it on and hurry," she told him, handing it over. Once he bent over her again, her nails went to his back, and she dug them into his shoulder blades. He hissed and arched against her, face contorting. "Oh, God, sorry," she told him. "I just get too excited." "I love your little claws," he told her, and settled his weight between her hips again, condom on. His mouth pressed against hers fiercely. "I love it when you mock me up, because I know I'm making you wild. I fucking love you and everything about you, Taylor." "I love you too," she panted, and when he stroked swiftly inside her, she cried out. Her nails dug into his skin again, and she arched under him. Love you so much." "Love you," he groaned. "My Taylor, all mine." He thrust into her again, his movements wild, his strokes deep. And she loved it. She cried out with every push into her body, her heels digging into his backside as she encouraged him, her nails scratching joyous lines on his shoulders. And when she came, it was with the same reckless, wild abandon in which he thrust into her. He came shortly after, calling out her name as he pushed their joined bodies against the headboard with the force of their movements. The sex was brief, brutal, and utterly glorious. Afterward, she lay under him, completely content. Her fingers trailed up and down his sweaty, perfect arm, even as he pressed light, lingering little kisses on her cheek. She could lie there forever, she decided, her legs tangled with his cock in her, and no worries to be had ever. Somewhere on the floor, a phone buzzed with an incoming text. Her gaze flicked to his. "Is that you?" "Shouldn't be." He moved to her ear and nibbled it, and she moaned, her pussy clenching tight around his semi-erect cock still buried inside her. "You need to get it?" "I don't know who it'd be." She didn't want to get up, and he was doing the most delicious things to her ear with his tongue. "Then answer it and come back to bed." He nipped at her earlobe. "But be quick." Oh man, would she ever? Between kisses, she detangled her body from his and reluctantly left the bed to find her phone. It was still in her pocket, somewhere in her pants on the floor, and she pulled the phone out. Sigmund's name flashed up on her screen, and she had a moment of panic. "Sigmund, can I play your tune tonight?" Her heart clenched with worry. No, not when everything was going so perfect. "Sigmund, Matt invited me to a LAN party, and they're hosting an Excelsior battle tournament at the comic shop instead of Friday Night Magic. His tune's crap, so I thought maybe he could play yours for the evening. Is that okay with you?" She breathed a sigh of relief. Sig would be fine. He had friends outside of the game now. And even if he backslid, well, she couldn't be responsible for him. He had to stand on his own 2 feet. "Taylor, I'm fine with that as long as your mom is cool with you playing." Sigmund, "Yep, you can text her if you want. She's making snacks for me to bring to the comic shop so we have something to eat." Taylor, "Awesome. My dragon rider's all yours. Have fun." Sigmund, "Sweet, thanks." She made a screenshot of the combo and sent it to Donna, just so she was aware, and then crawled back into bed with Locke. "Everything okay?" he asked, pressing a kiss to her shoulder. "Everything is perfect," she told him, tossing the phone aside to climb on top of him. And it was. It really, really was. Epilogue. On their 2-year anniversary, Taylor said yes to Locke's proposal. They were in bed at dawn, tangled in the covers, on a day like any other. And because every day was perfection, she saw no reason to wait any longer. She'd told him that she'd wait to know she was sure, but she'd been sure for the entire time. There had been no one thing that made her hesitate. No doubts, no worries. Sometimes you just knew. And 2 years seemed like a fine engagement period. She decided they could skip the engagement and go straight to marriage, and she told him so. Justice of the peace, church wedding, it didn't matter to her. But when Locke had suggested they get married in a custom-made gazebo shaped like a TARDIS, in specially designed Star Wars wedding costumes, with Excelsior wedding cake toppers of their characters, well, okay. Some things were worth waiting for. This concludes Billionaire on the Loose by Jessica Clare, narrated by Gillian Macy. Copyright 2016 by Jessica Clare. This unabridged audiobook is recorded by arrangement with Intermix, an imprint of Penguin Publishing Group, a division of Penguin Random House LLC, and was produced in the year 2016 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program. 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 Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.